Perfect. PMGC, we are back. Sandstorm, what have you got for me?
Do you know what this is, Bernie?
I do know what this is. PUBG Mobile is teaming up with a leading global luggage brand, American Tourister. And starting on December the 4th, players will be able to enjoy exclusive in-game backpacks that are inspired by the American Tourister Roleo collection.
Exactly, and this collaboration will be bringing a live physical version, a physical PUBG Mobile version of the Roleo range. Make sure to check it out at pubgmobile.live/American Tourister 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the XL Arena in London, England. Welcome to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. My name is Barney Banks, and once again, I am your host alongside the incredible Sandstorm.
Yes, we have returned once again to find out who is the most dominant, the most accomplished, the most feared PUBG Mobile team in the world. With $3 million on the line, the next 3 days will showcase the very best that PUBG Mobile has to offer.
Yes, and with the finals on the horizon and our teams getting prepared backstage, we actually have a very special surprise for you. For those of you watching both at home and right here in London.
That's right, PUBG Mobile has partnered with the British Esports Federation to bring you an exciting student tournament, which we had run over and I believe started on November 5th.
It did indeed. 12 teams of college students aged 16 plus from England, Scotland and Wales have all competed in intense qualifiers over the last month for the ultimate prize, the opportunity to play live right here on this very stage on the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals.
That's right, and the winning team, the Parswood Piranhas from Parswood Sixth Form College in Manchester, will be taking on 4 major Western European influencers right here on this stage. Those influencers will be Cappy, Risha, Sanhok, and Zeti, and they will be taking on each other in a best-of-3 team deathmatch on Warehouse. That is one heck of a way to start the day.
It's going to be good. Parswood College is known for its cutting-edge esports training and qualifications. The student team Monkey, Voidstripe, HW, and RP have all been honing in their skills through intense practice and, of course, their passion for competitive gaming.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is the first time that the PMGC is being held in the UK and in London, no less.
That's right. Welcome to my hometown. So, PUBG Mobile and the British Esports Federation PUBG Mobile Student Tournament aims to raise grassroots awareness of esports and support career pathways for the next generation. And it is fostering a more sustainable and inclusive industry, of course. And so, with that being said, it is time to hand over to our desk to get things started.
Thank you very much. We are so excited to be bringing you the British Esports Foundation Student Tournament Finals here. The reward of Parswood Piranhas being able to play on the biggest stage in PUBG Mobile.
That's right. I'm going to do some stuff with my hands now as well because I feel like
sorry. Yeah.
Sandstorm was really doing a lot. You're doing a lot. I think I need to get involved a little bit, but it's awesome to see a lot of our students here from the UK getting involved with PUBG Mobile in the college tournaments. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Parswood Piranhas kind of dominate a little bit.
Yeah, they managed to go pretty undefeated in their run all the way towards the finals, beating out all the other 11 teams in the tournament. So fantastic stuff. We'll see if they got the chops to take on the academy.
The fangs?
The fangs. Oh,
the piranha teeth, not fangs, really, are they?
That'd be what you like, I suppose.
Well, if we're being specific.
Yeah, no, yeah. If we're being technical about it, yeah, probably.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, they'll be going against our influencer lineup here over on
the Warehouse
XL Arena.
Oh, yeah.
The Warehouse, you know, in the XL Arena, in the Warehouse. And it will be a TDM, so it'll be 4-on-4. Everyone's got unlimited lives until they don't. Once you pass that 40-minute mark, 40 elimination mark, or 10 minutes. But overall, it should be a fun one. Usually we are deciding these on a best of 1. So it's interesting actually seeing this happen on a best of 3 because we're going to get a big amount of dynamic of maybe they'll switch things up going into round 2. Or will Parswood Piranhas just
Sweet.
Come on, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these guys have been practicing for the last few months as well. Like, they're ready for it. They're ready to go, I'm sure. And it's great to see schools getting involved with things like this as well.
It was almost like to be fair, it was a blast from the past to hear Sixth Form mentioned. I was like, what? So long ago for me now. But very, very cool to actually see people playing PUBG Mobile here in the UK and taking on now some very influential influencers. But here's our graphic show matching the rules that we do have. It's TDM Warehouse, best of 3, 4 elims, or 10 minutes maximum per round. So once you hit that 10-minute mark, depending on how many eliminations have been acquired, you know, you could be losing even if you get 20 to 19. But if it's 20 to 20, it will be the final team to get the kill, which will be getting that win.
Yeah, absolutely. So you need to make sure that you are taking this one into your own hands. Generally, when we've seen TDMs like this happen in the past, it has gone to the 40 elimination mark rather than the... I'm looking at that player photo, that's interesting. Rather than going to the 10-minute mark, we have generally seen the elimination count reached as we see our rosters looking to take on one another. You can see there on the left, our academy team for PUBG Mobile, and on the right, the Parswood Piranhas.
It's kind of cool seeing Cappy in the old school. The old school, that was way back when.
Yeah.
And that was released for PUBG Mobile, that skin set. But it is the Shark. The Shark versus Piranhas essentially here from Cappy. Risha, Sanhok, as well as Zeti. But here is our Piranhas themselves in Monkey Void Strike. We're ready to see them perform here on stage.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's quite interesting though. You know, Sharks, the lone predators, Piranhas working as a team. Maybe that is how they're going to try and
That's a great
take this one down.
observation you've made.
I like it. I'm liking it. I'm into it.
What about 4 Sharks though? They've collected
4 Sharks separately, stronger than a group of 4 Piranhas?
Yeah, I would say so. I'd probably say so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
If we're talking technically.
With technical terms.
Technical terms,
Well, it's not
probably
really
an
technical
advantage.
terms like, you know, Sharks team.
But if 4 Piranhas separate 1 Shark from the flock? Let's go with that. The shock, sure.
Yeah.
Then maybe. That's what they're going to be looking to do. You can see our influencers having their conflab, sorting their strats. It's not got the Shark hoodie on. It would prohibit vision to the phone.
Look, there's not a huge amount of analysis to be done here.
No.
Start things off. It's mechanical skill mainly going
It
into
is.
TDM. Go be strong.
There's something to be said for, you know, team play, for pair play, establishing crossfires and stuff like that. But for the most part, you're right. It is just brute force mechanical skill.
Absolutely. And I think that the Parswood Piranhas do have that mechanical skill on board. They got the motor running, ready here at the PMGC 2024, which is very exciting, by the way. But equally, this best of 3, it's going to be mean. It's going to be menacing coming through from this team. But I'm sort of expecting, well, what I'm predicting, the Parswood Piranhas to go really strong into this one.
You're back in the Parswood.
I have to. Yeah.
I think so. I think you might be onto something there. But to keep it even, I'm going to see what this academy team can do, because there's a reason we've chosen these guys. As we head on in to the first of our best of 3, Parswood Piranhas taking control of the center, but getting sprayed down. A nice little pick up there from Zeti, able to spray down over the back line. 2 players playing that same angle. Not a crossfire, but it works out nonetheless.
Yeah, 4-1 right now. Actually going fairly well for the Academy influencers to start things off. Up to 5 at the moment. What are the Parswood Piranhas doing? Coming in to get back into this one ASAP.
Yeah, the team at the top on the red side is the Academy team. The blue team on the top there is your Parswood Piranhas. And 7-2, I mean, we've chosen some pretty talented influencers as well. I know the Parswood Piranhas, they got that experience, they got that tournament under their belt, but at the moment, they're not showing up. 9-5, 4 points behind. It's still a long way to go.
It is. And just to reiterate, beige equals blue. So just remember BB, and then green equals red. So green for go and red for stop. That's the connection we're making here.
I think that's the connection you're making.
It is. Okay, maybe not a we, but
yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Over on the right-hand side, the Academy racking up to 12-7 now. Cappy moving forwards, dominating from the shack. Ramshackle hold down, working out for him. Monkey doing business around the crate, though. Looking for 1. Staying nice and healthy, not getting taken down just yet. Jumping out wide, a little bit bold. Will be shut down and doesn't take any damage in response. 2 players on the peak, and you have to dip back in. Turns the corner around. It looked pretty fancy, but wasn't quite fancy enough.
Try to banana split them down the middle, but not possible for Monkey. Sanhok up front here, alongside with the rest of the team. Cappy actually doing incredible work for the Academy influencers. Honestly, the fact that he's been working hand in hand with the rest of his team has been pretty marvelous. And I think that the Parswood Piranhas maybe have now bitten off a little bit more than they can chew.
Oh, spray down from Monkey, trying to find the player behind the crates. There's one at the back behind the breeze blocks there as well. Will move forwards with the assistance of his teammate going down. That will give him the opening to move. Sliver of HP on both sides. A nice jump shot around the edge there, and Monkey continues to lead the charge. 10 eliminations on side. Definitely a star player.
Yeah, he's absolutely going crazy for the team. No Cappy. Well, that one. But honestly, for the Academy Influencers, this is way more firepower than I expected. I'm happy to see it, 100%. But I'm still backing the Piranhas, for now, at least.
Ooh. All right, well, 25 to 13 at the moment. They need a little bit more pace now, opening up the runway. And you've got to think as well, perhaps the nerves are starting to kick in for them as well. Playing on the biggest stage in PUBG Mobile here in London. Being invited up to the grand finals and maybe not having that stage experience, whereas our influencers a little bit more cool under the pressure here. But we'll see if the Parswood Piranhas can pick up the pace as Monkey continues to dominate around the corners, going 2 for none.
Wait, can we just reiterate? Monkey currently has 15 elims out of the 18.
Make that 16.
Oh, for the Piranhas. Okay. Yeah. Well, star player on side. So right now, what we have a case of is Cappy versus Monkey. You know, Sanhok's not doing too bad either, but Monkey is really the one leading the charge for the Piranhas. The rest of his team need to back him up a little bit here.
Ooh. Cappy backed off the corner, getting that reload. A little bit low on the HP, but not going to stop him from going for the peak. Moves on up. Low on ammo, so only about 1 magazine left here. Needs to be maybe a little bit more conservative on that one. 19 bullets now left in the magazine. We'll have to go for the weapon swap soon enough, but not before you get the elimination there. Steps forwards. The Scorpion's got a sting in its tail here. The Piranhas will be able to deal with it eventually, but now it's 33 eliminations on the cards for the Academy.
Yeah, Cappy pretty much just sending them back into the void here. It's pretty tough to go against him, and he's doing so much work for the team. Fantastic stuff. Monkey is doing his best. He really is doing his best. I mean, he's equalized right now versus Cappy, and now is just 1 elim ahead up to 19, which is fantastic stuff for them. But this is always a tough position to be in for the Piranhas. They're right back at their spawn side, which means that for the kind of influencers, they can absolutely surround them and start to get work done. And they are not watching their off angles. And Cappy is taking advantage of that time and time again.
Yeah, at the moment, the Piranhas just fully staying in their spawn location, getting ready to move on out. Monkey gets that respawn, tries to move in, and Academy not wasting any time. They are putting that crunch down, but Cappy out. Now, what can they do? Find these openings. 23 elims on Monkey is incredible. Moving through, doesn't even get taken down. The low HP there, needs to be worried about the respawns, and he's on the swivel. Monkey still healing on up as he goes through the battleground here. Moving into the warehouse. He's looking to ship out the scoreline a little bit closer, and he's looking to equalize here. 35 to 29. It's closer than we've seen in a while, but they're only 4 eliminations now away from getting that first TDM under the belt for the Academy.
It's going pretty well. And Cappy, once again, is back in their base. Monkey is on the other side of things at the moment, trying to flank round. It's unreal what we've seen from Cappy this game. And I think the real difficulty at the moment is just the nade usage coming out from the Parswood Piranhas. It's not quite there, and this is very important when you give them to utilize. 30 eliminations for Monkey. Pro player prospects in the wings for him, but only 2 eliminations now for the Academy Influencers before they will take the first game home.
So what is happening now is the Parswood Piranhas are leaving 3 of their players in spawn constantly, and Monkey is 1v4ing. There's the nade. That's what you were looking for, Blank. 38 eliminations. I mean, to be fair, sending only 1 person out who's dominating 3 players on the enemy team.
There's no trades to be had.
You're reducing the cost of going for these, right? There's no trades, exactly. So now, Monkey, it's all onto him, but they reduce the downside of it. Last opportunity now needs to go 0 and 5 on this last life if Monkey wants to bring this one back. Everybody else going and taking that backseat, not going in, and there's that nade over the top. Monkey goes down, and that's 39 now. Last elimination needed.
I mean, for Monkey, this is a really tough one, because every time he will get an elimination over towards the Academy Influencers, it doesn't really matter. Good stun grenade goes out, though. Does blind him, and that will find Cappy. That's a big target, but Risha will find that final blow. 6-4, maybe not on top form this time around, but maybe that next round could be better. But for Monkey, 35 elims. That's kind of insane.
You know what? I think they hit the nail on the head with the strategy, and it kind of feels a little bit naff to give it to the Parswood Piranhas for being able to take that one down like that. But you send Monkey out. If he gets 2 elims per life, you win, right?
Yeah.
That's a winning trade. And he was doing that quite handedly.
Also, let's not forget that he's doing that on the PMGC stage right now.
That's insane.
Okay. This guy's a young player. He's on one of our biggest stages of the year. This is an incredible performance from him so far. Yeah, I honestly, with that kind of display, there's bright things in the future for this guy.
Absolutely. This is a best of 3 as well, which means that for the next 2 matches,
Strats down.
I'm kind of expecting to see the strategy come through, and it is going to be Monkey in a 1v4, unless the rest of the team gonna try and pick up the pace a little bit. But at the moment, if you just have one player who is guaranteed to be winning these trades, there's no reason not to do this.
All you really need is a good start, stun grenades, nades from the back line coming through from the players on the Parswood Piranhas that are placed well to stop that frontline push and then allow Monkey to push out a little bit, who is the man on your screen right now, getting prepared.
I'm wondering if we could see the strategy implemented in other TDM matches that we see.
No.
If you just have one really good player. No, I don't think. I think you might be right.
No.
Yeah, it's just that Monkey is seemingly better than at least 3 of the influencers, right?
Well, at least 7 of the players here.
Yeah. At least 7 of the players. Goodness me.
But what I will say, yeah, in pro play it's very different. I mean, nade usage, stun grenade usage is very different in terms of holding angles and that TPP angle that you can hold to use to get information. That's a lot more prevalent here. This is a little bit more just get in there, get the job done.
Certainly is getting it.
It is the first time I've seen a player hit plus 30 on the elimination countdown.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Ever.
Which is an insane record to hold. What was Cappy able to get in that last one
I
as
think
well?
he was on quite a lot, but I'm pretty sure the rest of his team were able to get at least 5 apiece, so
yeah,
he would have been down in the 20s.
Rubbish
By comparison.
Nothing compared to Monkey. Monkey's got power.
Also, probably the first time I've seen plus 25 from a player, but it's very much overshadowed by Monkey. Yeah,
for sure.
Looking more like a gorilla.
Absolutely.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff.
Making waves here to kick things off, and it's a good way to warm up. You know, we're getting on into it, and this is a really quite stellar performance coming on through. And Parswood, got to be proud of this one, right? If you're watching from the 6th form of Parswood, supporting your team, we're behind you all the way. Blank predicted them, and I tried. To be fair,
my
strategy, I think it's going to pay off. I think it's going to work.
Maybe. I mean, my predictions have been pretty bad this year anyway, so I could also be wrong. 100%. Like
well, yeah, that is how that works, right?
Yeah.
That is how predictions work.
A few teams in the past.
That's true.
Could you do it again?
You're not quite Maxman level.
Put a hex on them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm not quite Maxman. He's looking at me very angrily right now.
That's Maxman's brand. Stop trying to curse teams. That's not okay.
Falcons look away from him.
Let's get locked into... Let's get locked in to another warehouse TDM. This is, of course, a best of 3 and a 1-0 advantage to our PUBG Mobile Academy team of influencers. Let's see what Monkey's got up his sleeve this time.
See what the strat is. Right now, Monkey moves ahead. The rest of the team in base. So they are going for that strat once again. I'm not sure how well it's going to work. Initial nade has been pulled out. Pin placed back in. Bit hesitant here. I mean, again, you are right. The strat here is a 2-for-1 trade. That's what you want.
That's what they're going for. I mean, they're literally hiding in the corner and letting Monkey handle the business, which is, you know, it's going to work out if you can hit shots like that. And that's Cappy going down, one of the main force players on the Academy squad. And now Monkey's got the rest of them lining up for him. Cappy moving around the edge.
It is just that 2-for-1 trade.
It's working.
That's all you need.
It's working. He's already got half of the job done.
Yeah. And if you can do that consistently, this will be the weirdest win in PUBG Mobile history of TDMs.
The thing is, I think it might go to time with this strategy. Oh, Parswood, they expose a flank there and give over a point, but they're still 2-1 on the trade. Finding those flushes, and Cappy goes down again. 3-1 now, an advantage opened for Parswood.
This is hilarious.
No. Oh dear.
My day. There's no way this is working. This should not work.
Our analyst desk fully behind him now. Gathering pace, but RP keeps stepping out a little bit too bold and gives over another point. They still have the advantage, and the strat continues to work on out. The nade over to the backlines from Cappy may be what the Academy should be looking for. You can see a second one to follow it up. Finding those nades onto the back. Monkey waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Oh
Waits to slip
days.
them around the edge now and has the
No
lineup.
way.
Goes for 2 and steps forwards to the cover. Behind the boxes now, looking for Sanhok. Needs to move on as well because there is going to be the encroaching respawns coming through from the academy, but it doesn't matter. Monkey's still got so much more to say. Ammo running a little bit dry. Will be down to the pistol fairly soon. Needs to be careful. Spray down. 10 bullets in the mag here. And needs to put pressure forwards. The back line's also chiming in, and it's 9-3. Pars would pick up the pace.
I mean, last game my brother was 1v7, but now his team is getting back into the picture. It's still sort of 1v4, but he has the backup of some players in that back line, which is sort of awesome, to say the least. We'll pick up 1 there for the Academy influencers, but Monkey will return to the fold. But that's good. They get a refresh on 1 nade and 1 refresh on the stun grenade. It's not all that important for you. Cappy goes down on a peak. Round the train car.
And Monkey was able to get an ammo refresh as well, Blank. Moving over to one of the fallen enemies that he leaves in his wake. Managed to grab a little bit more on that 5.56. And will be back into action with the M4. So what could have been a little bit of a knock to them will now be refreshed. 8 elims found for Monkey and everybody else chiming in as well. 1 elim across the board on Parswood. And that is a bold push. You got to know that he's going to be waiting for you. Stepping on out, trying to handle it. And Cappy does manage to keep getting these nades onto RP.
And RP in the back line there will go down, but it's fine. Right now, Monkey's got a good angle. They just need to stop giving up points here. The nades do get refreshed, and they need to use those for Parswood's Piranha in that back line. They have to be efficient. They have to force people out of position to allow Monkey to get these shots through. Someone runs in. The trigger discipline is there.
Come on, you can't be doing that. They're allowing them all the way up, and now Monkey lights them up from the back lines. They're giving them the slip. They're holding down the spawn, and it's double the scoreline, 16-8.
Gets off an M249 as well, the big gun in the back pocket, and they don't know. They do not know.
They have no idea. And Monkey giving them what for? Sending around the corner there, picks up 1, M249, and the LMG on the shoulder. He's racking them up, knocking them back to spawn.
He's got plenty of ammo in the back pocket, ringing off the machine gun in the ears of the Academy influencers, and they can do nothing about this as he just stands tall against them, running around in circles, and that's quite literally how Academy feels at the moment. They have no idea where they're going. The GPS is not showing where Monkey is on the map for them.
They seem to be lost around this one, and you're stepping out, you know he's there. What are you doing? You know he's right behind that crate. Not paying attention, finally put back to spawn, and that may be an opening for the Academy to establish a line, but Monkey sliding straight back into the action. A little bit
Away with the punch!
Okay, he was going in, a little bit messy there, and Cappy takes him down a second time. That is now 2. But 24-14, the advantage as we come up to half-time on this match, Blank, is still over towards Parswood.
Monkey goes for the disrespect. I do not believe it. 1 more hits through, 25-16. Make that 26, obviously. He hits another. Backs right around the corner. Might hit these shots, but will be sent back to base, sleeping, but will immediately open back his eyes. Cappy finds a couple of good points, but there is a bit of a clapback. Of course, it's from Monkey.
But it's just constantly these trades. That's what we've been talking about. Monkey has found so many in the previous lives that he's had. 21 elims. He's, I think, died maybe less than 10 times. The rest of his team giving over a couple of those points as well. So the 2-for-1 trade strat is still working. And Monkey gets another on the cards. 29 points earned now, and Monkey keeps that pressure up. This guy is insane, Blank. 22 elims.
Really good nades though coming from the Academy influencers, and Monkey might not be able to take this trade. So it's now 29-23. They're starting to close the gap here, John, which is a little bit frightening. The team needs to hold on a little bit longer for Monkey.
A Herculean effort from the pride of the Parswood Piranhas here. Monkey just keeps on going. 24 now, 32 points, 8 more needed. Make that 7. It's going to be short order for them as well. I think they're going to chew through this one pretty quickly. Monkey moves forwards, 1 player, 2 players, 3 players handled. Looking to move in with a pistol, out the sidelines, back to the M4, but finally shut down by Sanhok.
John Wicks them, blows out the candle on one of the lives of the enemy team, and it will be a little bit more damage. Monkey's immediately sprinting out from his spawn, finds another 5 more eliminations remaining. It's surprising this strat is working, but it is fantastic to watch.
Zeti hits the deck, preempting his demise, and Monkey finds a second. 37. Now we're counting down to that 40-point mark. 3 more needed, full HP, jump out wide, easily handled for Monkey. Now looks to line them up for the last 2. Going on out in a blaze of glory, 30 elims on the card again, and the Parswood Piranhas finally leave spawn. They give over a couple more points, but only the one left to go. Is it going to be Monkey, or is he going to give the glory over to the rest of his team? They're stepping out, 29 points found, and Monkey goes down. A little bit of danger here, but it's not to worry. 1-1, we even up the series.
RP comes from the side. They were so preoccupied with Monkey, they forgot there was a whole team in that spawn at the end of the day. This is insane stuff. To start the PMGC as well, it's so funny to start off with essentially a 1v4. Yeah, they go 1 point down, but it's straight back.
At what point do we see the same strategy come through from the Academy? Do they choose one player to go and fight Monkey?
No, because this is what I'm saying. There is no better player in this lobby. You can't send Cappy out to 1v1 because Monkey will just win.
Okay. You think, I mean, I'd be interested to see that tried at least at the start, right?
Yeah, sure. This becomes a 1v1 tournament?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
those weren't meant to be until later, but
I know. We're not covering those. What's going on?
Yeah, the thing is that, again, as much as Cappy seems to be fantastic at the game, Monkey is that guy. He is him.
But here's the thing, right? He is fully unleashed as a solo player, whereas Cappy is trying to play with the rest of the team, right? Trying to play around a little bit. Communication seems to be a little bit lackluster on the Academy. It has to be said. They're not giving over that information. He's behind the crate, for instance, would have been a great call-out. At some points during that.
Yeah, but he's ethereal.
During that match. But if Cappy goes into a 1v1, I feel like you're gonna see a different player. But I am still backing Monkey. This guy's insane.
Yeah, he's too tactical. Like you can't catch up to him. He's unbelievable. Yeah, Maxman has just shown me a very important meme. It is Gojo. And it is a case of Monkey's just sat there like, nah, I'd win.
I'd win. And he legit did win currently. It's the winning strategy. And I don't think there's a way to counter it unless you just think that you can back one player in a 1v1.
Yeah, he alone is the chosen one. Yeah, the honored one. Oh, almost made a few people angry there. Oh, we're okay. We're okay. We're back in business.
Wow, all right. Yeah, okay. You can't make anime mistakes. Let's see what we're going for as the warehouse loads up for the final time here for our match between the Academy Influence and the Parswood Piranhas, who for now have their star player, a true hero on the side. And it is it? No. Okay, it's not just Cappy. The rest of the team are backing him up.
I don't know how you solve this problem though. He is that good. It's like, how do you counterplay this? They're already at such a disadvantage. Like, what are you meant to do?
They need to find access to the players in spawn, and you can see they have managed to do that, right? They are lining up these nades. If they can pop these nades in and get maybe a 1 elim per 3 nade rate, maybe they can find something. Monkey with the challenge doesn't win it. Rashani with the strafe across, slowly moving to the left. Apparently, that's the way to take down Monkey.
There's no nades now, but Monkey does need to now immediately refrag, right? He needs to get up to 2 eliminations on this one. And I love this play from the Academy Influencers. Just back it off. Play time here. Don't allow Monkey to get ahead. So it will force the rest of the Parswood Piranhas to push out. This is a strong play. You know, you get a lead and then you force Parswood Piranhas to make a play off the back of it. Lovely stuff. Very, very well thought out in the short amount of time they had.
Yeah, I like it. I think you're right. I think it's the only way really to make it work. Force Monkey to expose the flank rather than go forwards and be exposed to those positions you don't have control of, right? Because the Parswood Piranhas, the rest of them, they have got those sightlines under control from the backline, and now Monkey is forced to play on enemy ground. And that seems to be the misstep that the Academy were taking in those last matches, right? They were moving in towards places where you have no cover from.
Yeah, they threw him a bomb, but it was not enough. It was not enough. And I think for Parswood Piranhas now, essentially what needs to happen is they need to get an opening off the back of one nade or drop a good stun. That's a nice shot there from Monkey. But again, they are just ahead, 2-4. So that is not going to equalize that margin quick enough.
Ooh.
Honestly, this strategy all relied, I know he's got the S12K, we'll talk about it in a second. This whole strategy relied on the Academy influencers getting the first 2 eliminations so they could play like this and force Monkey's hand.
They moved up to the end of the warehouse. They popped nades towards spawn because they knew that's where the Parswood Piranhas would be playing. They managed to get an elimination onto RP, and they actually won the trade onto Monkey, which was the really pivotal part of that. Cappy does go down, the backline still holding their own somewhat, and Monkey is given an opening to start to move forwards again. But 1 elimination into the lead, and they need to be careful. Monkey doesn't have that long-range capability anymore.
It needs to be that they get 1 more elimination. They can't allow this to go to 5-3. As soon as they get 1 more elimination, the ball's back in their court, essentially, because then it will have to be Academy influence to make that move. And you'll once again sort of have this stalemate where it'll be the first team to get nades or elims off the back of it. And there it is from Cappy, 5-3. Again, Monkey now has to make some mega plays. The S12K finds the first.
Looks for a second as well. Cappy caught on the cross, and it's equalized. Monkey is back up in action. Could pick up a weapon. No, he wants to back the shotgun. Has got the AWM now on side, but will be shut down by the P90 from Zeti.
P90 brought out. Interesting. Yeah, that is that's a foul in my book, bringing out the P90. Our Monkey's responded in kind. Fair play to him.
Ooh, drops around the edge there. Cappy goes down.
This
The
is a
P90
mistake.
unleashed. You're giving him a little bit too much firepower here now, the Academy. Changing the rule books as Monkey takes the fight, puts them into the advantage, steps out a little bit too late there, and does get taken down. Even Steven, 7-7.
Yeah, it is absolutely a mistake, in my opinion, to pull out the P90 and basically give Monkey the go-ahead, right? Give him the check mark, be like, all right, you pick that up as well, because Monkey's going to go off with that thing. Like, the time to kill on the P90, insane.
Monkey spraying on the corner. Not going to find Sanhok on this time around, but they know where he is, which means that they can marshal their forces into a position to fully go for a 1-for-1 trade, which, to be fair, they do need now more than that, because they are evens on the scoreline. If you go 1-for-1, it's not going to work out. The nade goes long. Monkey on the corner can't quite hold it down. Now they need to do the same again, and once more, the favor goes back to the Academy. They pull back, and this is that smart play we're talking about. You just don't present an opening.
I mean, to be honest with you, to the Academy influencers, I think you lost. I think you lost versus Monkey.
It's kind of true.
You've been forced into deep in the trenches here to fight off against this fearsome foe. And in a way, I actually just really want Monkey to win.
I kind of do too. I'm starting to believe the legend here.
And I've stopped calling the Parswoods Piranhas.
It's just Monkey.
I feel bad about it. But in a way, I really don't.
Absolutely. My man's looking like Wukong right now.
Yeah, dude.
The Monkey King. Hitting them with the bow staff, the P90. Around the sides, but calm down a little bit. No mischief for now.
Not quite immortal, though. Looking for a little bit more. We'll find Cappy. That's 9-9. A good equalize, but they will finish off HW, which is slightly unfortunate. He did get a lead off the back of that one. Needs to hit these shots as Monkey. The difficulty right now is that all of Academy Influence's grenades are all going right at Monkey, giving him that misstep, a lot of times shaking the screen, which makes it hard to take those 1v1s. Cappy looking for another elimination over towards the spawn here. I mean, Void Light, you do need to move when those drop on the ground.
Yeah, fortunately, doesn't go down, can just stay in cover, get healed up as well. Monkey still with the challenge, begging them to peek him, but they're just not giving ground. It's smart, and Cappy has the flank. Monkey moves back to try and face it, but does not quite have the movement, does not quite have the zonal control to be able to take that one down, and it's now back in the favor of the influencers, 10-9.
Yeah, it's hard because for Monkey, he has no information. He has no information, so if Cappy pushes through mid there, no one's telling him where he's going. This should be a good nade, very well placed, good bounce on it, not quite enough damage. We'll slide up to the side, finds one, there is one in mid as well. This could be an advantage for the Monkey, indeed. Ooh. Up to 11-10. One more would make this difficult now for the Academy Influence with only 2 minutes left on the clock, 3 minutes.
Cappy doesn't win the challenge, and 13 points now. The AWM towards the spawn.
What is he doing?
You just get roasted from the sidelines, 14-10, and it's a Parswood Piranhas with 3 minutes left on the clock to take the advantage.
Oh, no!
And he's on the warpath, 16 now. on the scorecards for the Piranhas. Finally shut down, but the advantage is there. And now the Academy need to push forwards. They need to gain momentum.
Oh, they're sweating at this point in time. This is getting real dangerous, real naughty here for Monkey. 16-11. The goal was 40. Oh, just to live it all the way out. The Academy Influence, they played it safe. And Monkey, he only looks for danger here. In comes one nade. Will find the good damage. 17 limbs found now as well. Another, and it might be over off the back of that.
2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Is there time to claw back 8 points here? Doesn't quite check his angles, and Zeti able to take him down finally. But still, 6 points left to go. You're rate limiting the number of eliminations that the Academy can pick up as well, Blank, here, because you're only presenting one player to go down. A nade is traded off, and you still don't have it back in the pocket as another of the Academy influencers falls.
Still 2 minutes though, anything can change. 22-16, only 6 elims required. Monkey's done a massive amount of legwork here to get them back into the running. Sanhok with a desperate spray over towards the base, but Monkey still fragging. Again, it was a mistake of a century to pull out the P90. When he equalized with that bad boy, it was over.
He knew what he had to do, and this is brilliant
You want to
stuff.
play like that, do you?
Yeah. You'll play by your rules. We'll see if you like it. 23-17 with a minute and a half left on the clock. A 6-point advantage for the Parswood Piranhas. And Monkey does go down again.
Dear.
3 points now as a swift equalizing set comes through. A volley of fire and a resurgence for the Academy. But 4 now as the gap as Monkey steps forwards once again. And just like before, he wins those fights more often than not. Another challenge, but still, a forward push from the Academy is where they're vulnerable.
It was a good pick there from Monkey. He knew that the team was fairly weak. He had to grab one off the back of it. Gets around the side, almost slides through there, goes for the jump shot, won't quite find it. With only 3 elims in the lead now, Monkey needs to get back into things. Nades needs to start coming out from the rest of the Parswood Piranhas, potentially some stun grenades, but I don't think they've got any utility left. Monkey goes down, only 2, and the Parswood Piranhas, they have to hold on here.
26-23 as they step out of spawn, and finally they're back into the fight. 45 seconds. And a 4-point advantage, looking to make 5, and Monkey gets the job done. Moves forwards into the warehouse now, trying to find them on the off angle, but Cappy puts him back to spawn, and the Academy need to push forward. 30 seconds for 4 points to gain. Monkey not going to step out here, going to just force them to come towards him, and I think this is wise, Blank. With 25 seconds, they don't need to present an opening.
Monkey dropping nades. He knows it's all but over here. 19 seconds on the clock. The countdown begins now.
You need to be careful. 5 points is the difference. It can all change at the drop of the hat, but with 6 points on the cards, it's not going to happen. There is no time, and Monkey makes it work. What a marvelous performance.
2, 1, it's over.
And the Parswood Piranhas, with Monkey at the helm, at the wheel, absolutely dominates the PUBG Mobile influencers.
For Monkey, it was key to be Monk-like in those final games. He has Zen-like state on that second match and just said, look guys, I'm a 1v4.
Hit him with the 3-0, the 30 drop on 3 matches back-to-back, Blank. That is an insane record on the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile. To be able to pull out a performance like that, I'm expecting to see this guy on future rosters.
Absolutely crazy stuff. And yeah, definitely take a selfie, bro. 100%. You just won an incredible set, which absolutely, to be honest, the team maybe didn't deserve it if it wasn't for you, because that was an unreal performance. And honestly, for the Parswood Piranhas as well, a lot of humility on that team. You know, to sit in the base and be like, look, Monkey, you take it away, bro. You do this. You got this in the bag. And he absolutely did. And he took it home. And this was probably one of the greatest TDMs I've ever watched.
I would agree. I think that this is...
It is, actually.
It's brilliant. I absolutely loved it. I wasn't a believer at the start, but I was converted. Monkey made me a Parswood Piranhas fan. So congratulations to Parswood Sixth Form as well for being able to take down the influencers after winning the whole tournament as well.
Yeah, they've basically gone all the way now. This is an incredible story for the Parswood Sixth Form. Like, yeah, this is a story I would have liked to have had when I was growing up, but for them, I'm just incredibly pleased for them, honestly.
Excellent.
It's wonderful. It's honestly wonderful. Like, what a way to do it as well. In that fashion, man.
I know. It's really, really quite impeccable stuff coming through. The form on the peaks, pretty decent as well. Obviously able to catch a couple of players a little bit unawares in those situations, but there was good form there. And what was most interesting to me was the definition of that strategy, right? After the first match, they came out, they all moved forwards, rather the process of defining it as a team, right? So they came out, they moved forwards, they went, they realized, you know what, Monkey's just kind of better right now. We're just gonna be chilling. We're busy. We're busy in spawn.
Yeah, again, like it's good humility.
And they called it. Yeah, exactly.
Like he's rinsing them. We should just let him do his thing. Honestly, at this point in time, like as much as it's been fun getting here, I think it's time for Monkey to take the stage. And again, absolutely pro player prospects for him, massively.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic stuff from Monkey and from the Parswood Piranhas. Congratulations for taking down the PUBG Mobile Academy influencers. We're going to head to a short break, and after that, we're going to start the kickoff for our grand finals of the PMGC. Don't go anywhere.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. To the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
For us, it's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting.
I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Here in the sun.
Kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum.
Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Zero, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face.
Portando di sport.
Welcome to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals Prediction Event, PMGC Clairvoyant. Guess the top 5 teams for each day of the PMGC Grand Finals for a chance to win exclusive PMGC collectibles, limited PMGC finishes, emotes, and loads of AG. The 2024 PMGC Grand Finals takes place from December 6th to 8th. There are 3 rounds of predictions corresponding to each day of the event. On the predictions page, you need to predict the top 5 teams each day. The same team can't be selected twice. If you wish, you can check to see your friends' predictions and copy their choices with a tap. The PMGC Grand Finals start streaming at 10:45 UTC 0 daily. You can change your predictions anytime before the live stream begins. Results for each round of predictions will be announced the next day. You'll earn prediction points based on your accuracy. Reach target scores to get amazing progress rewards. Start predicting now. Keep participating in this event to earn points. You'll get better rewards the more points you have. There are 3 main ways to earn points in this event. First, you'll get 100 points just for submitting your predictions each day. Correctly predicting a team and their exact rank will earn you 600 points. You'll still receive 300 points for each correctly predicted top 5 team, even if you don't get their exact rank. And finally, be sure to follow the official PUBG Mobile Esports social media accounts and website. You'll get 100 extra points for doing so. Use the Day 1 ranking results to inform your predictions for Days 2 and 3 for better accuracy. At 500 points, you'll receive PMGC Lucky Spin single draw vouchers. At 1,600 points, you'll receive a 2024 PMGC collectible. There's no all-server ranking in this event. Players ranked in the top 100 will receive loads of AG. The higher the ranking, the greater the share of the prize. What are you waiting for? Join the 2024 PMGC prediction event now. Make your top 5 predictions and cheer for your team.
move in for Swain, a 1v1.
Hello to all PUBG Mobile fans. The PMGC 2024 League has come to a thrilling conclusion. So let's dive in and relive the most thrilling moments from the survival stage and last chance, where the action reached its peak. ASIA Esports fought hard, showcasing their expertise on the battlefield. However, they struggled to find their rhythm and did not secure enough points to advance. Even so, they showed glimpses of their potential, and with the experience gained this season, we look forward to their return stronger in the future. Vampire Esports have unfortunately repeated their past struggle in this season's PMGC, failing once again to qualify for the Grand Finals. The competition was intense as they fought hard against other teams. Despite strong performances in some of their matches, they were unable to maintain momentum and missed out on crucial points needed to qualify for the last chance stage. Moving to the last chance stage. This is the moment everyone has been waiting for, where Falcons Force finally unveils their true potential and dominates the game. On day one, they delivered consistent gameplay, securing a spot in the top 6 position. But it was on day 2 that they truly shined, unleashing an explosive performance with 70 elimination points and a total of 98 points.
Shotgun shutdown, action as well. Marauding around, it's all up to the Super Sub Uriel, but he will be clipped. And it is the Falcons with the back-to-back.
This remarkable feat set the record for the highest points collected in a single day during the PMGC League, reminding everyone of the classic Falcons Force dominance from their PMGC glory days. Incilio, the rising star from Kazakhstan, demonstrated exceptional consistency and high-level performance throughout the last chance stage. With 2 chicken dinners in just 2 days and impressive elimination numbers, they proved their strength. Despite being their first debut in the PMGC, their performance has captivated the world, proving that they are more than ready to compete in the Grand Finals. Boing Donkey ID, the most improved team throughout the league, overcame setbacks in the early stages to refine their gameplay and deliver astonishing performances. Their incredible showing in the last chance stage left audiences thrilled, showcasing some of the most unforgettable moments of the
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PMGC Grand Finals. The energy here is absolutely electrifying. The audience is in place, the stage is set, and we are moments away from the ultimate battle for glory. The only thing missing are the players. Where are the players? I think Barney is with them outside, so let's go on with Barney and check on the players and see where they are. Barney, what's going on?
Thank you, Sandstorm. Yes, as you can see, the players are arriving. The excitement is through the roof. You could cut the tension with a knife. Each of these players are ready to leave it all on the battlefield. Day one of the PMGC is shortly about to begin. But before we get into the action, I'm going to check in with Jason and the team. Jason, how are you guys getting on?
We're getting on pretty well, I'd say, and we're more than ready as well. Like, the players are ready to go, but you know what, guys? We got to get the viewers ready with everything going on here at PMGC. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by, of course, Maxman and 7 Worlds Gaming, and just going to point this out at the top of the show, he is on a box. That is very true. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see him over the desk. But gentlemen, it's so nice to see you here. It's so nice to have you back. Max, once again, the analyst always by my side. PMGC, man, this is going to be a very, very exciting final.
We keep saying it every single year. It's the best PMGC, and this time around it does stand true for the Grand Finals, Jason. And really, we said before this, right, we don't know which region is going to win. At this point, we don't know which team is going to win. So, I mean, Monkey, if he plays, he might pop off. We'll see.
I think 7 is pretty decided on who he thinks is going to win.
I mean, I picked...
I'm not going to spoil it. No, stop.
We're in trouble right now for Alpha 7.
Yeah.
But the thing
Max,
is,
well, you have to pick them.
It is a year of uncertainty. And we've been saying this since like PMWC back in July, that we don't know who's going to win any of these events anymore, because that skill gap between our top level teams and the teams right under them has closed significantly, that honestly anyone can really come out to win. But we can see here the teams that will be participating over the course of these next 3 days are our best 16 teams in the world here. And this is going to be very, very tough for every single one of them. I mean, obviously 4MV's team that's going to stand out for me, getting through at the very last moment. We know what this team can do, Max, but we've also saw them in the league stage and they underperformed.
There's a lot of little mistakes that we witnessed during the league stage, right? Especially Doc Split, which was scaring me quite a few.
Little mistakes?
Right? Okay, really big ones. But like, we know this team has the potential. They are the true best team when it comes to playing over in CSA. I think that if they can fix those minor mistakes, which I do think 7 are quite easy to adjust going into Grand Finals, there's a chance they could be at the top. But as of right now, they're more of an underdog team after how they performed in the league stage.
And I'm smiling because you say minor adjustments, easy to fix, but that wasn't the case for them, because Doc just always putting themselves forward and pretty much forcing the team to fights that they didn't have to really take at times. Another team that I'm going to be looking at, I mean, as we're looking at the format here, is going to be Falcons. I want to see what kind of Falcons we're going to be getting today. Are we going to be getting the Falcons that we said? Yeah, you cannot talk about them, Max, man. But are we going to be getting the Falcons that we saw on the last day of Last Chance? Or are we going to be getting the Falcons from previous days where they was just not performing? The confidence was there, though, on the last day of Last Chance.
What was that, like 98 points on the day?
70 eliminations in one day.
Right, do that here? Like, in one day, he might be the champion.
Monkey basically just did that before, didn't he?
He did.
He's going to be their extra sub, like,
yeah.
ready.
I'm a big Monkey fan.
Oh, of course. I mean, it was phenomenal for him to pull that one off, but obviously everyone here is going to be fighting for this $3 million in total prize pool. And the points, we know how this one's going to work. It comes down to those 10 points for the chicken dinner, and of course the 1 point per elimination, which obviously worked very heavily for IHC last year as they took themselves the trophy. But gentlemen, as we can see, of course, how the time zones all around the world, everyone's going to have to be waking up and be up and early for all the actions to be breaking down today. But the thing is, it's just 3 days to play. And that's what kind of worries me, is you can have one bad day, and there almost goes your chance of taking home that trophy.
Unless you pull a Falcons. We saw
which is going to be tough.
Well, yeah.
In this stage, it's going to be so tough to see that happening, right? But I think that what's going to be very interesting for these Grand Finals, to me at least, here 7, is that we saw the group stage and the Last Chance had kind of different approaches. Some groups were like very edge focused, some teams were playing center a lot of the time. This is going to be a mix of all of that in these Grand Finals. So like, the prep that has been going down in the background for these players, it's insane amount of work.
Not only that, the thing that I want to see is, are we going to be getting any hot drops? We saw some teams, we got a chance to talk to some of the players and coaches too, and they were saying they're having to adjust because some teams are maybe being a little bit reluctant to give up a spot. So we'll have to wait and see how this first day is going to play out, because we might have teams like the Vicious, which I personally love, trying to hinder some of the other teams' performance today.
I know Enigma Galaxy's having a real issue with that. We'll see how the fight's going to go on Sanhok.
If we see any more hot drops, Max is going to pull up the rest of his hair here. But I mean, we can see Sanhok be starting off the day, followed up by 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars beyond that. But I think we can all agree there should not be any hot drops happening. Just because why would you want to hamstring yourself and handicap yourself in any of these matches?
Good question.
I think that is left for that.
Great analysis.
Great analysis. No, realistically, why would he have that right? But unfortunately, you do have some teams that are very committed. Just,
you can say the name. You can say
they have a lot of ego right now, so we're going into this, right? But when you have a shot at like the Lion Shelf $3 million prize pool tournament, that is a big ego you have for yourself right now. So hopefully we don't see any hot drops, but from discussions we had with some of the player 7, I think we might see a few here and there.
I think if we see one, it will be in Sanhok. That'll be.
Maybe.
I'm hoping that's the only one we see.
Maybe.
Well, gentlemen, the start is right around the corner. We're going to throw it down to the stage to kick off our opening ceremony and finally get ourselves into the biggest event of the year. It's the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024.
Airdrops down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change, chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next, where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. Don't wanna lose, neither do I, hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, far from below, I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. Just looking up, I'm moving up. Put on a show. Clickety click, last minute countdown. Wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone. Champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, and let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, and let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome your PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finalists to the main stage. Starting with the aggressors, making their debut at PMGC, it is Vicious.
Your host country representatives looking to get their first global title, Guild Esports.
Qualifying via the group stage in impressive style from South Korea, DRX.
Top 2 in their region. Top 2 in PMGC groups. Can they get a top 1 here in the grand finals? Joining us now on the stage, TJB Esports.
The most dominant team in the group stage of PMGC. Can they maintain that momentum? It is Team Spirit.
Brimming with confidence after qualifying straight through the group stage. Joining us now, Influence Rage.
Another team making their debut at PMGC and one of the most creative teams here in London, Incilio.
One of the very few teams that managed to compete in every single global event this year, D+ Kia.
A varied year for this next team, from struggling in their region at the start of 2024, all the way through to winning their group at PMGC. It is Na'Vi!
Making their PMGC debut, with the leadership of a two-time world champion. It's the talk of the town, Thunder Talk Gaming!
One of the best things about being the underdog is having nothing to lose. Expect fireworks from this team, looking to come out swinging for Miracle Vibes.
Second place in PMGC 2023. Can they finally beat the odds and take the top spot this year? Joining us now, Falcon Force!
Next up, the winners of the 2024 PUBG Mobile World Cup and the only team to compete at PMGC for all 5 years, Alpha 7 Esports. I'm a champion.
With 3 new players joining the lineup in the second half of 2024, can they keep their explosive run alive? It is Nigma Galaxy!
Undoubtedly the most improved team this year, going from strength to strength, but can they secure the biggest trophy of them all? Void Donkey ID.
With new blood joining the ranks to revitalize the team going into the grand finals. It is Regnum Carrier, bruh, Esports. Coming to you live from the XL Arena in the heart of London. It is finally time for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Grand Finals to begin. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and it is an honor and a privilege to be your host alongside one of the best in the business, Barney Banks.
Sky, okay. After months of competition across the globe, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to my hometown, the city that brought you the electric motor, fish and chips, and of course the legend herself, Mary Poppins.
Yeah, those are cool. Anyways, well, what would the biggest tournament of the year be without the best teams in the world competing?
That's right, and we have them all right here under this very roof. It's going to be epic, Sandstorm.
It will be. We started off with the group stage, flew through the survival stage onto the last chance, and now we are finally here for the grand finals. It has been one heck of a journey, Barney, and we're not done yet.
No, we are not. 16 of the best teams in the world have stepped onto this stage, but only one will be crowned champion. Only one will lift this incredible incredible trophy that you see before you right here, and only one will maintain and solidify a legacy that will live on forever. So enough from us here on the main stage. It is time to get this party started. So we'll send you over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Banks and Sandstorm. And yes, we are ready to get underway here with our very first match of the day. But gentlemen, we got to talk about some of these teams because we only got to hit on one or two at the start of the day. Max, I'm going to let you throw it off or start it off with any team you want to talk about, but it can't be Falcons because you're not allowed to say their name.
That's true. I do get a cease and desist about this team, so I can't talk about them officially. But no, I want to bring up two teams here, Seven, and I want to talk about the PEL teams.
Okay.
We've got two representatives here. We're going to have outside our TJB, Tongjabao, and Thunder Talk Gaming. I do think that Tongjabao is going to be a threat throughout the entirety of these 3 days for the Grand Finals because their comeback potential here has been insane in the league stage, and that can be a threat even if they have a little bit of a slower start.
That's the thing, though. It is going to be just 3 days.
Yes.
They do have that comeback potential, but they cannot afford to start off slow. And right off the mind comes out to some of the other teams. I know one team that you've been wanting to talk about, and I'm just going to get it out of the way. Alpha 7. A lot of people are expecting them to be the champion. I'm expecting them to be the champion. You have picked them as well, which we'll see how it ends up going. But for this team, the crazy part is that they were able to qualify in a lot of the players weren't really popping off. We didn't really get a chance to see Rebel being able to put up the performances we're used to.
Yeah.
We did get a chance to see, though, Carrillo performing really, really well, which is the reason why I ended up picking Alpha 7, not just because I'm a big fanboy of them, but if for some reason everybody from that team starts showing their actual fragging power that they're capable of, they're going to be so scary in just 3 days.
And it's a very clear reason as to why I picked them as my winning team, unfortunately for you, Seven, and unfortunately for them also, is looking at this team, right, throughout this year, throughout 2024, they have been the most consistent team locally, globally, in PMGO, winning PMWC, winning globally one of their seasons, again, second place behind Team Liquid. They are by far the best team currently when you look at all of their results this year. So if you have to predict a team to win, Alpha 7 comes out as an obvious pick.
Well, the question is, can they come together here in this final moment and be able to pull off a victory they've been looking for years? But we'll find out. And one thing we need to mention here is our official phone provider here, the Infinix GT20 Pro, the phone we've been using not only at PMGC, but also PMWC and in some of the PMSLs around the world. Max, you know, you love to show us who you got on the background. I'm sure it's going to be shown on camera, and I kind of hope it's not going to be shown on camera because I can kind of see it
a little bit.
You can see it a little bit.
Yeah,
and you know what?
Barney's
face in 144 hertz AMOLED screen and 120 FPS looks fantastic. You know that?
Camera.
Handsome.
I had a good time taking that picture.
You had a good I don't know if you had a good time taking that picture.
More of those Barney pictures, please.
Well, I know you have a couple more in there. We'll save those for later. I don't know if Sandstorm wants to redo his. But either way, what you guys also can look forward to is Kidia on top of that, because we also have the district designed to make you feel like you're in a real-life video game, which is honestly awesome. Because you know what? Every day for us feels like a video game. But to be there in person and get to see everything that is happening, I can't wait to go there. Maybe
a gaming city.
A gaming city.
I want to go there. Sounds awesome.
Send me there. I'll live there.
Well, you know what?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay, we'll hold you to that one.
We also have to give a shout out to all of you fans as well who've been with us throughout every single year as we take a look at the 2024 PMGC Fan Creation Wall, showcasing some truly amazing works from the Content Creator event. And if, of course, you're a fan of PUBG Mobile Esports or the Creative Spark, make sure to submit your fantastic creations using that hashtag PMGC content to join the event and share your passion and talent with the world. I forgot, Max. We forgot on our Pandemonium_news to submit. But maybe we can go back and change that. And on top of that, what's been going on, if you guys haven't opened up PUBG Mobile lately, I have to ask you, first of all, why haven't you? We have this amazing event going on right now. The Ice Spire Frontier Frostborn Dragon has awakened. And if you want to win the ultimate glory, you have to defeat this incredible enemy. And while you're doing this, if you need a little bit of help while you're watching PMGC, you can use the code PMGC Dragon over at PUBGmobile.com/redeem to get yourself an extra 30 Frostborn Dragon scales. But I will say this, there's only 500,000 available, so make sure you guys get into that right away. But of course, maybe not right now, because we do have to talk about our first match. Max, put your Infinix down, Max. You can't do it right now. It's not happening. But gentlemen, as we do start to dive into the day, there's a lot of teams out there I'm looking towards. I'm going to throw one out in my particular eyes. Regnum Karya, bro.
Yeah.
We got the chance to talk to Sarah, and Communication is definitely going to be an issue within this team because we know Silas and the boys don't really speak too much English and Sara doesn't speak too much Turkish. So it kind of makes sense that they're going to have some communication problems. And Max, I believe you did get down to the bare bones of how the communication will work within this team.
Well, the communication is going to be, I think fair to say, Seven, simplified.
Oh, yeah.
A very, very low level, which Silas was telling us earlier. Push is going to be the comms to get Sara to engage with them. And that's going to work normally.
Sarah said it was working, so we'll see.
It's functional.
I mean, we're going to see. It might work in scrims, and we know how scrims really work out. But we have to bring in two other gentlemen to help us break down the show. Of course, if you're watching the show match earlier on, you got to see them. We got John, Allen, and Blink join us on the desk, and it's not too often we get to actually talk to each other. How you guys doing? You guys ready to go for the day?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. I mean, we had the excellent TDM warm-up with Monkey giving us a big old show on that one. So pretty good stuff.
This is weird.
They're real. They do.
They do exist.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you one more question. How does it feel to be working a PUBG Mobile event in your hometown?
Oh, short journey. Maybe.
Yeah. All right, well, we can see why they're not analysts and they're casters here. But it's got to feel good, though, John, the fact that you're getting to like work an event here in the country you grew up in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw excellently the grassroots stuff that they're sort of supporting as well at PUBG Mobile in the UK. And obviously, I'm a little bit closer to London at the moment, I think you are, but definitely a short journey is a big benefit as well.
I'm here right now.
Well, than you were, but I don't know. Right.
That's AI Blink, don't worry.
Yeah, sorry. It's just...
Well, we got to talk about a couple of teams. What about your guys' opinion? What teams are you really looking to focus on here over the let's just start with today, actually, for the first match. Which teams are you really focused on?
Probably the Count Voin Donkeys, obviously, big time. I think Vexy is a master with the Mini 14, and I'm expecting more of those guys. Not only that, because gun skill plays into it, but their knowledge of the map was incredible during the group stages, and I'm excited to see what they could do.
I think that one of the most consistent teams that we've seen be represented at these global stages as well as Team Spirit, and I think that definitely a team to look out for. They won their group head and shoulders above the competition in a group that was very, very tough to play through as well. So I think that this is definitely a team I'm going to be looking for to finally get towards that podium, which they've been denied quite a few times on the global level.
Yeah, and gentlemen, the fact is, what we saw teams do in the league stage or last chance or survival stage, whatever it might be, isn't necessarily how they're going to play now, because you're going to be coming in a little bit cold. You're not group green. You don't get to play for a week straight. They go straight to survival and last chance to get every team qualified through to the grand finals. I feel like it comes down to who's going to start strong.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is a very important thing. It's important for certain teams like 4MV who got that last chance ticket, after last chance, by the way. And I think for them, it will really be important today because it's 3 days of play, it's a sprint, it's not a marathon. We're going to have to see some very good moves out of that team and more coordination overall. For Incilio, there might be a bit of stage presence here that might be a bit of an issue for them in terms of nervousness, because we have a lot of up-and-coming teams in the PMGC right now. I don't want them to get nervous. I want them to play to their full strength.
All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you two take us into our first match as well. John and Blink, nice to have you two here.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Over to us as we get a little bit bigger on the screens, and we're going to be getting into some big action fairly shortly. We've got Sanhok up first blank. It's a little bit of a trial by fire for this set of 16 teams that won't have faced each other in this configuration before.
No, I mean, for Sanhok in particular, it's a difficult map. It always is. It always is a bit of a clusters of fights going all over the place, and you're worried about that for certain teams because we have seen before in the past, in particular, that some squads just do very rough on Sanhok, and then it's game over from there. So I think for some of these teams, they will have to be slightly worried. I have heard of some hot drops potentially happening on this map. I think Jason put it very well. You don't want to be hamstringing yourself early into this tournament, especially on Sanhok. It's not the place to do it. You want to get a strong start and continue that momentum.
Yeah, each match is worth something like 3 or 4% of your total score, so losing one of those out is pretty nasty stuff. You do not want to be wasting those opportunities. I was trying to divide 100 by 18 in my head, and 20 is about 5, right? So maybe it's closer to 4%, but then you divide by 18, it's more. So maybe it's closer to 5 or 6. I don't know. I have to get a calculator out for that one. But we're going to be getting underway very, very shortly.
1.8%? Am I wrong saying that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I am.
Definitely.
Never mind. I tried to do math. It didn't go well. It wasn't my strong suit. Luckily, I speak with microphone good.
Yeah, that's true. If we had 20 matches, it would be 5%.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more than 5%.
Sweet. Well, I've been humbled, haven't I?
Every day, not all day. There we go. Certainly was for the Academy over against the Parswood Piranhas, but we will be turning our attention very shortly, as I believe the lobby is just loading on up. Is it D plus Kier there getting locked and loaded, trying to put the best foot forwards, Navi as well.
This is a team I'm very excited for, actually. Na'Vi overall did extremely well in their group stage, extremely well in their PMSL as well. This is a fantastic team that came out blazing over in the PMGC groups, quite frankly, because they had a drop-off in performance for their PMSL. They weren't the clear favorite by the end, but they started very strong. However, it's a team that definitely can pull out some surprising maneuvers. I think for Na'Vi, this might be one of the best chances for the org to get a top 3 here at the PMGC.
We'll have a look at what they can do. They are one of the 2 teams qualifying through direct who topped their group, right?
Yep.
For Team Spirit being the other one. Na'Vi were able to beat out their group, Group Red, which actually was a lot closer towards the top than the other groups. Well, actually, no, Group Green was pretty close as well. Closer than Group Yellow, let's put it like that.
That's right.
They were at the top of the tables. Yeah, apparently it is too. Na'Vi, TJB, Nigma Galaxy, the teams from Group Red, able to direct qualify. And I think they were talking about TJB and Nigma Galaxy as well a little bit over on the desk. I'm excited to see what Ralph's going to be able to pull out the bag for Nigma Galaxy, the rest of the team.
Well, we're getting into it. To be honest, we're getting started very, very shortly, in fact, as the playing path is already underway. We'll be heading into Sanhok right now for the first game of PMGC 2024.
Live from London, we have 18 matches stretching out ahead of us over the next 3 days. And it all starts now. A north side plane path, a little bit mean to the teams wanting to get down towards the south side here, Blank. So, could be a little bit of a traffic jam.
We do have some legendary squads here with us at this PMGC. It's an incredible lineup, probably the best lineup we've had in some years, John, in terms of the talent here with us, with a newly fresh format coming through this year, which meant that only the best of the best joined us here in London. It's going to be a slobber knocker and a half, and I hope it goes all the way to a 1 to 2 point differential right in that end game. But at the moment, we do have teams dropping on top of each other a little bit. It's getting slightly claustrophobic over towards Confluence Compound, which Team Spirit did pick up, which is a change of pace. Falcons picking up Bootcamp and Team Spirit moving off that position is a big, big deal.
Yeah, moving off to that really important crossing point that controls so much of the dynamic of the game. If you move out to the west side of the map, is really, really interesting. We'll see how that unfolds. Incilio as well. They're on a split drop right now with at least 2 of their players down on the south side split between that Team Spirit location. I think that's a mistake. I think that that's not going to go well for them. Maybe mistake's a little bit of a strong word, but either way, I think that's going to prove to be very, very tricky for them to navigate.
It's a hard spot to play, honestly, and there are a few compounds there that you don't really want to be playing in that early game in terms of the presence that you might have towards that position. I mean, you have Painan already picked up by 4MV, though 4MV can always just fall over and die. We'll see if that happens and just provide space for Incilio. But for Incilio, it is a little bit of a split drop right now. And especially the fact that they have players over towards that northwest island too, it's rough. We have seen this type of maneuver before and it hasn't worked out in the past. And I think it's less likely to work now, more so than ever, because we have moved toward more of this meta on Sanhok, where you do have teams lining that coast on the western side. So for Incilio, this will be a tough push. I don't expect Falcons to allow this to happen. I don't expect Team Spirit to either.
See if they can keep each other at arm's reach at the moment. There is a little bit of a scrap down the south side. Both teams in purple, so a little bit difficult to distinguish one from the other, but it's the Vicious and Nigma Galaxy. So the hot drop we may have thought has come to pass. And Redox lighting up the corridor. That is how you make it happen. The Vicious losing 2. I think these flushes are going to come on in. And Redox holds his own in a 1v2.
Dox is their location and immediately gets the 2 pickups. Fantastic stuff there for Nigma Galaxy to start things out. And for the Vicious, this is one of our rising star teams. It's the team that I don't think a lot of us put a huge amount of stock in over towards the start of those group stages, but we were quickly proven wrong for that fact. But fantastic start here for Nigma Galaxy down towards Sami, which is incredibly important for this team. Specifically for the fact that for the past 4 years or so, Nigma Galaxy has picked up Sami every single time in an international tournament. The fact that Vicious has challenged them here maybe feels like a mistake, though. This is a very different team on Nigma Galaxy, but Ralph has remained the same throughout. So he knows this place like the back of his hand. As the IGL, he's calling the shots.
And it was Redox who rocks him in the internals in the guts of Sami down south side. As Diminor trying to hold the staircase here. 2 players. Brozen, he was caught on the outside of Sami, and will not really have too much to say about this. I think Diminor is just going to have to face this one alone. You can see Brozen all the way in the back, probably just looking to give this one up, allow Diminor to maybe find a point or 2, which would be a little bit of a recuperation there, but either way, the Vicious is going to have a tough time moving on in. Up the staircase, Nigga Galaxy do manage to spot him out. The DBS is good for 1. Falls back, Narvalo is down. Brozen actually establishing a high ground crossfire there, so if they step up towards that window, there is potential to get shut down. The Molotov slows things down, forces them to step on the outside and into the fight. Tries to drop down on him. It's not going to go well because Snoix is there to pick up the pieces. Brozen now the last to stand for the Vicious, and it could be a clean squad wipe for Nigma Galaxy, but unfortunately, looks like they might have just taken the flush there.
Yeah, Narvalo actually went down to the Molotov. It's a great molly to throw as well, spreading on the wooden floors there, takes them both out, and I think that it's a disjointed push, right? That nade should have come through a lot earlier. Narvalo was essentially trying to pin Diminor in position. Brozen comes through, gets a nade to the face, but quickly behind the wall there, and there is a resurgence from Nigma Galaxy. They will pick up all 4, though it's a dangerous one. Losing 1 player might actually give the Vicious that idea of going here once again tomorrow, though more likely than not, they'll find somewhere else to go. For Nigma Galaxy, though, 4 points at the start of the day. Fantastic stuff for them.
It's a good kickoff. I mean, you're looking for the top spot on this one, Blank, right? And we've said throughout these tournaments that have been preceding the PMGC, we're always talking about averages. We're talking about the bubble. We're talking about 3rd places. We're talking about 8th places, that sort of area. But now, it's eyes on the gold, right? It's eyes towards the top of the table. So you're looking to push past a 10-point average at the least to be able to get towards that competition. And to start off with 4 is excellent news. The question is, how much further can they go? How much more can they push into that bubble?
For Nigma Galaxy at this point in time, you know, a couple of placement points would be fairly good for them. Though, looking at the circle, this is an interesting one. Heads over towards our eastern side. And it's interesting for the pure fact that throughout the entirety of PMGC groups, if you were with us there, watching at home or wherever, we did get plenty of northwest and southwest circles. So this is taking teams to maybe a location on the map that they're not so comfortable playing before. For Team Spirit and Falcons, they could not be happier. The fact that so many teams surrounded them in boot camp and Confluence Compound in the past has been disastrous for them, trying to get over towards the western side of the map. This time around, they have a lot more space to move in, which is going to be really nice for them, and it'll be a breath of fresh air.
Giving them some open ground to play in front of. What a treat. What a delight for them. D plus Kia, they're on the southeast side as we're on board with their view right now. Southeast have TJB to their south, A7 to their northeast as well by Lakawi. A difficult area ahead of them, right? That east side of Quarry, rather, they're going to have to move in a little bit west, and TJB have actually just moved in front of them. This is going to make D plus Kia's approach to it pretty tricky, pretty treacherous, but if they're looking to play that edge sweep style, that may play into their ball court.
That's an incredible cut-in, actually, from TJB. The fact they get past so many teams there, they were likely going to have to fight 1, but getting ahead of the issue now in front of Na'Vi as they attempt to push up towards the location. Tongjiabao will need to hold their ground here because this is an awesome push from them. They don't take the initial knock. Fair bit of damage done, but no player down just yet. And with a building to play around from, Na'Vi's position just got a whole lot more dastardly.
Really tricky stuff, and the east side not really an option for them. It may be a question of just sending it on in and trying for the fight. It looks like they want to move Flip up to the high ground. A nice opener, and that's DRX from the northwest side of TJB's position, taking down Flower. And that is a big opener, an opportunity for Na'Vi now to move into this high ground, stay covered off from DRX's position, and crash down into the compound. TJB are still a little bit split. They no longer have that high ground off angle, which means the crash so much more viable for Na'Vi.
For Tongjiabao, there has been aggressive pushes in the past for this team, and the difficulty with those pushes, especially around Quarry, is this does funnel a lot of teams over towards our eastern side. So for TGB to move that far ahead, they had little to no information on this area. They did not know where DRX was playing, and Kaiksei just pulls off a nice little off angle from the front line and will find himself an elim, which which actually makes life very easy for DRX going into the future here. Now that they have that base of operation, they know as a weakened team there, TJB will hold out Na'Vi, and all DRX has to do is just sit on this north side of Quarry now. So it's a very good position to play out from for the South Korean squad.
As we hop on over to the northwest side of the circle, this is Voindonki ID, one of our favorite, most improved teams over the course of this year. A fantastic entry into this PMGC. We're excited to see what they've got in store for us. They were moving out on that northwest side, holding Thundertalks towards the edge of that bridge on the northwest side. And actually now Thundertalks have had to go all the way up towards Cow. They've been diverted around that roadblock. A nice route of access for Voindonki ID from that northwest side to move in past Paradise Resort towards Team Spirit, though, which is always a dangerous prospect. We've hopped over towards 4MV now, which is on the west side of Quarry.
Again, we talked about 4MV right at the start of the show. It's a team that made it in very last minute to PMGC, and they have a lot of fans, right? They are a very, very good team, but they really did mess it up over in the group stages. There's a lot of chances for 4MV to go much further, but either over-aggression or way too passive. There was never that middle ground for the team, and already they lose a player off the back. Falcons, though, top will pick up Kaiksei from DRX, which is a great pickoff considering how central Falcons are at the moment. Now they have control over towards the south side. It's an interesting domino effect that we're seeing on this north side of the circle, as Quarry does always cause a lot of problems, cutting out a lot of area down towards the south side of the map.
Yeah, it's chopping out about a fifth, I'd say, of the circle right now in terms of playable ground, which is always mean, and linearizes the approaches from that south side. So we'll see how these best teams in the world, so-called, see if they can navigate it. I'm sure they'll put their best foot forwards. But Falcons, they've already done it. They're already slap bang in the middle of this one blank. They will be point for that hold towards the south side. We'll see if they can hold their nerve, because as the desk was saying, will we get that last chance Falcon team, or are we going to see them take a little bit more of a tumble? I mean, their performance in the survival stages, they came 11th on the tables there. Their group stages, they did manage to gain a little bit of traction towards the end, but they still came 5th in their group, and then put on a momentous performance, almost breaching the century on the day on that last chance stage.
Well, depends on the meals they're having, apparently, because what happened, as I'm led to believe, is that pre the 90-point day for Falcons, they were taken out for a very nice meal. And that's what they say allowed them to do so well. It was a very good meal. It must have been an awesome meal. I'm kind of jealous that I wasn't able to take part, honestly, because maybe my all of my life's problems would be solved after that meal.
Hitting them with the Gordon Ramsay beef Wellingtons on side, you know?
Potentially. So for Falcons, we'll see what's in the tummy today, and if it will give them the strength to keep on going forward here. But already a nice position for them. We're Guild up towards their northeast side. Team Spirit currently facing off against Voindonki. On our screens at the moment, it is Falcons versus Tong Jiabao as they attempt to move up. Apex is down for 4MV as they come in through from that western side. So already not a great start for this squad.
Tong Jiabao able to keep all 4 of their players alive on some tricky maneuvers. Impressive stuff coming through. There's Incilio as well on that south side, stopping 4MV in their tracks. 1 player down, but Redlick is traded off, and that's DRX, who've been dastardly from that north point of the quarry, having so much influence over the surrounding fights, over towards TJB and Na'Vi, now over towards 4MV and Incilio. The question is, how can they move out of this location for DRX? Because they will, if they stop here, be playing on the edge of this next circle.
Yeah, coming into stage 3 now, this circle's starting to tick down like a powder keg at this point in time, ready to explode at any moment. Down towards the south side, now these teams have maneuvered their way around Quarry. They're all going to start to meet at the apex of that point on the north side of Quarry, which is why all these fights are starting to take place. With RCB moving in over towards D plus Kia. Oshal already down, usually one of the most fearsome players on that squad. Getting him out the way early is great news for RCB.
Still a couple of players left in the pocket, though. 3 of them still alive, and RCB need to move too. Not too long to play around this fight. They have that high ground ridge line. Means that the approach from that north side looking tricky, but Thunder Talker here to help. Goodness me, RCB lit up on that off angle there from the north side. Thunder Talker looking to push past this as well. You can see they've moved into the compound, but RCB are taking shots back. Over towards White. He will fall down. Behind the rock there is potentially Resable, but the zone is going to close and it will push them off of this angle. Stage 3 means that the zone is still Resable blank. They have a little bit more time to play with, but as soon as stage 4 hits, it is not going to be possible. ThunderTalk looking to pick up and get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, for ThunderTalks, that wrap was tighter than a burrito at Chipotle. Honestly, the fact they were able to move in on that eastern side, very surprising, to be quite frank with you. Influence Rage, though, are on that northern side and potentially might want to get involved. Massive shift down towards the south side. Enigma Galaxy make their way in underneath 4MV, and once again, Falcons looking good here. But it is RCB on your screens. Loxy, the clutch maestro himself, but he goes down.
Traded off, and it is D plus Kier to fall in the fight. RCB on their last legs, but it is the super sub Sarah to keep them alive on this one. Blank, they will be all right. I think I heard go, go, go called from the stage there. Push, 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 and it's worked out for them this time. 3 players alive, 3 elims on the board. On the east side, though, they've got a long way to get into this circle.
Sarah attack, but Sarah also protect in this situation. Fantastic stuff for RCB, keeping their teammates back and alive. A very critical moment as well for RCB, where they're currently playing, which is very, very good news for them. Na'Vi and DRX still with a standoff down towards the southeast, glaring at one another from across the way. We do have Enigma Galaxy on our screen. They have 1 player down at the moment in Redox. Ralph still up alongside with Snowix, likely looking for the res now. In the meantime, Incilio stuck on the edge of this valley.
Snowix spotted there, taken down, meaning Ralph is the only player now standing for Enigma Galaxy. Redox is flushed away. That's picked up. And DRX now trying to hold off against Na'Vi. Hyunbin on the inside has Lemon on the rooftops, but will not have the angles to take care of him just yet. The backlines of DRX going to be looking out this way. Across the road, the rest of Na'Vi have settled. And now Puncher is moving up into the building. Hyunbin still there, still quiet. There's a little bit of damage put towards Soez, but not going to find the knock.
Hyunbin, really the key player in this scenario, stopping Na'Vi from getting too far forward. This will be a question if Na'Vi gets too aggressive, forgets to be cautious on this push-up, but they both head over towards the roof side, not allowing Hyunbin any real impact into this fight. In the meantime, it is Influence Rage attempting to get through. Guild alongside them. This is a hell of a packed fight over on the northeast.
Oh, Influence Rage in the blue zone, and Guild are just giving the ground towards the zone. But Influence Rage are ticking down really, really hard now, and Guild are working this one from the northeast side. How much more ground do they have left to give, though, Blank? At some point, they're going to be exposed to the compounds on the southwest. The question is, how many points can they extract from this situation? Law and Diego still alive for Influence Rage and can still make something happen with an opening on this northeast side.
Bandages are all that's left here for Influence Rage. Seriously in triage mode at this point in time. And Guild, like you say, just backstepping and backstepping, trying to get away from this one. ThunderTalks, though, coming from behind. How the hell have they got here? Still alive in this picture, but we'll have to move through over towards Guild, who are fairly weakened. There is a chance here for Xing as well as AJ. Team Spirit over on that northwest edge, though. Fantastic place to play. Them and Falcons, with all the room in the world at the start of this game, might just be able to get themselves a big match on the card. Already finding Zeta from Void Donkey.
On board with the fight between DRX as Hyunbin finally stepped out, made his presence known, and Na'Vi, they have lost a player for it. 2 points found for DRX. That was over on a third-party engagement to find one of those, and the rest of Na'Vi split. Puncher, he's close by, and it seems to be a little bit dangerous. Na'Vi just going to give up on Puncher, see what he can do as a solo, maybe find 1 point out of this one, but they're going to move the rest of their team up and ahead, try and get a position into this next circle. Hyunbin taking position, and Alpha 7 are getting ahead of this. Puncher is single-handedly keeping DRX locked down in this compound, and whilst Na'Vi may not be able to find too much on this match, he is doing a lot to stop DRX moving too far forwards as well.
Shuts the door right in his face as well. We'll go for the double spray on the side. We'll find at least one, but that delays DRX long enough for potentially a little bit more movement from Na'Vi heading over towards the western edge, but there is damage coming through thick and fast. Alpha 7 makes a great play to move in this position, but a stroke of incredibly bad luck. They lose 2 players on the approach there. I think that's from Tong Jiabao taking shots alongside.
And you've got 4MV on the west side of them as well. who could potentially make this even harder. DRX now pushing it from the south side, putting McGrell into the test as three-player stand. Revo wants to get back to his feet, desperately calling for that res, and it comes through. Mafioso puts him back up and into the action. Hyunbin trying to make that approach, and Mafioso is holding down the line from the high ground. McGrell in as well. And that is Alpha 7 moving into the middle here and keeping themselves alive, but a knock sent over their way. You can see how exposed this South Hill is for them.
It's so tough. And again, we move down towards that south side. And Incilio, despite this awkward split they had earlier in the game, they were able to get at least 2 players into this one. Now you have this case where you have that ridge side that sits down towards the south. Incilio's not in the greatest of positions, but no one's looking at them right now. All the action is occurring over on this north side of the circle. Tongjiabao make their initial move. They get 676 up towards that building alongside with Flower and Longs. And now Falcons are in trouble.
TJB looking to try and cross the road here against Falcons in this standoff they've been in for so long. TJB slip around the side with the cliff to their asset. It may be difficult to move with Alpha 7 looking. Meanwhile, over on the north side, Team Spirit and Voin Donkey ID have been scrapping out for a while, Blank. They are going to have to fully move off this position, fully commit to that rotate. With Voin Donkey ID losing a player earlier to Team Spirit have the numbers advantage. Moving on in towards this circle, there's not too many opportunities. You imagine that they're going to have to figure out who they want to push on towards. Navi's only a duo, so maybe that is the option, but we'll have to conclude this fight first.
Good couple of initial grenades to attempt to stop Potato running out from that position. Both teams running parallel at the moment into the circle. Like you say, Na'Vi not likely to get too far into this one. Big nade on the back line there. Will do a lot of damage through to Kitsune, but there is a rebuttal coming through from him. But Kitsune's now down. It starts to get a lot of pressure on the side of Team Spirit. They still have man advantage on this situation. They will crawl in alongside with the team, but Matic has to go big in the front line.
Oh, he's spotted and he's knocked as well. 2 from Team Spirit down. Flush, knock to the back line, and all of Team Spirit fall. Voin Donkey ID leave Vexy alive, but there are encroaching forces from 4MV on that western side. And Falcons as well, looking to turn their attention out this way. Voin Donkey ID with the back to the blue, stay alive.
Wonderful nade coming through over the top there that hits Kitsune at the worst moment. Unfortunately for Tongjiabao, they were not able to crest over that cliff, and Falcons lived to see another day. Now look to take down the weakened Voin Donkey off towards their northwest side. Good Molotovs, good nades, and Cilio starts to suffer under the heat.
Falcons trying to move up the hilltop, and Vexy, Sentinel on the top of the hill for them, finally blasted aside, and that is, I think that was a nade from, I'm not sure who that one came from, but either way, it's going to take them down, and that is Voin Donkey ID with 5 elims going down in 5th place. 4 teams now remain, Falcons with 3 players alive, and 4MV with all 4 of them standing.
4MV in the weirdest positions of their lives. That's right, it's an end game. We can't believe they're here with us. They have lost a player, but a res is potential for them. But Revo from the sidelines will pick up one, and 4MV, they're falling like flies.
Rambunctious rascal that he is, Revo ruins 4MV's descent. Doc is into the circle, but now Revo has to break out. This blue zone hurts now, Blanket. Stage 8, trapped behind the McLaren, and Falcons take him down. It looks like it's going all the way, and Falcons open up with the first chicken dinner.
A huge win, and they're still eating good coming into PMGC 2024. Fantastic stuff. But 4MV getting a 2nd place. What is this? But more to be expected. It's Alpha 7 in the wings with a 3rd.
Absolutely, some great results for some crucially placed teams here, Blank, and it is an excellent way to start off the tournament. The fights on that north side, the rotations down towards the south was really, really nice and tidy. I liked that game. It felt disciplined. I'm interested to see how that will develop over the next 3 days. We've got 2 more Sanhoks, but we've got plenty more matches.
It's interesting to listen to Seven as well on the desk before this game, talking about Revo in particular, saying that we hope to see big performance from him here in the PMGC, because he is an extremely good player on side and a very good fragger. That last game, 6 eliminations, practically put the game on his back towards those final moments, and Alpha 7 walk away with a big amount of points off the back of that one.
Yeah, very, very strong stuff. As I said at the start of the game, you're looking to push past that 10-point average. So getting the games like that under the belt early is phenomenal. I think Alpha 7 will be somewhere around 11, 12 points, something like that, for that third place and the eliminations they were able to get on that game. Falcons as well, doing very well with their fight against TJB, succeeding. They transitioned successfully, and that is how they found the chicken dinner.
Skew, is the curse officially broken? You didn't talk about Falcons, really. You didn't even say the name, and they got a chicken dinner. Now I'm forced you to say their name.
Yeah, but there's no curse broken because I did not predict them, which was my plan all along.
Ah.
Yeah, well, okay, do I have to say that? It's a bit early, it's game one. We'll see. But what a match from them. We were looking at this game here, Seven, and the way they transitioned after holding off TJB across that road, that TJB had a good approach. They played to the cliffside to try and breach that compound, but then the moment they had 4 players alive, they have the compound, the only compound remaining in the circle at that point in time. It was an absolute field day, and they just destroyed the rest of the lobby.
We were asking earlier, what Falcons are we going to be getting? Are we going to be getting the ones from the league stage part, but not the last chance final day, or are we going to be getting the ones from actual last chance final day? And this is exactly how they started off on that final day for last chance. They were able to perform really, really well in the first Sanhok, and then they were able to just carry that momentum. You can see Top being able to put up 1,100 damage, 4 eliminations, and this is pretty big too, because we were actually having this conversation. We were thinking, who's the best player right now for that team? Is it Action? Is it Icy? It's good to see Top being able to get eliminations right away.
Yeah, I'm so happy about that, because we also saw Icy do so well in Action in the league stage, but Top, we expect this guy to be up there. This guy's been MVP of PMGC in the past, and he knows that he wants to try and get that trophy back under his control once again, but this guy is a menace from start to finish.
Yeah, I feel like it's fair to say that Top had a lackluster performance during league stage, so it's good to see this hot start right away.
And also East, to be fair, right? I mean, East we have to talk about as being the newest addition within the team, and we saw some glimpses of what he can do in the team back in CSA when we were covering the PMSL. And to see him kind of be on par with Top here is a very good sign if you're a Falcons fan.
Yeah, took quite a bit of time to build up that synergy, but he feels very comfortable in the team, I'd have to say, Jason. This team could definitely go the entire way if they want. Though, as we had a bit of the replays here, Seven, we have to mention the Summit Hot Drop. Vicious versus Nigma Galaxy. And Nigma Galaxy, they were saying if we get a 6-7 point game, we're going to be very happy after initially hot dropping here on Vicious. And so far, they won the fight despite losing 1 player. That is a big start to the day for Nigma to contest that position and make a statement.
I'm going to be a little bit nitpicky here for Nigma. Yes, you were able to win the hot drop. The thing that I didn't like was, I believe it was during Circle 5 or whatever it was, that they decided to just fully send it to the center of the circle. This, I feel like it's something that they were able to do in league stage, and it always ended up backfiring. I feel like they could have just hold off a little bit longer towards the edge. I know you kind of like the play, but you also see the play that they could have done on the edge as well and just prolong their existence a little bit longer and try to just get some of those placement points.
I did like a part of that play, which is to delay your rotate to make sure you don't get held off on the bridge. Like you try and rotate next to Pinant. I think that's a really good initiative. Unfortunately, you got to play edge when you do that. And they sent it to the center. I think there was like 4 or 5 teams looking their direction here, Seven. And you're not going to survive. You're not going to get a win off the back of that. So it's a bit desperate. I think the edge would have been better here for them.
They waited so long to even try to make it push towards the circle. It was going to be too late. It was going to be a blind push, but it ended up being a blind push with Rauf just being able to survive. So hopefully we can start seeing a bit of a pattern break, especially from my end out of that team.
Yeah, though I do want to bring up one team as we see the replays here. It just happened a few seconds ago. Alpha 7 pushing ahead of DRX and RV. They saw a massive opportunity to show maybe not get the win because we saw Falcons had a better position, but we can capitalize on as many eliminations as humanly possible. That was a big move from Alpha 7 that, again, can win you tournaments like this.
We're so excited to talk.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
I can break down stuff.
No, keep going, keep going. 21 points, though, for Falcons. 4MV and Team Spirit, I know, were 2 other teams we were looking at here at Max, and positions we had around the zone as well. We obviously see 4MV getting 13 points themselves, which is a fantastic start for the team who kind of scraped in at the very last moment.
I was completely not looking at 4MV going into this. I was like, I don't know what we're going to get from them. Who? But you talked about Doc at some point during that game, and he had actually a good angle where teams can't really shut him down too easily, and that is a split that I like to see 4MV take. They were doing it in CSA, and here they're not getting punished for that. This is the split that I want to see more of from 4MV.
He wasn't playing up front. He wasn't fully exposing himself. He was being the anchor of the squad, kind of like Mafioso usually does for Alpha 7, so it was good to see him being able to kind of be controlled in a way for that team, not forcing the team to, okay, you know what, Doc is knocked. Now we have to go revive him. I'm glad glad that they were able to adjust to that. We'll see, though. It is just the first match.
Yeah, it is Sanhok, of course. We're definitely keeping an eye out when we get to our triple Erangels coming up after this. But Void Donkey as well, another team we didn't really get to touch too much on during this game, but we obviously saw the massive rise of this team over the course of the league stage. A fairly decent result considering where they were.
Great results.
Great, and for Vexy, like Vexy was just standing strong
Yes.
versus Team Spirit and just completely sweep the northern side of the circle. As you transition away from that, sure, you have Falcons that again was just a major threat here, 7 of this entire game, so you can't get further than that. But 8 points in your first game on a Sanhok, that is a really good first result for them. And Erangel in the league stage, that's where they were really standing out for me in last chance, and here they might be able to do it again.
And the biggest question mark for this team is how is their mental going to be? I mean, we got a chance to talk to their coach, Deji, and he was like, we're not really changing that much stuff. It all comes down to the mental of the players. Are they going to be performing well? If for some reason they don't start off hot, how are they going to be able to readjust? Boy, they started off in a great way.
Well, speaking of the mentality of some of these teams, I'm going to have to talk about the PL teams a little bit and obviously give a little bit of a shout to Hot Jukes because we talked about in the league stage, like day 2 is the real day 1 for the teams coming in from PEL. But when it comes to the grand finals only being 3 days, you cannot afford to have a bad day if you want to contest that trophy.
Unless you're TJB and you have a great comeback
No,
potential.
stop it.
You don't want to have
Stop it.
just for the memes, but you don't want to have too bad a first day if you want to be able to come back. But I think TJB here realistically had a good approach to that engage onto Team Falcons. Unfortunately, that was one of the first fights Team Falcons took, which means they have a lot of grenades, they have a lot of utility and resources to stop that push from happening in the first place, which means that that cliffside, we know it's very nadeable, and you're going to struggle to hold down that position.
Well, remember back to league stage for Falcons, they were always saying, especially when I got a chance to talk to Senator, he would always tell me, we're trying to get them to be aggressive. They're not being aggressive enough. Now, right off the bat, they are being aggressive.
Oh, so speaking of being aggressive, you at home can be aggressive as well with the Arctic Conqueror guild set you can pick up right now. And Halford Julius Bjornsson, the mountain himself, is actually going to be here to conquer the Arctic as the face of the guild set. And he's going to be here in the arena, I'm hearing, on the 7th. And maybe we can meet him. Maybe we can get him to be the box 4-7.
Can he pick me up? That'd be awesome.
And there's also a challenge here with, I believe, a 35-kilo glacial hammer that you can pick up and potentially get some rewards for.
Sandstorm picked it up today.
I don't believe that.
Must be very light.
I think he needs to be on day 682 of his workout challenge for something like that to happen. But then obviously beyond that, a big shout out once again to Kadia, as they've been able to be one of the sponsors of this event. And not to mention, we talked about the fact that the district is designed to be like you're in a video game yourself. Well, you know what? We could do even more than that. Maybe we can actually play some when we get there, maybe next year. Who knows? It depends if we're going to be allowed to go to the event next year at the World Cup.
We'll have to wait and see.
Like, you don't want to curse the building, Max. You can't get in. I'm like, okay.
You want to curse the building? You're going to curse the whole district yourself.
Can be alive or non-alive. It can be cursed.
Jeez. Well, you know what, Max? It's okay, because beyond that, you have the Akupa UT2's Gamer Pro, which you guys might see the players on the stage using hand warmers with a 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different levels of adjustable heat settings. I don't have mine in front of me.
RGB.
RGB.
And you got RGB.
Oh, but you can't really see. Oh, there you go. You can kind of see mine. Mine blended in with my shirt.
I was hoping we get, like some for everyone in the crowd, because then you just see everyone doing like a little bit of a wave. Keep the hands warm, the fingies warm, which are very important when you're playing some Pogi Mogi.
Quick, Max, beatbox.
Wait, no, I don't want to do that.
You're about to.
Like,
you're about to.
The PMGC Grand Finals, day 3, maybe.
Okay, we'll hold you to it.
It's either that or you lose the eyebrows.
Ooh, beatbox.
Falcons had a pretty good game.
Yeah, they had a very great game. But also, Max, I know you recently have opened up your PUBG Mobile. You have looked at some collab that is currently going on with McLaren and picked yourself up something special, something surprising. I know you're trying to open it up right now with your Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yes.
Correct.
I realized.
He moved away.
I got my McLaren.
You do have your McLaren.
I have everything. I have all the PMGC stuff. I got my PMGC background.
The only problem is you're not allowed to drive it, I heard, from some of the people you play with.
I was banned from driving it, but I don't want to scratch it, so I kind of understand why I'm not allowed
We need to get Oscar Piastri to come in and
driver.
drive it for us, because then we're going to get into that zone real fast.
But realistically, by far the best car skin we have in the game.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I needed to have it. The orange one's pretty cool.
And you have the orange one.
I do have the orange one.
Do you have it, 7? I don't have it.
I don't have it. I'm waiting for Oscar Piastri to come here, and I'm just going to have him present and see if he has the luck.
He has the luck. Well, speaking of luck, I mean, Falcons obviously having some pretty good luck with the zone in that last match on Sanhok. But with the triple Erangels to come up, I'm still curious, are we going to have any potential hot drops happen? Now, we know 4MV, they love to drop towards military. We know Falcons love to drop towards Novo, and they kind of play side by side. They've been doing that in CSA for the longest of times. The question is, 4MV got punished heavily when it came to groups in the league stage, trying to get off military.
They're not going to have to worry about that team anymore. See,
That's true.
Osaka.
Yep.
They won't have to worry about that one, but one team that is going to be looking to just evade and just go away from a lot of the hot drops is going to be Navi. I got a chance to talk to 40, and he was saying that they have like 4 different drop locations that they're going to be trying to go to, and for some reason some of those teams do end up hot dropping. And they say for the most part everything has been settled. There is just one team that's being a little bit stubborn, and it's not the Vicious.
Oh.
It's actually Influence Rage.
Ooh, that could be an interesting hot drop happening there. But of course, I think they're going to try and avoid it. It's Erangel. If you have hot drop happening on Sanhok, it's fine, you can deal with it. Hot drop on Erangel that keeps happening 3 times a day, that could really hinder your chances to get that trophy.
Well, if you do hot drop, get in your McLaren and zoom on out of here. And I am here, and we do have some special words from a special someone here to talk about PMGC.
Oh. No.
Oh, don't worry, we're not going to miss out on that collaboration, and we wish the best of luck here to the Formula 1 team for McLaren and Oscar Piastri to accomplish their goal of obviously finishing first place in Formula 1.
Yeah, I mean, with a McLaren, you can definitely do that.
For the team championship, I mean, they're actually
not if you're
really close
driving.
right now.
Well, not if I'm driving it, but like...
You know what if we ever had a collab, you know, we actually like went to their headquarters and you got to drive a McLaren without a driver's license.
I don't think they will let them.
That's gonna be very expensive.
Veto it.
That would be a big mistake from me.
A big mistake from them. We're letting you
That's
drive
not
that one, to
please,
be
yeah.
fair, yeah. But speaking of mistakes, hope we're not going to see any out of these teams as we do head into Erangel. You can see the teams warming up and getting ready to go. And you did mention a couple of teams in particular, but let's maybe focus on a couple individually and looking to see what they do here. Because I feel like this first Erangel is going to be the true sign of how these teams are prepared for this event.
I think that I have to bring it back to Falcons real quick. I like the way they drop here. They have 2 drop locations. They go typically for Milta split or they go for Novo. And sometimes you see this weird thing happening, Seven, where they have a 2-2 split, 2 players in the area near Gatka Fields on the west, and 2 players in Novo. And they actually are quite successful in that rotation, able to regroup without losing any players, which that is risky, but it works out. So I think that we might expect to see that once again on this first Erangel.
For Falcons, but the biggest question mark for me is going to be if that team does end up being in the center of the circle, can they keep all their 4 players alive? It's something that they struggle a lot with throughout league stage, and I'm hoping that now with the performance that they have here, not only are they going to have the confidence, not only are they going to be aggressive as well, because it has worked out so well in that first Sanhok, and this is a team that can definitely carry that momentum. But I'm also going to be looking at Team Spirit. Like, we didn't really get a chance to talk about them that much at the beginning of the show, but Kitsune is so experienced. Kitsune really wants this PMGC title, and for them, the way that they've been able to just change the whole way that they play, they are a lot faster. The quick rotations, smart rotations too, they don't take a long time anymore. If they see an opening, they go for it, and that's something that a lot of teams tend to struggle with.
And I wonder how Kitsune in particular was able to adapt to that. Thinking back to G Gladiators, the rotations were always slow.
Yes.
And you obviously had the off-angle player, but now you have Nomi, who's just on a completely different level within this roster, who can play it more successfully. It's such a hard change in mentality, I think, for Kitsune to get around to having to in-game lead.
Just to give you a quick image here, it's like if you had an MG3 and you never fired it, you know? But here, they are trying to fire it as much as possible, so yeah, the quick rotates of Team Spirit are looking fantastic, and clearly this is the best this team has ever looked in like 3 years now, it feels like.
I mean, Kitsune has come close to taking that trophy. Maybe this will be the year, but there's still a lot of other teams looking to battle their way towards the top to lift the trophy for themselves and maybe get some cool gold jackets, which I think maybe we might try to steal if we can, because those look fun. Those actually, it's a normal jacket for you. More of a tank top for me, but it is time to head into our first Erangel of the day. Let's throw it back to our commentators with John, Allen, and Blake.
Into Erangel we go for the first time to the grassy pastures. The plain path will take us over once more from Georgia Pole down to Sosnovka military base. It's match 2. It's time to get stuck in.
Super Western plane path, actually. This is a difficult one to play off the back of this, but teams have started to already gather some of those points on board already, and Falcons are doing well. To start things off as well for Falcons Strong is a big deal for that team. That team runs off the back of momentum. If you get a lot of points day 1, it just makes your life so much easier going into day 2 and day 3. Getting a buffer already sorted out for yourself, especially in a tournament like this, it is so beneficial because you're looking for that first place. You're not looking for second and third anymore to get that direct invite. You're already here.
You've already made it all the way. You're on the doorstep. It's just a question of turning the key. And could we see a back-to-back Mongolian world champion here at the PMGC? We're denied that back-to-back performance from IHC. They didn't quite make it, unfortunately, but we do still have 2 representatives from the region to try and duke it out with the rest of them, 4MV and, of course, the Falcons, who we've been talking about for the last little while. We'll see if they're able to put up the numbers when it matters. The Western Plain path proving to be troublesome here, maybe on the military island. Taking a look down on the south side, Blank, you've got Thunder Talk, you've got 4MV, you've got Na'Vi as well, all the way on that south edge. Going to be competing for vehicles, potential for a little bit of trouble as the circle displays a northwest side.
Yeah, an interesting one as well, considering the fact that I think we assumed it would be Falcons as well as 4MV duking it out down towards Sosnovka. In fact, it's Thunder Talks as well as Na'Vi to join alongside 4MV here. Thunder Talks taking slightly less loot over towards this western side, a bit more of a split drop. I imagine Na'Vi's going to quickly get their way over towards Novo, but initial couple of shots here coming through from Influence Rage over towards Incilio as they pass on by.
Looking like Oscar Piastri there, getting across in the McLaren. Nice and quick, away out of there scot-free. With the vehicle as well, which is probably the major benefit, right, of dropping onto that location, grabbing that vehicle, folding it back in towards Incilio, and they will be able to move up on north. No early knocks coming on through. A little bit of damage over towards Thunder Talk. That was on that south side military island. And for now, it seems to have settled down. But I'm imagining that those bridge crossings will be treacherous, given there are 3 teams on there, and Influence Rage are around the mouth of that west side bridge.
Yeah, Influence Rage definitely holding people out here. With a northwest shift on the circle, though, you're likely to expect a lot of teams to start making their way on upwards. It does become a little bit congested over on that northwest side, especially with Everest, that large feature over towards the north. You'll have to scale that if you want to cross on over, but more likely teams will move either west or east around it, which will cause those traffic jams. So teams want to get ahead of that or wrap over towards the north side of the map. So shooting range Severny, which is currently controlled by Tong Jiabao. The Vicious do have an outpost in Bruno's Inn, which is fairly interesting, actually.
Could come in clutch for them, but we'll have to wait and see. Still early doors on this match, Blank, so we're not too far into this one. We're expecting teams who dropped out early to be out of their looting phase around now, looking to start to marshal their forces. The teams on the south, they're going to be a little bit longer, but no more than a minute. Thunder Talk actually already on the road on the east side, and they've gotten across that bridge nice and early. Incilio not in a position, after breaking out all the way towards Milton, by the way, to contest that one. Influence Rage still holding around that west side bridge, but now with Na'Vi and Novo and 4MV in the military base, it seems like they may only catch one team, but are they going to pull a CAG Osaka and stop 4MV dead in their tracks as they try to cross?
I think 4MV here, they'll likely wait a while. I think with this kind of circle, it actually encourages teams to leave those bridge camps quite early. It's sort of unnecessary to stick around here for too long. So I think for 4MV, if they just wait until stage 2, stage 3, they'll likely make it in scot-free, honestly. For Incilio, it is an interesting rotation that they go for. They weren't happy with any of the alternative drops over towards that western side. So instead, like you said, cut right across over towards Milton, which is a good position to play, although they were very unlooted by the time Thunder Talks made their way through past them. So they weren't able to put up any kind of fight in that location.
Meanwhile, over in Georgia Pole, teams are starting to move through. A very central location is sat on those crates of South George, right? Guild are there. Alpha 7 on that north side, going to be overseeing it. DRX, currently the team to be on top of Everest, but they are also with a duo down towards those crates, towards those bridges as well. So 2-2 split right now for DRX. Teams from that east side are going to start to move their way across. And in general, those crossings around Georgia Pole are going to be so important to get under control.
Especially the bridge crossings, like they are very, very important for a lot of squads in terms of getting across. D+ move over towards Rozok, but RCB already makes a quick getaway over towards Box Compound on that northern side, just underneath shooting range, actually. You got Alpha 7 over towards the northwest. They gave a lot of ground, actually. They still have an outpost on the eastern side of North George here, which is absolutely fine and will work out for them. But I think for Alpha 7, they're trying to give space as much as possible. They know teams are going to start to cram in over towards that northeast side. It's going to get very tight, but I do think that Alpha 7 makes the right call here. I think that trying to hold all the way on that eastern edge too early could lead to some early knocks, which you don't want for Alpha 7. I think they're a team that can do a lot of work when it comes to that end game, and that's likely what they're shooting for here.
Oh, we're rolling out with the Grand Prix here on McLaren. Just looking fancy with those buggies. I mean, I'm liking the design. The colors, pretty snazzy as well. I like it. Max only got the orange one, you know. He's behind.
That's the best one.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think? Okay, fair enough. Well,
that's the cool one.
Okay, all right.
It's the faster one.
Do you think? Does orange make it go faster?
Yeah, if you believe it.
Okay, I believe you.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Oh, well. D plus Kia, they are making their way across, trying to go as fast as possible on the east side. Breaking across that central island, always a treacherous crossing, that central island blank. If you can't make it all the way across in one go, you're kind of stuck out in the open, you're really exposed. So getting across there, an important navigational point, and doing so uncontested, highly valuable if you can enact it. So D plus Kia with their outpost, going to make that a little bit more secure, but they're not all across just yet. 4MV, they're moving in from that south side. They have gotten past that bridge. Influence Rage allowed them to do so. Na'Vi, they're very late to leave the island, and actually Incilio are still in Milta, so potential for trouble here on the east side.
Yeah, it's seriously awkward actually for Na'Vi, because this is technically the right time to be making a move for Na'Vi, but I don't think they expected a team to move all the way across to Milta. This is a hard read for them to make. So I think for Na'Vi moving out now, it's still smart, and we'll see if they can squeeze their way past Incilio without too much contest. They are taking the safe route, actually moving over towards that western side, cutting out sight lines on the east. So well done to Na'Vi. They make the right call, the right move. It's going to take slightly longer to move through this area on the beachhead, but it is safer at the end of the day. I think for Na'Vi, they want something a little bit safer after that last game, where they weren't able to get a huge amount of points off the back of it. Only 2 eliminations were found there for them. In the meantime, T-Spirit did move out of farm. They're over on the southeast edge of this one. It's not ideal, but again, so could move down towards the southeast, quite a more of that space. It's been a while since we've seen a Zaki circle.
We're going to find out in about 10 seconds, Blank, where the next circle is going to pop. The zone has to shrink first, and then we'll know where we go. Thunder Talk on the north side, they've swung through and have gotten into the shooting range. Hills, it's over towards Everest and South George here, with the hospital in as well. That west coast rotate, a straight shot for Voin Donkey ID.
Yeah, it's a horrible place to be. A lot of field in this area, which is somewhat unplayable space. It makes it very hard to move through because it is so open. A lot of times when you move through in vehicles as well, because there's not a load of hills that you can hide behind, getting spray downs onto vehicles is very easy. So I do think that you've got to be a bit worrisome moving through this area, which is why Voin Donkey is going so fast on this western side. They do not want to be caught out while teams are set up already. They went at the right time whilst teams are all just migrating across inside their vehicles, but there is a spray coming through from Doc. Not much found off the back of it though, unfortunately.
No, they're just pushing Team Spirit a little bit further away, and actually, Narvalo's ready for it. Matic does get spotted, and Enigma Galaxy, yeah, there's no way you get Matic back up there, so Team Spirit playing on as 3, the first elimination actually to come through in this match, Blank. So we're up to 9.5 minutes before that's come on in, and a hard west shift is what has delivered it to us. Team Spirit do manage to find the ridgelines, though, out on the western side, and will be a little bit safer now for the time being. However, losing a player this early, always not ideal.
Yeah, having to squeeze through this area, and I mean, Team Spirit had to move very early, right? You know, they had to be up early in the morning to make that move, just purely because where they were positioned beforehand, like there wasn't a lot of time to go for it. I honestly don't think they were too unhappy with that approach either. Being able to get over towards this western side and only losing 1 player off the back of it, there is potential to squeeze more points out of this game, as opposed to getting cut in over on that southeast side, where unless you already have a compound, you're definitely in a bad spot. So I think for Team Spirit getting down towards this location is good, but for Enigma Galaxy, now they have info on that location. They know it's a weakened team, so that's always something that they can put under pressure later on in the game.
On the top of Everest. DRX have been in this 2-2 split for a while, Blank. They have their other two out to the west side now, after moving them away from South George, and they will be fending off against a forward push from D plus Kia, two South Korean teams at the top of Everest there. Guild, they've been in these crates, in these warehouses, the south side of George for a while. They've transitioned over fairly successfully here, but there's a lot of open ground to their south now that's covered off from positions like Hospital, from Everest as well. So if Guild get the circle, they're going to be great. But once they have to move, not so lucky.
Incilio cuts out the member on the back line there for 4MV, which is very unfortunate news for them. Baron going down, it was impossible to get the res through. And again, for 4MV, it's a similar situation to Na'Vi. It's a very hard read. The reason Na'Vi gets away with it earlier is because they sort of preempt it, right? That is the typical rotate you want to make through on the beachhead, just in case. That really was just a just-in-case play. For 4MV, I don't think they were expecting anything like this. I think they thought that they were final team to get into the zone. Incilio being here is a big surprise to us and to them. For D+, though, they do move over towards the eastern side of Everest, getting two players up top. They might recall the rest of the squad, but it is ThunderTalks moving through, and it's actually a good thing they still have two players out on that eastern side. They're able to listen out for the vehicles and get some info over towards that area of the map.
And be that double threat. From the top of Everest, it's always difficult to get those spray downs as well, so having those low ground angles to assist, to make sure that the cover is never secure for ThunderTalks moving around them, good stuff. But D plus Kia looking now to regroup. ThunderTalks actually pushing Nolbu off of that low ground, so they need to be careful. Was that another player from 4MV getting caught? I think it was, unfortunately. So now it's just Doc and Reefus for 4MV to play on the southeast side. From their compound, they're right towards the edge. It's going to be really difficult to extract value out of this match to try and keep up the pace with the top of the tables.
At the moment, 4MV cosplaying as Fish because they are getting caught left, right, and center at the moment. It's a bit unfortunate for this team, but we saw it in the group stages. This is nothing new for us here. And 4MV going down to two players nice and early in the game, it's bad news for them. And I mean, for 4MV, the stocks weren't too high coming into PMGC anyway, but there is still 2 more days and the 4-1 matches to play after this one to kind of get some more points on the board and redeem themselves after these first couple of games. I mean, that first one on Sanhok, not too bad, but it didn't feel massively explosive from that squad. It was more of a survival tactic from them. Here's the Vicious, though. They're currently over towards the northeast side of the map, making their way through from box compound. Now, every single team has made that crossing from the northern side and is roughly in the circle, albeit you still got Team Spirit as well as Incilio with a couple of players on the outside, but I think both of those teams will be making their way in shortly. If Kitsune can hold down this central location inside the field, it will be fantastic for the squad, but it's not a super secure position. You really do have to be on the ball over towards that area of the map.
Very difficult to play in with numbers reduced for Team Spirit, playing as 3, all the harder. Vicious now pushing up towards the top of Everest and open up towards Nolbu. It's good for the first. Vicious moving on in. They haven't taken a knock yet either. But there is that trade finally found, but it's 1 for 1 again on that engagement. And with the earlier flush they found, it's not looking too good for D plus Kia, but they are still struggling through. Fabian and Osal on the top of the high ground here. A nade over from Diminor to get them low, but there's that spray down. 2 players left for D plus Kia, but they're still giving it a good go.
It was equalized pretty quickly, and for D+, it was a real big struggle. Great nade comes from down the hill, and that will be D+ Kia going out on the top of Everest, taking a big old tumble down towards the bottom, and it certainly was a vicious play, but here's someone else who's got some talking to do. It is the ThunderTalks looking to shout some nades down towards the Vicious. That looks to be pretty much on target.
Oh, gets one. That re-knock immediate. Diminor not taken down by it, but there's plenty more where that came from. Left in the back pocket. ThunderTalk look for the spray downs, but Diminor has the answer. High, we're now with the nade cooking, looks to put the pressure on, continue that one going through, the flash is there, but Diminor once again fades the full knock. Unfortunately, the second time around, not so lucky. Circle shifts away, and ThunderTalk make their way in. TJB, however, now in their way.
Nice old-fashioned M4 spray down coming through from the ThunderTalks. Good initial play as well, assuming where they'd be rezzing off the backside of the cliff. Fantastic stuff from ThunderTalks, but again, now you have to fend off versus Tongji Bao, who have moved in on towards that northeast side. For ThunderTalks, it gets a little bit difficult. So it's our 2 PEL teams going head-to-head here.
from this northeast side. It's still all to play for access to this next circle. The shift goes down to the fields, by the way, Blank. On that southwest side, where Kitsune had the middle, now has neighbors in RCB. Team Spirit on a wide spread on that southwest edge. Na'Vi, Alpha 7, both potentially looking to push in there. So Team Spirit need to be careful, need to have their wits about them. Thunder Talk in this fight, still trying to move around the edges of Everest here. Seemingly looking to try and slip around the side of TJB, not take this fight head on.
I mean, stage 4, it hurts, and I don't really think you can be taking a fight with Tongji Bao at the top of Everest. You have to move around, but I think even Thunder Talks know that where they're going in the circle is somewhat no man's land. Let's see if they can push through and get the battering ram going versus 4MV on Doc and Reefers, as well as Rage. Couple of roll downs, though, over towards RCB, and Alpha 7 start things off strong.
Hopefully he's on the wet weather tires, because he has got a blood trail line behind them. One flush goes through over towards Alpha 7. Well, that is going to leave them with a second going down. RCB, sure, they're swept aside, but Alpha 7 now under pressure from those off angles. Na'Vi are behind them. Team Spirit are ahead of them, or at least Kitsune is, rather, in this central field position. The smokes are starting to bloom. With McGrellan down, keeping 3 players up, rather, is the priority for Alpha 7.
Team Spirit find those shots. I mean, Na'Vi also has eyes over towards this. This is not an ideal spot for Alpha 7. They can make it work, certainly. Insilio, though, still sending those shots ringing out over towards the eastern side. And they have had a lot of impact on this game, despite having a very late start into this one, John. Thunder Talks sat down in the grass. Themselves alive as long as possible. 4MV over towards their north side, but equally not in a great spot. With Influence Rage looking to move off the crest of Everest. Likely life's going to get a lot harder. Guild will try to hold out versus Tongji Bao. Good shots from 4MV, but it's sent back and traded.
TJB looking to try and fend off as Guild move on in towards the foothills of Everest. Spray downs looking good for the first, but not quite fully connecting. Finally, there's a knock found as Tongji Bao actually have nades sent back towards them as well. Gilda giving the fight a good go. Effect trying to hold off against Na'Vi, almost solo, but in comes the backup. Nomi is here just in time to light up from the sidelines. One more to go. Can he keep Puncher at bay? 6 is too far away to go for this fight immediately, so if Nomi can get the res, if he can get the heal, it's big news for Team Spirit. The push comes out, the pump action, ready for it. 6 now, looking to put the nade over towards him, but the fade back from Nomi down the channel, stays alive. Effect maybe not so lucky, but Team Spirit still have that outpost.
Incredible stuff from Nomi. Actually runs back with the nade ticking. Won't go far enough, and it will be 6 to understand exactly what's happening here. Really, really well played from Na'Vi. Kitsune went down off in the distance as well, and that will be Team Spirit out early once again. Only one elimination found from that one, sitting Team Spirit down towards 13th place. All the while, Alpha 7 finds themselves some more points, but it is Falcons, in fact, over towards this northwest side, taking a knock and a flush versus Voin Donkey.
Voin Donkey ID doing well on this northwest side. Alpha 7 do have sightlines over towards it. Zeta with the roll down. The nades over towards Guild, still giving TJB a little bit of pause, but 2 players alive for Guild, only the 1 for TJB. That will get finally shut down on the northwest side as we're hopping over with Voin Donkey. That was Falcons getting taken down. That was, I think, 0 points on the match there. So 21 total on the first 2 games. Still good, but maybe not what they were looking for, given that they earned all of those in the first match.
Yeah, it could have been a good starting point for them over on the northwest side, but they didn't cut in between Voin Donkey as well as DRX, who did get that final blow over towards the Falcons. It's a rough spot to be in. It really was. Guild, though, now moving out into the fielded area. And again, I haven't really talked about it too much, but this is an absolute desperate circle for a lot of teams. The fielded area contains so much of it. Na'Vi's going to have a field day here, down towards that southwest side. The fact that they have so many sightlines looking over towards the northeast edge, they can cause a lot of problems for a lot of these teams and poke a huge amount of holes in the squads.
Yeah, with that low ground ridge they've got to play on the south side of the road, could be huge for them. Alpha 7 as well in the middle. They've got those defilés that Kitsune was holding down earlier, but you spoke about how difficult that is to navigate, and especially as 3, Alpha 7 losing one of their players on the roll-up. They get success positionally, but will they be able to keep that under the belt?
It's a position that gains value over time, realistically, because early on in the game, you have a lot of these third parties coming through, and defending on a 360 angle from this position is hard. But if Alpha 7 can isolate a fight over towards the west versus Voindonkey, there is much better prospects for them in the future. Though, Voindonkey, not a team to be messed around with here. DRX still on that north side. In the meantime, what we're watching at the moment is Influence Rage versus Incilio, who have held out for the longest time down towards the south side.
Making some cheeky rotations so far this match. The Milter flex out, giving a lot of teams something to think about during this match and maybe causing a little bit of chaos. But now into the late game, that effect is going to start to reduce. It's all back to Incilio and what can they do in these late game situations. They can't really fall back on the surprise factor anymore. Teams are going to know that they're here. How do they play these open fields? Because it is really, really tricky stuff right now. You can see open ground ahead of them for as far as the eye can see.
Teams are relying on luck and blessing.
Ooh.
Circle moves over towards that northeast side. Enigma Galaxy immediately reacts. Snowyx sends out to scout versus DRX, but he's in a dangerous spot right now. In the midst of this team, somehow not down just yet, but Ralph will find one onto Hyunbin immediately. Snowyx does get taken down, but in comes the rest of Enigma Galaxy to provide backup.
Only one player now remaining to stand for DRX, but he's already getting lit up from the sidelines on the swivel, but can't find anything. He's blinded by the smoke. There's a third-party push coming through from Voindonkey ID onto this area as well, as Redox runs them through. But there's an off-angle knock coming on in, and it's just back and forth between these two teams with that third party, Vexy on the Mini 14. What can you do under this amount of pressure?
In comes Narvalo, drops the smokes, drops the stuns, tries to create a portion of the circle they can continue to play in. In comes more nades, but a player on 1 HP trying to keep the dreams of DRX still alive. 2 players get knocked, but Ralph can move in. Great play from him to back it all the way off, just in case a nade came through, trusting in his teammates to finish the job. But Alpha 7 taking shots over towards Voindonkey. Like I said, if they can isolate an angle, they might have a better time of it.
Incilio looking to push through the open fields as well towards Influence Rage. You can see they got protection from Alpha 7's position. They're preoccupied. And Incilio used that opportunity to move up across the open ground. The damage done to Influence Rage, but there is a nade sent back towards Redlick. Lorazin on the off angle, finds the flush as well. Westron looking to find the final players of Influence Rage, but not quite connecting there. And not able to finish that roll-up successfully and cleanly. Incilio still with 3, and they've still got the hovercraft roll down, and it's a specialty of Incilio. Out and towards the off angles, Lorazin gets clipped, and that's Westron to find it. Draws the attention, draws the eye with a hovercraft, but it's the M4 to put him down in the end.
Yeah, the great distractor apparently here in the hovercraft. Dude's just needing to send bullets into it, but you can't really with the fact that Westron's on the back lines of a nades in hand. Still, it's only 2 players knocked. This is very recoverable here for Influence Rage. Not with that kind of nade, though, that comes over the top side. Westron peeks ever closer over towards them. A getaway in full pursuit, but Westron is not having any of it.
And with the team on the north, Enigma Galaxy re-establishing themselves with all 4 players on the north side. Influence Rage have nowhere to go. And they will get eliminated. 6th place, 3 elims. Top 5 teams now remain. We've got Na'Vi, we've got Incilio. Alpha 7, they have been taken down in the process of this match. Na'Vi moving across that road have been able to successfully take control.
Not quite yet, still have Revo up. So Alpha 7 is alive and they can push further into this game. Revo's going to likely just keep himself and his nose clean for a little bit longer. We know this guy does very well in endgames. He was there right to the end there on Sanhok as well. So I wouldn't count him out just yet, but with Voindonkey still having to move in, it all depends whether an RV is going to hold them out or not. Incilio, though, who's some of the most ridiculous plays in the hovercraft there, which I genuinely think Influence Rage was so confused by and bamboozled that they couldn't do anything about it. But Incilio, they will find themselves a strong position down towards the south, but here's the time for Enigma Galaxy to shine.
Moving in, stretching their supply line from the north side. Circle goes to the southwest side, and Narvalo is already in it. But Incilio on the southeast side, Na'Vi on the west. These are the 2 teams that need to hold their ground now. And Voindonkey ID lose 1 to Na'Vi's position. That west side, really difficult, but they've got a lot of eliminations so far, Blank, from that northwest side. Their fight with Falcons, Team Spirit as well, over on that northwest side, has gone well. Voindonkey ID have got value from this match already. They're into the top 4. Can they move through Na'Vi?
This is a team with 3 rookies on side, is Void Donkey. They are extremely good coming into this PMGC. No one really expected it, no one saw it coming, but over the progress of survival stage, the last chance, it felt like they were just absorbing more and more experience as they went on. And then coming into this one as a fearsome beast, they've leveled up, absolutely. Now Na'Vi feels the brunt of the pain coming through from Void Donkey as they start to hoof them out the side of the circle.
2 knocks sent their way, and RV down to 1. Lemon run for the hills, looking to get squeezed out here by Void Donkey ID. The nades continue to pour on in. Those flushes are all but in the pocket for them. And 8 elims, 9 elims, they are racking them up left and right. Only 1 player from Na'Vi remains, and Void Donkey ID have a really good opportunity to take a massive result for themselves here.
Void Donkey ID, they control a lot of space, and that little trench that sits through on that western side is so beneficial. Potato, though, down towards the south, is a very critical member of the squad right now. Cannot allow Na'Vi to get a little bit too close to them. Has to also provide that information back to where Enigma Galaxy are trying to push through from. They picked up a loot crate in the process, so they're nice and looted. Enigma Galaxy is ready for another fight here.
Cilio find a player, though, over towards Void Donkey ID from that east side. A little bit too bold. Potato could potentially get that res. Enigma Galaxy now with the impact frags. Westron goes down, and that is the high ground angle spotted, taken out. But the hovercraft is still on side blank. We know that there's plenty of mischief still to be had, but Enigma Galaxy, they're going to try and put a stop to it. They've isolated it. Do they see there's a player inside? I think they've spotted it. Force him out. And now around the edge of it, has to try and find a cheeky little frag, gets Novalo. Now a second chance, but SnowX does take him down. 2 players have fallen for Enigma Galaxy, and this is an opportunity for Void Donkey ID to move in with their 3 players from the west side.
3TN actually priming a nade for himself. It goes long, though. We'll get the damage numbers on it, and we'll probably send another through. Depends if they can get this res off or not. It goes long again. So for 3TN, unfortunate, they're not able to pick that one up. Now Valo looks for the heal. In comes a little bit of a smoke, a stun. In the process, Molotov's going down, and Enigma Galaxy scrabbling to get out of the way.
Trying to move away from the ordnance and successfully pulling themselves back up to 4 players will be a huge result, but they have to move in towards the territory held now by Void Donkey ID. You can see the roll-ups are coming through, the lay of the land favorable to Void Donkey ID to hold this western side, but the next circle shrinks directly to the middle blank, which means that if Enigma Galaxy can get rid of 3TN on this off angle, there's 2 ways it can go, right? As is fairly obvious, I'd imagine, but into the middle of this circle, it's not clear who would come out victorious out of these 2 squads. With the number advantage for Enigma Galaxy, though, they would be going into it ahead.
The radio tower in the middle, and all the squads will be radioing in their strategy going forward. Out comes the first phase from Potato, and he is boiled by 3TN. Luckily, Razor's there to assist. Enigma Galaxy might try to move off the back of that, though, as they circle round. So an interesting location at the end here, because you can isolate fights on either side, but it's good that Enigma Galaxy look to move out, but Ralph pushes back the rest of the team. This gives time for Void Donkey to reset.
Potato's back up. He's got that healing on board. He can start to stim back to full HP here. The navigation of this circle for Enigma Galaxy a little bit slower than maybe they wanted, as the zone will start to close to the middle directly. Just a moment. Nade range is achieved for both of these rosters, but I think that they've bled it dry so far on the resources. Smokes plentiful for Enigma Galaxy, but nades a little bit lackluster on both sides.
Yeah, 6-4, but there's plenty of death crates around this location, so big chance to pick up more for both teams. 10 eliminations for our Indonesian squad of Void Donkey ID, who have done so much to get here. Now look to prove themselves just that little further in PMGC. Enigma Galaxy starts to edge their way forward. Narvalo proned. The buggy still being alive here is a massive boon to the squad. Getting scouting off the back of this is huge. Ralph's got to be careful, though, but any information he can provide is going to be so important for the team to send nades over the top.
Discipline on the peak there from Void Donkey ID, not over-committing to it. You know you can be sprayed down, pinged out through that smoke. And Voindonkey ID with the challenge. Redox cooking one of first of, I'm assuming, is going to be about 6 or 7 nades that's going to fly in just a moment, but into the gunfight we go. Down into the dip, Razor not going to be able to take that shot. Instead, lines up between them, dips back in, gets that reload, moves forwards, gives them the slip. The runaround is there, Novello on the back line, will find it, but there's trade-offs coming through. 2 players down, Vexy on the low ground is low, but holds his nerve. 2 versus 1, it's up to Vexy now. As Nigma Galaxy are able to keep it under control, finally able to shut it down from the east side. They roll up to the top of the hill and find the chicken dinner.
Potato lost in the sauce in those final moments, moving through the smoke. I don't think he knew exactly where Nigma Galaxy were. Parked right next to him, prone down next to a buggy. Fantastic so from Nigma Galaxy though, extreme control over that fielded area, especially on that northeast side. Sort of unexpected coming through Nigma Galaxy so early into this tournament as well, but they must be very proud of themselves here to start things off. Ralph leading the charge, and I think it's one of the few times we actually see Nigma Galaxy get a really strong result in an endgame with 4 players still alive. You can tell that these boys have been practicing a lot in the meantime between their group stage and now, and I think they're definitely on the rise, this squad, looking so much stronger, and I think teams just cannot count them out anymore.
There is plenty of impressive performances over these last 2 matches. This time around, Nigma Galaxy able to find that chicken dinner. Voindonkey ID with a lot of points. It is definitely heating up to be one of the best PMGCs we've ever seen. Let's head back to the desk.
Well, Nigma Galaxy starting off strong here, winning a hot drop on Sanhok and winning a map here on Erangel, the first of 3 of the day. And honestly, the roster swaps that happened for this team, obviously when you compare them to Twisted Minds, working out so well for them. Such a phenomenal performance, and Max, you have to be happy to see your French comrades doing well.
Novello, let's go! Did you see me over there? Hello, Novello. No, realistically, I'm super happy. When we're looking at the old Nigma Galaxy, right, I was like, oh, they're a little bit too passive at times. Like, this roster is enabled so well thanks to the rotations. Novello, Snoix always willing to take the fights, and during this game, sure, they were somewhat passive in the early stage, which is fine. I think that's a great strat to pull off. But 7, they were third-partying so efficiently late game on the eastern side versus Incilio and Influence Rage. That third party alone is the reason we see them get this chicken dinner.
Even if we go back a little bit more, the way that they were able to take the fight to DRX, just get full control of the north of the circle, then after that, they heard the fight between Incilio and Influence Rage. They decided to go third party that. They were able to win it too. Now that we have gotten a chance to talk about Nigma Galaxy, congratulations, Voin, on a great game. But I'm about to go in on you guys. And the reason why I'm about to go in on you guys, Voindonkey, is because you guys were a little bit too passive in these situations. Actually, way before these situations, you see that Nigma Galaxy and Incilio are going to be fighting each other. You don't even have to third party this. This is something you and I were talking about, Max. They could have just moved up and get higher control, but they decided not to do it, and it ultimately ended up costing them the game.
Exactly. Voin did not have to commit to the fight that early on. All they had to do is to claim control of that late game circle. If they play those ridges you were highlighting during that game 7, and they just stayed passive and waiting for the circle to push Nigma Galaxy their way, I think that was a clear chicken dinner going the way of Voin, but unfortunately it doesn't go their way, and Nigma Galaxy claim the hill and get the win.
You know, we talked about Team Spirit earlier on, and we talked about Kitsune in particular having to adjust his in-game leading style from G Gladiators over to Team Spirit, but what about Raouf? I feel like he's one of the most improved in-game leaders this year.
Actually, when I was talking to Pecco on a Twitter space, he told me that they haven't really changed their style too much. It's just this roster, this new roster you highlighted earlier, Jason, is just well more suited to execute the playstand that Raouf had a while ago. So like, it just seemed this is the team that Nigma Galaxy's wanted for a while, and they finally have the star team that they can win a global tournament with.
It's not just one player. I feel like that's the main thing, right? If you think about the old Nigma, it was always like in regards to Coops. All right, can Coops be able to perform? Can the team put him in a great position? With now, I mean, we're seeing the stats right there in front of us. Everybody's being able to put up eliminations. Everybody's being able to put up numbers. They're working well together, and Raouf is doing a great job from it. Now, the reason why I was talking about Voindonkey earlier and why I was kind of being a little bit harsh on them, even though they did have a good performance, is because I seen this out of them already in league stage, where they just doubt themselves a little bit too long, or they maybe overthink certain situations and stop themselves from getting the position where ultimately they can win the game.
I get the thought process of, oh, we want to let the other teams fight, right? Yeah, I think Navi, Incilio, Nigma Galaxy, Influence Rage to the eastern side, I understand. But the thing is, you give an option to Nigma Galaxy to claim that hilltop to the east, they're going to run with it. Like, they are not going to make that mistake you made. They're going to claim that position, and they're going to gun you down instantly with a really cool PMWC S12K. That was very sick play. But I have to highlight the skins. You know, they're kind of cool in games sometimes.
You know, let me throw a question to you guys here, right? Because obviously Voin did have to go through group stage, survival stage, and last chance to get here. Do you think they're one of the teams who had the most benefit of having to go that route instead of just qualifying from group because the amount of reps they're able to get in?
For sure, 100%. The main thing with this team is that they had a lot of players that it was their first actual big tournament, big global tournament, and I feel like that experience of having to go through all that, you can see it through. I mean, through league stage, they just kept on improving, and credit to the coach too, because he was able to kind of make some switches between the team, not maybe tactical, but just giving them a break for whether it was just one day. It was the right play to kind of let them clear their mind, let them reset a little bit, and just remind them, hey, this is your first time that you're in this type of stage. Take your time, enjoy the process, and so far they definitely enjoy the process, and from what they've been able to learn from every single stage is showcasing even here in the grand finals.
I mean, you're talking about Defi, he said it's more about the mental game, not the strats they pulled off. It's the mental game that improved significantly throughout every stage of the league stage to get to this point in grand finals, and now they're ready. They're in the right mindset to go the entire way, maybe win PMGC, but maybe a little bit unfortunate for them at the start here because they're not willing to take the fight. But I think as we get through this first day, they might be like, okay, we should have sent it for it. Let's play more aggressive in our next games.
One team that's going to be kind of scratching their heads and saying, man, we should have done something different. Team Spirit, especially with Kitsune. Kitsune was in a great position, but they were just so split. So split, Max. I know we kind of have different different ways of thinking in regards to what they should have done there within that position. I felt like Kitsune should have been able to back up because this squad was just a little bit scared to make that push where Kitsune was because Navi was close by and also Alpha 7 would have had eyes on them during that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, you see, they're not on the first page of this game ranking, unfortunately. If they did regroup on Kitsune, or as you preferred, maybe having Kitsune go back with the team south of the road to maybe negate a push from Navi, which eventually happened, was a good strat. I don't care really what play they do, Seven. Just do it together. I feel like that play alone maybe would have allowed them to reach top 3 eventually this game.
Well, one more team I do want to touch on really quickly. It's going to be Incilio. And I'm going to touch on them in particular because I feel like they are the team who takes advantage of potentially the most meta-changing thing we've seen this year of the hovercraft more than any other team, and 3TN in particular.
They were staying in Milta for so long, and we know why. They were hunting for that hovercraft, and they found the hovercraft, and they sent it in the field, and realistically, we said it many times, they only had one. But one hovercraft alone, you see how far that got them? That was crazy. Just like in the field, like, yeah, I'm a tank now.
It helped them with the fight in regards to when they fought Influence Rage. That was the massive game changer between that fight. And then after that, I think if they would have had just enough time before Enigma Galaxy ended up third-partying them, we would have been telling a completely different story.
It's funny because Enigma Galaxy got behind the hovercraft like, this is nice.
Yeah.
This is actually a really good defensive position.
We'll take a look here at our overalls after 2 matches played. Enigma Galaxy currently holding the trophy in their hands. Well, not quite just yet, as they're sitting in first place. But Alpha 7, one team I want to touch on really quickly. Again, 18 eliminations, or sorry, 18 points able to come through with 10 eliminations. We're used to seeing this team have slow starts. And this is a pretty decent start today.
It's a very good start for Alpha 7, I'd even go to say. I mean, here, their third party.
All right, one up me, I get it.
Okay, it's a very good one. No, the third party here, I think, was the big play that Alpha 7 were able to execute here. I think it was RCB pushing on Kitsune on the tower position in the center of the field, and they actually...
Tornado Siren.
Yeah, Tornado Siren. And they hear the shot. Oh, wait, this is a great opportunity because we're currently playing edge west of the field. It's not a great entry point. This is our shot. We send in the center, get a bunch of eliminations, and claim at that point the best position in the circle. Sure, they don't win, but for me, that was an incredible play at that moment.
And something I was comparing, especially with that push that they were able to do, and why I was so nitpicky early with Enigma Galaxy with the push that they ended up doing in Sanhok, is because of how uniform the push was from Alpha 7. They only ended up losing McGrillen, but for them, yes, it's not a slow start, but I'm going to be completely honest, I expect to see a little bit more of Alpha 7, especially with how much they are currently favorite to be in. It's good to see them currently in top 4. It's good to see Revel being able to put up numbers. It's good to see Carrillo being able to put up numbers in the past too, but I do expect this team, and from what I got a chance to talk to them, they were saying, we want to be in first place at the end of the day. Well, we got 4 more matches. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it.
Back to PMGC last year, weren't they like first place the first 2 days, and then it was the 3rd day where they unfortunately
and then IHC happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they can continue to be on the rise. There's only 2 matches played so far, but you guys at home who are watching, remember you do have the Arctic Conqueror Guild set available for you guys to pick up, because Halfor Julius Bjornsson, the Mountain himself, is actually coming to the arena on December 7th, and there is a weightlifting challenge currently going on between the 6th and 8th of December here at the Excel, and you can pick up a 35 kilogram glacial hammer. I think I can do it. I think Max can do it. I don't know if Seven can do it personally.
That's
but
like
you guys
half my
here in the arena
weight.
can go pick it up. Well,
The Uzi's bigger than him.
True.
I don't know how he's supposed to.
It is pretty
pick it
tall,
up.
actually.
It is, right?
I tried lifting it. I was like,
Well, you know what, Max? While we actually go get our own turn at it, what if we get a picture on your Infinix GT20 Pro of 7 picking it up, and then we can actually show it to people at home with its dual chipset, 144 Hz AMOLED screen, and 120 FPS. You guys can pick one up and play like a pro. And not to mention, have the sweet PMGC background skin.
I'm just looking at my McLaren skin. No,
Oh, yeah.
great quality on my device. I'm having a fantastic time with this.
I'm waiting for Oscar to come over and just try to open it for me, okay? Just wait.
You need to chill. All right? I don't think he's going to come say hi to you guys. He's going to say hi to me.
Oh, he's busy with a race, so he's definitely not coming over
That's
this
true.
week.
And not to mention, while you're playing on your Switch GT20 Pro, why not pick up an Akupa UT2's Gamer Pro, where you can warm your hands while you play or in between your matches to keep your fingies nice and toasty with its 5,000.
They're actually really good.
They're
amazing.
We've been using them on desk, to be honest. They even got RGB lights as well, and they're rechargeable on top of that. So I hoping we get a pair of these to take home.
Look at that. My red pants on his blue shirt. What a great mix.
And I don't have one. You guys are killing me.
There you go.
Here. You can
now
have both
I have
of them.
4.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, I got the ultimate warmth in my hands. But gentlemen, right now, Enigma Galaxy, I think the real question I'm going to ask you two is, do you think this is a pace they can maintain over the course of today in the next 2 days?
I think so. Yeah, I'd have to say that right now the way they were playing it didn't seem like forceful. It wasn't out of their repertoire. It was something very natural to them. Just clear DRX on the northern side, claim 50% of the circle in the late game finish, and then just third-party fights and claim the hilltop to get the win against Void. It was clean from start to finish, and I think that they can keep this momentum going for the rest of today and hopefully the whole grand finals.
Speaking of momentum, the McLaren F1 team hopefully have continued their momentum over in F1 to get themselves that first place finish. We have Oscar Piastri with some couple of words here for you guys at home and obviously for all the players who are participating.
Hi everyone, I'm Oscar Piastri, McLaren Formula 1 driver. I want to encourage every player to go all out in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Let's see what you're made of. And don't miss out on the upcoming PUBG Mobile and McLaren collaboration. Best of luck.
Best of luck as well when it comes to the races coming up here and hope they can get themselves a first place finish like our teams are looking to pick up their own trophy. So big shout outs to the McLaren F1 racing team. What's up, Seven?
We're talking about Enigma Galaxy earlier. We're talking about if they can keep this pace up. The biggest thing that I do have to point out again, just because it's a pattern for this team, is if you are going to be pushing in late, Enigma Galaxy, don't do any unnecessary pushes into the center of the circle. You can play edge. You have showcased that you can actually play edge. It's just... Please, no unnecessary pushes to the center of the circle.
Just compare the first game and the second game.
Yeah.
Not to send it center, how to send it center. Oh, it worked way better.
Well, the thing was that in the first game, they did have the hot drop, right? That kind of forced them to just wait a lot longer. Yeah, and absolutely no info. That's the main one. If you have no info, just play the edge.
Let's talk about a couple other teams, right? Because obviously we can talk a lot about them considering they're sitting in first place. But for me, I kind of want to focus on maybe the South Korean teams that we were honestly outstanding when it came to the league stage, right? D+ are sitting on 0 points. And DRX Max, I know in particular last match, you thought they had a relatively smart play when they were on top of Everest.
Which is leaving Everest early because it got third party by, actually not even third party, at fourth or fifth party. There was too many teams to try to send on top of Everest at some point, but understood, oh, there's a very big chance it's going to shift away from Everest. We're going to claim one of the compounds that are going to be in play relatively early and just bank on that, which worked out until, unfortunately, as you saw, Enigma Galaxy came around and just completely swept the floor with them. But I think that the early rotation, the early game plan was really solid, but unfortunately the team fighting was just not quite on par with Enigma Galaxy.
And for the other South Korean team, D+ Kia, I mean, they were not expecting anybody to try to push up on them on Everest. Especially the first one, the most unpredictable team, I think, for me, for the Grand Finals, PMGC 2024, the Vicious. They just fully sent it. They did not care at all.
And then PEL happened. Literally, Thundertor Gaming are going to the eastern side of the mountain, fighting versus the Vicious and D+ Kia at the same time. And then TGB are like, we don't care. We're just going to take the mountaintop for ourselves and claim the spot, which was a good approach from TJB.
Well, you know what? We did have our first Erangel done and dusted. It's coming down to where is the zone potentially going to go this time and what teams can potentially make up for their mistakes in the first match of Erangel. Well, it is time to head back to our commentators. We drop into Erangel number 2 with John Allen and Blake.
Erangel once again. Stelba down to military base, so the plane path takes us east this time around blank for our second go at the grassy pastures. Match number 3 about to get underway.
From Stalbert down to Sosnovka military base, a little bit more of an easy playing path, I would say this one is. You can get very easily over towards that western side. When you have those very western playing paths, it does make a lot of the approaches much more difficult because there is just less vehicles populated towards the central side of the island. So this is much easier to work with for a lot of our squads. Getting towards Severny is nice and easy, which is an easy spot to play, as is Rozhok, School, and Pachinki. So I think most teams should have a good time here. Though the Falcons going out early in that last game didn't mean that their 21-point margin did get equalized a little bit, but Incilio, once again, like the boys were saying, a team that's just using the power of the hovercraft that was recently added to competitive. Very, very frustrating vehicle to play against, particularly because it's very durable, and you can't really ignore it, but you have to pay attention to it as well.
It's interesting that Incilio is the only team to put stock in it as well. Maybe it's the only team that has really incorporated it into their core strategies, and we'll see that start to shift into 2025. Maybe teams will start to adopt it more, but for now, Incilio definitely breaking new ground on that. Ooh, okay, South Circle goes down towards the military base. And we've got a little bit of a hot drop, a scrap, as Incilio may be able to find an early clip on the wings for the Falcons.
I mean, Incilio do find an early clip on the wings of the Falcons as Icy gets shattered into a million pieces. Good stuff from Incilio there. Tough drop for them actually as well, with Falcons actually wanting to get over towards this bridge, pick up a vehicle and move downwards. For Incilio, they knew that they'd be getting themselves into a fight, and now still one player left remaining there on Falcons in East, cowering in this building as the rest of Incilio make their way on through.
Incilio looking to encircle here onto East's position. Teams will be starting to, I imagine, look for crossing routes as well, so potential for this to get even more messy if they don't conclude fast enough. Obviously, the hot drop situation reduces the amount of loot that Incilio will get on board until they conclude this fully. Falcons unlikely to look to push back up, so it is all on what East can extract here. How many points can you get for your life? The answer, none. The toll is heavy. 2 points earned for Incilio, and they're looking to kick things off strong.
Yo, Falcons' strong start didn't really translate from that point onwards, honestly. I talked about them being a momentum-based team, but that velocity is moved to complete standstill here. Honestly, I feel sort of bad for Falcons because that was a very, very good way to start out their day here in PMGC, and now a lot of teams are going to equalize and get ahead with Enigma Galaxy in 24 points and Voin Donkey tied up just underneath them without that chicken dinner.
There is plenty of teams who will be so willing to just shove them aside. There is no mercy here in London for the PMGC Grand Finals. It's all about that top spot. Anyone you have to step on to get there, well, that's fair game. The Falcons, unfortunately, under the boot at the moment. Top action will continue for them in this match, and they are already on the military island, which is the only benefit that they have right now, but I don't think they're going to be resting easy. Incilio moving across that bridge nice and quickly, have made their way through. Team Spirit are yet to move. They drop on farm, they always have, and it seems like they may always do so. Oh dear, this might be the end of the Falcons as Reefus lines up for a shot. The 4MV squad with their solo flex out here, so it's not without its dangers, but action just going to try and turn tail. Takes a lot of damage as well, not quite connecting with this full spray down. Reefus is fairly low on ammo.
Yeah, really great shot to start things off there for Incilio, looking for even more, but it's 4MV to get things done even further as action retreats into Novorepnoye. Potentially go for a little bit of a swim here, but in comes the rest of the squad. Incilio's heard this, he sees it, does a double take and immediately looks to get out of there.
Oh, he's struggling to get into the crates, wants to try and give him the runaround. It's dangerous. His action spotted yet again. Fash doesn't quite make the pull shot, but there is Westron through from the sidelines. Falcons out, 16th place, no points. 2 matches on the trot after a chicken dinner. That will take the wind out your sails.
Yeah, it's a punch straight through to the solar plexus on that one. Completely winded Falcons. Not in a good way either, because they're not gliding right now very well. Enigma Galaxy and Voin ID, they can get further into this one, but it is Team Spirit making that crossing nice and early, and it's making a return to the fold. The old boat on it carve trick.
We saw it back in the group stages, a little bit more lopsided this time around, Blank, as it's slowly edging towards
it's a new trick.
But I think it's just going to fall off. I mean, maybe you could just get the wheels onto the sand if it falls off the side. No, they are going to have to use a nade or two here, making sure that they can extract that one. The value of this rotation, as we saw back in the group stages, being able to have a vehicle at your disposal. The other option is, of course, where's it gone?
Hang on.
Where's it gone?
It's inside the boat.
Put that car back. There's a hovercraft to follow it up. The other option is this hovercraft. Oh, it's gone out into the water. That makes it unrecoverable.
Is it actually?
I think it might be. They just drove over it in the hovercraft.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I mean, guys, it was a good attempt.
There it is.
But again, I don't know what they put inside that nade, but fairly explosive. Fairly explosive.
That is unfortunate because now they all have to rotate in the same hovercraft. They don't have a fast roll-up vehicle now at their disposal, so they invest a lot of time into that strat. It doesn't work.
Just sad that nade was made in Manhattan, apparently.
Really?
Yeah.
Where are you going with that? I've no idea.
That's okay, John. Okay. Obscure reference.
Yeah, I think so. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. Alpha 7, they're going for the botation across on the jet skis. A little bit more standard, but they, again, will not have any vehicles to play with once they make landfall. Probably over towards the south side of Novo. There's a couple of options there. Having said all of this about the rotations down to the military island, Blank, it's not fully confirmed yet that we will be committing to that south side.
It's not. There is actually a huge amount of space up towards the north, and this is probably the earliest we've ever seen Team Spirit make this decision to cross over towards the south side. So I think for Team Spirit, they're pretty confident heading down there. There is a huge amount of water still down towards that south side of the map, so it does feel fairly likely this is going to be a Sosnovka finish. You have Na'Vi looking to make their way back down towards that south side, Thunder Talks and Incilio. Incilio's had a bit of a weird one because they were pressured over towards that eastern side for the love of the hunt, really, for Falcons.
They have managed to commit to Novo for the time being. And that's going to make Alpha 7's approach all the harder. Seems like they're pretty close to getting on through, but losing one. Yeah, there goes the second. Mafioso super low out in the drink as well. Likely to go down to a bullet or maybe having to stay underwater for the pressure. Strong nearly spots him. Looks for the spray down. Two players onto the little crag out in the ocean there. Will try and stay alive for a little bit longer as the drown down comes through for Revo. Mafioso gasps for air, but Incilio do not want to let him take that. Teams are starting to move over this bridge now, Blank, towards this military island, or at least move into positions where they can go for that spot as Alpha 7 continue to bleed out slowly. Influence Rage currently holding down now to the southwest side of Milta, controlling a lot of that approach from the gas station on the north side of the bridge. D plus Kia moving along that coastline, Na'Vi from the east side. It's all starting to get a little bit chock-a-block as we fully commit now to the military island. A hard southwest shift, and that makes decisions happen.
Yeah, nice second game here over in Erangel. A lot of teams already making their way through. Crowd's happy about it. We're happy about it. It's always good fun. Head down towards Sosnovka this early in the day and this early in the tournament. Team Spirit probably will have a good game off the back of this. You'd hope, at least. For Alpha 7, though, getting cut out like this is feeling very, very bad for them. Incilio, though, done a great job so far, up to 5 eliminations already, sat on 21 points after this game. Na'Vi getting pulled to pieces by Tong Jiabao, though.
That is the approach from Milta towards that bridge. This is that traffic jam I was talking about on the north side. It's going to have to try and filter down through that east side bridge, but Influence Rage already ahead of it. 4MV can put a stopper on it as well, who are already up on that massive high ground that sits on the military island, Blank. They can oversee so much of the circle and so much of that approach. It's always a little bit of a dangerous position to take, because getting down from it, really, really tough. But for now, we'll see how much they can get for it. Team Spirit as well have moved in onto that west side. Despite being denied a vehicle early on by a misfire on the nade, they have managed to grab 1 or 2 more to their arsenal and will be moving forward successfully as one of the few teams actually firmly entrenched on this military island.
I think for Team Spirit, they're pretty happy with how these things have gone down. They are going for a 2-2 split, which is, I think, very reasonable in this location. I think they understand that most teams will be coming through on that eastern side of the back of that circle anyway on stage 2. For DRX though, as well as Enigma Galaxy, easy rotates for them. Actually, they're both on the western side of the map. They're moving down. DRX has already crossed the bridge at the moment, moving over towards that western side on the ridge. We'll be moving down over towards Sosnovka military base and that airstrip. But we have a lot of teams actually still out on that northwest area of the map around School and Ruins. You've got Voindonkey as well as RCB and some of the remaining players of Enigma Galaxy who were left slightly behind.
Now Valo a little bit further towards that bridge already, but it seems like extraction going well for them. Thundertalk managed to make their way across as well. They are now in the foothills of that massive high ground from 4MV over towards the Novo side of it. Voindonkey ID, they are getting embroiled with RCB. It is not going well for them on the northwest side. They've taken a knock, they've taken a flush. Guild have their own fight to deal with though in the meantime, as D plus Kia are looking to try and chunk this one out. This is on the south side of the mainland as the blue zone envelops. They are going to have to move away from this one. Not too long left to conclude this fight. You can see Nolbu on the off angle for D plus Kia on the left of your screens, as he is looking to try and put more and more pressure onto Guild. They are surrounded, but with a back to the wall, you can start to fight out. Wagner trying to make that break across and steps out with a pump action, not quite able to connect here as Xing steps on in for Thundertalk on the mainland, on the main military island. Wagner up the stairs, moves into the firing line of a DBS, and Osal looking to handle it, looking to do so very nicely, nice and tidy, but doesn't quite connect the second jump. And a little bit cleaner there, and Guild down another.
It's a nasty couple of pellets mid-air there for Osal, and this is what you want to see more and more from D plus Kier. They're a strong team, and I think a lot of us expected them to be further up in the tables, and with that, Guild will be going out with 0 points on the match. But for D plus, they'll be happily walking away with that one with 4 eliminations, and they can easily make the swim across from Sharkfin down towards the north side of Sosnovka and play off for the back of that. I don't think there'll be a lot of teams rotating across that northern road at the moment. Likely a lot more teams will be heading down towards the south off the back of this one, which is to be more expected. Team Spirit regrouped on that 2-2 split over towards the eastern side, but Thundertalk's not likely to be evacuated from that position on the east just yet.
4MV were dispatched from that high ground. They are now down to 1 player still alive. Apex on the north of it. Team Spirit and Thundertalk trading off presence. Na'Vi moving across behind Influence Rage and ahead of TJB. Knocks are coming through thick and fast, and I don't think it's going to stop with this. D plus Kia at the back of this fight are going to have to put some pressure on through, and maybe TJB are going to come off the worst for this, because with D plus Kia behind you, you can't move through Na'Vi yet. You're in the blue zone. It's been ticking you for longer. Sure, you can find some openings, but even with that opening, you've still got Influence Rage beyond. You've still got the teams over towards Novo. It's just almost done and dusted for these teams on the East Bridge.
It's hard. It's really tough stuff for a lot of our squads moving through. I mean, Na'Vi already been set up, like you say, John, is hard to work around with. And for D plus Kia, again, even at this stage of the game, I don't think they've been quick enough on the approach, and I genuinely do think that they should have pulled the trigger, heading over towards the water and swimming on through, both in the blue and the blue at that point. But that would have been the likely story. I think that now they're heading over to try and get a western bridge rotate. There are teams that they should have known were stuck on that northwest side. They'll just be adding fuel to the fire between Voindonkey, Enigma Galaxy, and RCB. I don't think this was the right decision from D plus Kia, and they're likely going to suffer because of it.
I think they're banking on the idea that there are fewer teams on this west side, but that's just not the case in this scenario, unfortunately. Na'Vi trying to move off their bridge position, 2 players alive, and Influence Rage still have a stranglehold on the crossing. TJB have managed to get through successfully here, Blank, with 4 players alive. I wonder how much further they can go. They're moving into Incilio territory now. Alpha 7 losing players over in Novo as well. So a little bit more pressure relieved on the east side, but Thundertalk have so much oversight on it all. With this circle shift that's just popped up on our screens as well, Blank, we're going back towards that military base. It's DRX, it's Voindonkey ID, it's Team Spirit.
Team Spirit, kind of unhappy with how this has played out, but they should know from that last shift that there is a comfortable spot to play back over towards the west, because they were on that 2-2 split to begin with. The question is making an extraction from this location. They can't wait too long. A lot of teams will be moving their way over towards those spots very shortly. Kong Jiabao go for a crazy rotate out. I'm not too sure about that one, and Voindonkey ID certainly put them in their place.
Oh, but they did lose a player earlier, meaning they are only 3 and 2 players knocked on the wall now. Difficult. What's going on here? A little bit of a drag race across the bridge here as Osal tries to make it parallel to RCB. Neither team taking shots. They're all in their own vehicles, meaning they can't just pop out the passenger side window. You can stop, you can slow down, but you do not want to lose time, and that is what is stopping RCB taking the fight. TJB continue their roll up where they're being rebuffed. Do they have the chops to take it down? 6-7-6 with the last player to go, and it's not going to be able to make it work. Razor stays alive with a hop in, hop out, fancy feet through the F1 buggy.
He was blind. He was truly blind in that moment. He walked right in front of him and didn't do anything about it. I mean, the fact that he was able to get 2 more slugs in that pump shotgun is absolutely criminal. I have no idea how that took place. But there you go, the Voindonkey ID. The counts themselves do get back up on their feet, so fantastic stuff to them. It was rough getting down here in the first place over towards that northwest side of the map anyway. It's always fun watching RCB and D+ rotating together because they're both like, look, we can get out of the vehicles and fight each other, but we will both expire. So let's move our best before date a little bit further into this game.
Yeah, you do not want to be expiring that. Hopping out, I mean, yeah, it's just so tricky. Is it worth 1 point to slow down that much? No, is the answer for RCB in this scenario. But now, all bets are off. They are going to take those shots once more. Both teams have made it to the west side of the circle. Influence Rage on the north side. We've seen them move into the hilltop that sits on the north of this area. It's a difficult position to try and get a lot of influence over this next circle, Blank. But in general, they have that ridgeline to move towards that sits just ahead of the Vicious, but not having that compound under control makes it so tough to make that work.
I think for a lot of our squads here, it's just weird scenarios in terms of positions they're currently playing in. Thunder Talks, AJ takes a tumble off the top side of the mountain. It's Team Spirit here to try and rebuff them, send them back, and this fight has been one in the making for quite some time now over towards that eastern side of the map. Team Spirit can actually get the entirety of Thunder Talks down. They'll be looking very good towards this side of the map, but Influence Rage are in the wings, looking to move on in, cause some ruckus, cause some problems.
The plateau of this compound for Team Spirit may be terminal if they can't extract from this area. It can really come back to bite you. It's a nasty little piece, but they'll have to move away from it with this circle. Down towards the southwest side, the hills now on the north, kind of cut away from this one. We are looking at runway positions now, Blank. We are looking at bunkers into the middle of this circle. It is really rough. And Voindonkey ID, honestly, they could get top 3 on this one. Try and convert off a strong game.
It's such a horrible position to play, honestly. If you're one of these teams, you want to kind of get over towards either the southwest bunker, which doesn't have really too many sight lines off towards the eastern edge, or get to one of the northeastern bunkers over towards that side of the map. I think for Team Spirit, they have a good chance to make that one happen, but with Influence Rage over towards that northwest side, that's likely going to be an obstacle that they'll have to hurdle over in the near future. In the meantime, it is Incilio taking control of that high ground whilst it's still in the circle. They take shots over towards Nick Galaxy and Thunder Talks, who just got themselves out of a spot of bother over towards that northeast side.
Feels like Thunder Talk are just wildly rotating left and right and everywhere, up and down, and somehow surviving for as long as they have, but they've only got 3 eliminations. They're looking to go down here as well, and finally they may have met their match on this game. Going down 10th, only 3 points on the game, despite having that high ground taken from 4MV, taken into control for them. It's not ideal.
Yeah, Thunder Talks, honestly, this game has been a set of weird rotations. And I think it does start from a bit of a floundering start to their game, where they're trying to look for a position to play, they can't quite grab it. Team Spirit cuts them out on that eastern side, suddenly they don't have anywhere to stay. They send off the cliff, immediately Team Spirit finds them, and the only real option at that point is to swing down towards the south. I think that they just met a very huge amount of unlucky circumstances. But Incilio, they do capitalize, and again, that's always a really nice place to play over towards that south side of the map, inside the tree line. And does work out very well for you. And I even like the fact that Westron as well as Redlick are already moving up towards that north side. Kitsune is down as well, John.
That is nasty. He is a forward position for them. I think that may get flushed away. It's very close to it, but hang on a minute. They've managed to pull that one back up. They get the res. The Vicious have traded off the aggression towards Influence Rage. They're holding each other down, but finally Influence Rage make a break for it. Olorazin on in towards the middle, towards Voin Donkey ID, on the opposite side of their little mound that they're playing now, but it is a little bit exposed to Team Spirit, to that high ground that sits there. And the Vicious are going to have to descend as well. They're in this next circle for the time being, and I think this is where the Vicious are going to try and stay for a little bit longer, but that allows Influence Rage to make slow drips over towards that position further south.
If the Vicious is a timer on this one, they've just turned over the hourglass and it is starting to run down because moving off from that north side, it's a great position for now, but they need to find success off the back of it. They're going to need to find some area on the map where they can call home in the meantime with that little bit of high ground, but it does leave them a little bit exposed later on into this one, because once you come off from that high ground down towards that roadside, you are looking to be a little bit more exposed. There is the fences just on the south side of the road there, which you could play, and are actually still in, surprisingly. But Influence Rage, I imagine they'll be taking shots all the while, and that might just be in nade range.
This is really tough ground, and Voin Donkey being inside of that bunker is such a massive boon to them. This circle has really helped them out here, looking to try and solidify towards the top of the tables. I mean, you've got Incilio with 8 Helims who are breathing down their neck right now on 20, what is that, 20 some points, 24, there you go, yeah. 16 plus 8, as we head on into this one. They are looking to rack up more as well with all 4 players alive. They have some of very rare amount of control in this circle over the southeast side. DRX looking to push in from the west. Are the counterpoint to it, but Silas from RCB close by, going to slow them down on that south edge. I think you have to regroup for DRX up towards Kaikse.
I think for Soaz, honestly, he does have control over towards this roadside, so it does make sense for him to be this outpost. If they can get rid of some of the members there, Kite's position becomes a lot stronger. Right now it's exposed. Some good shots though coming through from Incilio as RCB tries to move across. They will pick up a point off the back of that, send them up to 9 eliminations, 1 shy from the double digits here on the game. It has just been a fantastic match so far from Incilio, and not from the best position to start this game either. Like, they have just plowed on through the rest of this one. And Team Spirit, they tried to have a shout in over towards Incilio's position, were immediately ducked back. They take another knock on that northeast side now as well, and that crossing back over towards the west here is just becoming much more difficult for Team Spirit to pull off.
Kitsune knocked as well now. That is the second knock they've sent their way. I think they managed to look for that first res early. Silas now trying to regroup along the wall. Knows that Incilio is the major threat, so they go on the inside this time around. Drops the vehicle, gives himself cover, and up to the watchtower. Effect now looking to try and rebuff the duo pushing from the Vicious as a nade bobbles over the top, but Dimanor's getting lit up from the sidelines. Kitsune on the verge of bleeding out here. They need these reses if they want to keep themselves alive. A nade downhill doesn't quite find Dimanor, but it takes him super low. Renozin looking for that res, begging for it, but it's just not going to come. The Molotov is there, and that will burn the Vicious away. Team Spirit looking to stay as 4, as Effect has only the bike to play with, pedals to the metal.
I mean, for Team Spirit, the position is not bad. The position was made much worse for the fact that Incilio was extracting every ounce of value off that high ground down towards the south, but now they've been forced to move onto the roadside. They're a little bit further down off that high ground now. They can't really see Team Spirit. This is where Team Spirit needs to start figuring out what their next move is. A mountain bike and a dream, realistically, for them going forward, but it will be a big mountain to climb going forward for them. Incilio down towards the south, looking for that final player onto RCB, but Silas is not going down without a fight.
He's still just going. He's been in that watchtower now after the roll-up. Enigma Galaxy had their last player in there. Now RCB seems to be a theme for EMEA to put their last player in. I'm expecting to see Nomi there in about 30 seconds after Incilio. Feeling a little bit dangerous here, though, for them. After Incilio may go down to a nade, lose a player. A nice bounce on that. Beautiful. Pushes the vehicle away. No cover to be seen. And RCB get another point under the belt.
For RCB, it's fantastic. I mean, Silas is in a great position to hold them out. This wall is pretty horrendous to play. Circle moves up towards that northeast side, and Team Spirit might just win by doing absolutely nothing on this match. Influence Rage over towards the northwest, still sitting pretty as well. Another nade goes over the top, slightly botched there from Silas, but he's got plenty more.
Playing with two, there's a death crate outside, but it's mostly just smokes he can pick up. Not landing the nade onto the inside of that watchtower makes it difficult, but he re-smokes up. That is going to find him. And Silas will go down. Incilio able to find an answer.
I think he banked that off the bottom of the stairs. Like, that's an incredible throw, actually, from Incilio. That's is actually the only way he could have done that. Oh, those are PMGC plays for you. DRX moving up over towards Voindonkey. This position has been unassailable for such a long time. Now DRX looks to prize them from this spot.
But here's the thing, if you play far enough back in the bunker, Incilio are keeping you safe, you've got Spirit keeping you safe as well. For Voindonkey ID, this is, I mean, I said it before, it could be a top 3. I'm feeling like it could be a top 2 at this stage if they can just stay hidden long enough. They've got 4 elims, but Incilio are looking to rack up the elimination count to challenge. These are 2 of our most improved teams over the course of PMGC and of the year. Voindonkey ID and Incilio really showing up today. On this south side, Incilio look to try and keep this one going. With Silas removed, they have the wall to play with.
I mean, there were our 2 top performing teams over in the last chance, other than the Falcons. So it's sort of to be expected that they would continue doing well here. But quite this well, I think that is definitely a surprise for them. Team Spirit Nomi looking for a little bit more. They find Weststrom, which is a big pick-off down towards that south side. They can clear out Incilio. There is a whole portion of land to be played down towards that south, looking over towards Influence Rage and Voindonkey. And I think you might be right, John, with Voindonkey getting further into this match.
They just have to take a back seat here. DRX can't really turn the corner. I don't think that they've got the nades to go for it. Influence Rage putting pressure on now. Lorazin goes down on the roll-up. Kaitse holds it, and Razak breaks out, takes the opportunity. But Incilio have the crossfire. They have the light-up angle, and you need to fall back. An excellent flex out from Voindonkey to keep themselves even safer. 2 players now alive for DRX. Influence Rage have 1 more to go, and that last domino will fall. Influence Rage out in 5th.
There's actually a big potential there for both teams to take each other out with that nade. Interesting stuff. You got QZ looking over towards Voindonkey. Great air burst on that one. Now looking for another, and QZ realizes he's in trouble.
Knows a lot of damage is poured on through the smoke to keep them safe from Incilio as Team Spirit with the MG3 in Nomi's hands. Happy to hold down the off angles, just picking up the points when they present themselves as Voindonkey ID still burst high on the nades, putting pressure onto the backlines. The smokes continue to keep them safe, but they dip back in for the time being.
I mean, that was slightly lower on the air burst. It would have knocked QZ, and Voindonkey's doing a great job to still be pretty fearsome despite being backed right into a corner here. Team Spirit, 21 bullets in the mag here for effect. Every single bullet's got to count. 43 here for Nomi. Goodness me, they are running on fumes.
I mean, they've been taking shots over towards Incilio for a long, long time. And Nomi, I mean, he's got the M4 in the back pocket. Hopefully he can do something with that, but Team Spirit going to have to redistribute the ammo fairly soon. Stage 8 about to finish closing, so it goes dead center after this. Up into the wall is the center of the circle blank, so teams have to leave that bunker position. Incilio, if they can just weather the storm, have a really good chance as well.
Team Spirit, they need this fight to end now because they need to be looking down over towards the rest of the squads in Voindonkey ID as well as DRX. Good shot from Nomi, start things off. Fairly unresable at this point in time. They can't really afford to stand up. Great position to play in. They have that slight ditch, and Team Spirit looking to take themselves home a chicken dinner. 5 elims found already, and looking for the confirm with these nades. But they have to be very careful. They still have very minimal ammunition on side.
If you've ever played golf, you know that trees are 90% blockage on a path. That's very unlikely you make it all the way through. And the Molotovs downhill from QZ might actually find Voindonkey ID, but up on the top, on the high ground there, he's super, super low, doesn't fall. Finally, Team Spirit break Incilio's hold on the south side, and they can move up to the wall. Voindonkey ID just about get up into 3rd, and Team Spirit to close us down. They've been quiet in the first 2 matches, but they find their feet on the military island rotate. They make it work and get a chicken dinner.
That's a really good game from Team Spirit. And more so towards the end game in conserving ammo, it was somewhat funny to me because it felt like every time Team Spirit was having to gear up to push out from that location, the Circle was like, no, stay there. This is a fine place to be. And each time they were like, right, maybe we make this move, maybe we make this move. It's like Circle just keeps them in right on that edge. And I think it was well played. I think you have to be very mindful of your ammunition in that location in terms of nades and everything, so they couldn't have as much impact as they would have liked. But for a game with barely anything to work with, I'd say that's a great match from Team Spirit.
From Team Spirit, also from Incilio, getting so much out of that game, so many eliminations from that south side. It was a difficult rotate. A little bit too much kerfuffle around getting rid of Silas, but they did manage to do it in the end. They got pretty far, but not the final hurdle. That cross was going to be Team Spirit all the way.
So you were kind of criticizing Kitsune, well not Kitsune, more of Team Spirit not regrouping on Kitsune earlier on today, but we see them make the cross yet again in their patented carbotation without the bike this time, as they lost the car, but they still had a hovercraft, which we're seeing a correlation here of teams who take hovercrafts and doing well.
Hovercraft equal top 5 minimum? Maybe. I mean, really,
Tomorrow.
It was a quick rotation across the river here, 7, and especially they were just sticking together. We didn't see that split we saw in the previous game on the first Erangel of the day. They're playing it together, and especially play it nice and chill early game. You go to the west of Observatory, hold that position down, free scouting from that position too, right? Which, as we saw, was very, very important. But one issue, they couldn't loot crates of enemies. And you saw the ammo on the MG3 from Nomi was a little bit low. If he had that, Incilio would have been lasered down.
Yeah, it would have been a lot faster. But for this team, I mean, this is kind of what we were highlighting from them at the beginning of the day, is that they are able to make those quick decisions. And this was a great show of that by making the quick decision, okay, you know what, we're going to rotate and fully commit to military.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, one thing that was very important is Nomi with the MG3 taking shots, allowing the rest of his teammates to go downhill in that dip, then get access to the wall and go for the game-winning play. Nomi was pivotal in this game to make sure they secure that chicken dinner.
I mean, there was honestly a lot to talk about in this game. You could talk about Incilio as well, able to put up a ton of eliminations here. Again, obviously using the hovercraft, and they're being a very dominating team as they chase down Falcons. Falcons getting caught earlier on by 4MV and Incilio, then they got eliminated. But then you also had Alpha 7 doing a cross into Novo instead of continuing around the zone. I don't know where you want to start, but there's so many different...
Start with Falcons.
Falcons, yeah.
Start with Falcons.
Go in. Go, start. You're ready.
I'll set it up for you, Max. We saw Falcons do a 2-2 split. 2 players in Novo, and then 2 players on the other side of the bridge.
Milta. And you know who's in Milta? The hovercraft team, Incilio. I mean, they saw them drop and instantly like, oh yeah, we got all the angles, we're just going to surround those 2 players of Falcons. And they don't end there. Most importantly, 7, they see, wait, that's Falcons. Cross the bridge, get in Novo, chase down all the remaining players. Even Action, he went deep into the crates, chase him down, and after that have full control of Novo to not only get that spot, but loot off the back of that. Such a good follow-up play from Incilio, in my opinion.
The thing, even if we rewind it a little bit more with Falcons, they were just too flustered in that engagement. Once they lost those 2 players to Incilio, then the other 2 players decided to go up to Observatory, and guess who was winning there for them? 4MV. Rufus from 4MV, I mean, he was able to get one of the players there from Falcons, and then with what you were mentioning, Incilio just kept on pushing. They kept on going for that action. And on top of that, I really enjoyed what Incilio was able to do with Alpha 7. And you know what? I'm going to talk about Alpha 7 once again, because I felt like, and we were kind of talking about this too, Max, during that match, Alpha 7 should have done more of a southern rotation. The south was absolutely free. They would have known that there was going to be a team in Novo, especially with a circle like that.
If you know you're going to have a finish in Military Island, and you consciously make the decision that we want to go into the Novo area late with jet skis, if you had a boat or like a hovercraft, maybe it works out, but with 2 jet skis and you expect to get that position for free, sorry, you're out of your mind. You have to go for that wide rotation on the cliff, and then you could have been in Incilio's position and have a chance to play the rest of that match to maybe go for a top 5. I think a win from that spot is not quite feasible, but at least a decent finish. Here, they just sent in Novo, and as we saw, it didn't work out.
This is actually quite nice out of Team Spirit. Not just Nomi being able to put up the numbers, it's also Magic, FX, Kitsune, everybody being able to put up eliminations.
It's Kitsune for me, that's the important part. Because if you're talking about Alpha 7 and Carrillo, right, being able to put up numbers, you need to see Kitsune do the same if you want to see Spirit be a team that can contest and potentially take that trophy. Because normally he has been that player who's been low on the limbs, mostly focused on the Erangel leading role.
Yeah, that is down to the early rotations too, right? Like the IG role of Kitsune has been pivotal in the past years. I think this is the best rotator we've seen from this team forever. Of course, they've had some small changes that got effect. They have themselves these different players, with Nomi especially. But here, playing the eastern side and doing that rotation as early as they did, you don't clash with anyone on that transition, right? And thanks to that, they get one of the best positions in the entire circle just by being a bit faster than they used to be.
And on that play that we just saw there from D+E, I do have to give them some props because they wanted to do that push across the bridge and to realize that there was so many players and so many teams, so much commotion that they were like, you know what, we're going to pump the brakes, we're going to go back, fight Gil. They ended up winning that fight, and then something that you mentioned was on the big rotation that they ended up doing.
Also, it's like, RCB, can we like be homies for like,
oh man, drag racing across the bridge.
Just want to send it across. I'm sure RCB are like, wait, we're one player too many here. What's happening? Like, okay, we'll just go our different ways at the end of that rotation. But it worked out. He got into the western side of military, I think in C block, and able to get a few extra placement points off the back of that. Yep. I don't fault it. I think it was good reaction. But when the two bridges here, 7, as we saw, were just full of teams, that transition is always going to be rough unless you're one of the first teams to make that transition.
What about another team that you guys haven't touched on, which has honestly been performing pretty damn well today, Void Donkey. They had a great finish as well. I think they got 3rd place overall in terms of placement points here. They kept 2 alive towards the very end, having to fight off so many different teams, especially when it was DRX sitting above them.
I think Void here had a very good pivot of their mindset this game, which is we're losing players early. Yep. We have the back cave, I like to call it instead, but one of the caves in the eastern side of military base. We're just going to send it there, and we're just going to survive as long as we can. And they got, what was it, like 3rd place, 4th place at the end of this game? 3rd place, just outliving barely Incilio in that fight. So that is a good position when you know you're not going to go for the win. Send it in cave and just wait out and get a top 3 bare minimum just from waiting out this game.
Max, it goes to what you say, right? It's a measure of your bad games. That's really important if you want your team to take a trophy.
That's a good bad game.
that's a great bad game. And for them, what really impressed me, what really gave me a great impression out of this team was just their composure, how they were able to be composed within that back cave, right? You were mentioning how we had DRX now being able to make a push towards them. Usually we see teams getting a little bit flustered. Void just waited for the right time to be able to pop out, get those eliminations. If somebody was knocked from Incilio, whatever the case might be, they were just playing it very, very slow, which at that point, it was the perfect play for that team.
When they started losing players early, they were like, let's chill. We've got a backup plan. We're just going to send in the cave and just wait out the match and get placement points. I think that here, Void were very cool, calm, and collected, and that was what they needed to do if they wanted to secure at least a top 5 finish.
Well, we are seeing some important things here. The Vicious, one team that honestly was a massive surprise when it came to the league stage, able to get themselves 7 points with 6 eliminations. That's going to be very important to note because they were a team that were very good at kind of going under the radar, getting very deep into matches, but to show that they can pick up these eliminations in the most competitive lobby of the year is very important.
And the thing with the Vicious, we have already seen them being able to just hinder some of the other teams' performances, their rotations as well. And on top of that, something to keep an eye out with the Vicious, this team doesn't really care who they're going to be fighting. We've seen it earlier with what they were able to do with D+Gia, and we've seen it what they were able to do here. They try to take the fight, I believe it was with Team Spirit, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, they see from their position, actually, they have a really good scouting position despite not being in circle. They see, okay, all the teams have got these little weird positions in the field onto the western side, outside of military base. We need to send in a high ground position to get a good scope of what's happening in this circle, otherwise we're going to lose all the information we gathered initially. And here Team Spirit, I think, was a very important fight for them to take. Sure, as we saw, 7, they were not successful in that push, but if they were successful, they would have been in Team Spirit's shoes. They could have gone for the win.
But that's the thing, they're not scared to take that fight. That's what's impressive out of this team, and I think that's what catches a lot of people unexpected. And you can see the top 2 teams right now, Void Donkey and Incilio, sitting at the top with 0 wins as well. That's what's actually impressive with how consistent Void Donkey has been. And Incilio, especially in the Erangels, they've been really consistent as well.
Hovercraft. No, realistically, consistency is going to be rewarding you, even though we are in this tournament, which is a short sprint, right? It was mentioned early on the broadcast. It is a sprint for these teams, but if you just get as many placement points and elims as these guys currently get, you are going to be standing strong above the rest. As you go on the second page, we're going to be seeing D+Gia that really, I thought we'd see a little bit higher, and they're in 15th place currently.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get that many points, but by the way, that's how much of a difference a good game can do, especially at this early of a stage. Before this match, Team Spirit was in 14th place, now they're able to push up to the top 5.
Imagine if we got a win on that first Erangel.
Imagine if Alpha 7 ends up getting a win.
No jet skis, though.
Yeah, definitely no jet skis. Just a wider rotation, please, Alpha 7.
Well, there's one more team I want to talk about here, which is tough for them, is Random Career Bro. Obviously bringing a star into the team. And I'm curious if you guys had any thoughts on how they've been able to play together as a team so far, considering they're bringing a player that can't really speak their own language.
We saw Sara being able to clutch up for them earlier on in the first Erangel. We saw why they brought him here, the reason why he has that fragging power. He has the experience as well, but the big question mark for this team, we mentioned it earlier too, has to be that comms. The comms is just going to make it really, really hard for this team.
Well, you know, luckily for these teams, they do have a short little break as we do, and we're going to be coming back shortly here with the final 3 matches of the day. We'll see you in a few.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Hi everyone, I'm Oscar Piastri, McLaren Formula 1 driver. I want to encourage every player to go all out in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Let's see what you're made of. And don't miss out on the upcoming PUBG Mobile and McLaren collaboration. Best of luck.
Welcome back to the main stage. We are 3 maps in with 3 to go right here on day 1 of the PMGC. I am joined by the coach of Falcons Force, Senator. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Now, I want to ask you first and foremost, the casters and the analysts, they've been talking a lot about how important it is to start strong on day 1. You guys did exactly that. You have to be happy with that first chicken dinner.
Yeah, the first chicken dinner was good, but the next two match wasn't expected from us. We did very tired two mistakes, very easy mistakes, which every team of the member of team or team was very wasn't expected. We had these things, you know, it's happened in every team, but we did very bad mistakes and it's our fault.
Okay, so talk a bit more about that. Sanhok was great. Erangel, obviously it's been different. Those last two games have been difficult. What issues are you running into, and kind of what adjustments are you going to make to change that going into your last Erangel?
Can I speak in Mongolia for my Mongolian audience?
Yeah, why not?
After I come in.
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah.
За ер нь бол манайх эхний матч сайн тоглосон. Тэгээд сүүлийн хоёр матч дээр амар энгийн алдаа гаргасан. Тэрэнд бол манай бүгд өөрсдөө урам хугарсан. Ер нь бол бүгд өөрсдөө мэдж байгаа. Тэгээд үлцэн матч дээр ер нь сайн improvement хийнэ.
The question was about, you know, Sanhok, Erangels have been particularly difficult. What issues are you running into, and what are you doing to change that going into your final Erangel of today?
Yeah, for the first Erangel we did the mistakes. Not the big mistake, we just lose fight, you know. We want to try to fight in the right side, it was a void, but we lose fight, and we didn't expect it that the grenade can reach our limit. We thought like we have enough space to working on the space, but they had it was the space was less than we expected, and they worked with the grenade, so we lose in that fight. And the secondary angle is we're trying to have a better map control, but the zone come in the military. That wasn't expected. We want to do some rotations, but and the players' mentality is directly like they are, oh, the zone is here, so we need to play like this. But some other teams drop it with our two players, so we lose our two players, and the plan was completely changed. We wasn't expected this zone, so it's our fault, right? Yeah.
Having to adapt on the fly is obviously one of the toughest things, right, about this entire kind of mode, this entire esport. Now, finally, last year, we got to touch on the fact that you guys came second place. This year, do you feel like this is your year? Obviously, you need to continue to play consistently well, but do you feel like this is your year?
Yeah, this year is personal.
It's personal. I like that. Senator, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to send it back to the desk to continue day one of the PMGC.
You know, I respect it. I respect when a coach will say that our team made a mistake. I hate when we get answers of, oh, we didn't get the zone, or oh, this happened. You know, taking ownership of the mistake, I appreciate it, and hopefully for them they can continue to improve. I heard Senator doesn't talk to you anymore though, Max. Why is that?
I think it's just too many years of me cursing them. Even I don't believe in it, but they do, maybe.
Now he's trying to get Alpha 7 not to talk to me by picking Alpha 7.
Yeah, I told them. 7 told me to pick
Alpha. What? That is such a lie.
And they were like, how dare you? Like,
I hope you show up on the final day with an Alpha 7 jersey under your shirt, like he always
please
does.
do not do that.
I was
do not touch any Alpha 7 merch.
We need the Alpha 7 jet ski skin, though. That will be...
Hear me out. Yes.
I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook. Also, while we are talking about the games here, all the players on stage as well, they got the Akuba UT2's Gamer Pro, keeping their hands warm and helping improve their play, as it's hopefully making your guys' analysis better, because it's been spot on today. So we got to keep them around. You guys can pick them up and purchase them over on their offline and online channels, and it has RGB, different colors.
RGB.
You guys have too good of a time with that, but obviously it keeps the hands warm. You guys has a charging battery as well. And as we move on to talk about the Midnight Raven Enigma set, which is out for you guys at home, make sure to use the code 2024 PMGC, and you can redeem this for this, or for these two skins in particular. Honestly, looks sick. I'm really digging the Midnight Raven one in particular. It reminds me of my nose.
Cool.
You're not off. Reminds me of Sandstorm's nose, but...
Oh, okay. All right. He's not even here to defend himself. Let's be a little bit fair. But you guys as well at home, make sure you guys get, or you can get 50 UC off of 10 draws in the Lucky Spin with this code. So make sure you guys pick that up for yourselves while you're at home, or even if you're in the audience.
I did my spins and I got the PMGC background. That's what I wanted, to be honest. It's got a really sick background if you want in the lobby.
It looks awesome.
It's cool. So when I die to bots, I go back to the lobby, I'm like, that looks cool.
No, that's me. I died to the bots, or Neptura body slamming me because she didn't want to roast me.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
come
works.
on, come on. Well, if we are saying who here, let's take a look at some of our teams to focus. For me, I ended up putting Celio, Void, and Team Spirit up there towards the top because they have been definitely starting to improve here today. But Max, I want to give you the opportunity to talk about, you have Influence Rage in there.
I like their third parties. I think that they have some really good entry points in the circle, which I do like. They're just struggling when it comes to the fights itself because I feel like twice now they encountered hovercrafts, and that's not a good encounter to go through.
Yeah.
But like really, I think they're very opportunistic in the similar vein to Vicious in a way. But it's just that fighting that they may be lacking a little bit. The macro play I think is on point for Influence Rage, and if they keep that, I think a top 5 is definitely feasible for them in the long run.
Okay, well, 7, you do have, I mean, of course, Alpha 7. You would not be here if you didn't pick Alpha 7. But Enigma Galaxy, I think, is an interesting one. Why'd you go for them?
It is. I mean, it goes to show like the performance that they've been able to do from from a questionable position in Sanhok. By the way, I was referring to Sanhok, Pekwe, if you're watching this, okay? And then on top of that, the way that they were able to just play that first Erangel, it was so impressive. Not only just the 10 eliminations that they were able to put up, but also just deciding when was the right time to actually third-party a fight, when was the right time to push a fight.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought it was really interesting, Max, when you brought up the fact that Roof hasn't really changed his in-game league style too much. It's more of the teammates he's playing with help facilitate his style to be successful. And I find that kind of interesting because I wonder if we talked to Kitsune, would he give something of a similar answer that the team he's playing with now fits his style, or did he have to actually adapt the way he's leading?
If he gave me the same answer, I would say I don't believe it. That's a big no-no. That ain't working on me. No, clearly for Team Spirit, they sped up the rotations, right? And they're actually using the fragging potential of their team, even more so because they have now Effect and Nomi, which is if you rotate slow with that team, what are you doing? So like these rotates are definitely more in line with what you'd expect from a team that has that fragging power.
And the thing with Team Spirit that I really enjoy that they're not trying to do is contain Nomi. They're just adjusting to his playing style. They're not saying, okay, you have to be next to us. Sometimes we see a lot of teams having to do that when a team's being a little bit too far away from their squad, whenever they do end up hindering their squad, Doc. But with this team, they're being able to adjust to how he plays, and he actually comes out. They end up coming out on top.
I mean, look at this replay here, actually. Look, Nomi was on top of the mountain, and his position, spraying down with the MG3 alone, allowed this team to play that dip to then get the win. Like, Nomi is so impactful. He can be an off-angle player, he can be a support player, he can be a fragger. The fact that he's so versatile in these games makes him such a strong player to have that could really be MVP. I truly believe Nomi being the MVP of the Grand Finals would not be a massive surprise to me.
Well, I mean, we're talking about players who have to adapt. Like, we're talking about Kitsune having to adapt his style. But what about Matic? Because that used to be Matic's role, if I'm not mistaken, in G and Gladiators. We talk about the Matic Classics so many different times where he would be off by himself, but he would die. He wouldn't be successful. So he's had to adapt his style a bit to allow Nomi to be that star off-angle player.
Can imagine the comms Matic's like, I'm going to split, and Nomi's like, I got you. Please, don't do the Matic Classic.
But Mom,
I got you.
Or no, your mom's like, we have split at home. No, but I mean, obviously Nomi, as we have been talking about for the longest time, is definitely proven to be one of the best EMEA players, if not one of the best players in the world for sure. And I feel like he's one of the few or one of the original players to bring this style.
Yeah, he was hopping from team to team also for like a very long period of time. I feel like this is the first time, personally, he had a time on Major Pride that was interesting, but this is the team that suits him best. And I think he is enabled in such a strong way. Of course, he enables his team, but when his team is doing a lot of the heavy lifting also in the background, he can just play his game however he wants. And I really think like he found his perfect spot, and he's doing fantastic right now.
The RGB, man. He's enjoying the colors, making sure to warm up his hands. But if we were talking about adaptations, we have to talk about the biggest elf in the room, 4MV.
Yep.
How do you guys feel like they've been playing? Do you feel like they've been able to rope in Doc? Do you feel like they're playing better together as a team? Or do you think it's maybe too early to tell?
For me, it's too early to tell. Especially, I mean, I was happy with what we saw especially out of Doc in that Sanhok match, but we really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of them in the two Erangels, at least for my liking. I want to wait a little bit longer. Halfway through day one, though.
Yeah.
How much longer are we going to wait here?
I have not yet seen a big game-winning potential match for 4MV. That's going to be the big telling factor for me. When we get to that point, are they going to just get himself a very clean win off the back of that? Or if they're going to throw it, then that's going to be a little bit of a repeat of the league stage.
One that we've been talking about, too, a lot is TJB and that comeback potential. Halfway through day one, they really haven't been doing the performances that we expect out of them, right? They've been able to put up 9 eliminations, 12 points total. This team needs to start bouncing back now.
Well,
you don't want to have like a full bad day.
They do say the second half of day one is the true first half of day one, to be fair for them.
Oh, no.
But no, I mean, that's completely right. And obviously, when it comes to PL teams, we always expect them to do better when it comes to like day 2 or day 3, but you cannot really afford to have bad days here with only 3 days in total to play.
I feel like a lot of the good games we had from TJB is when we had Northern Circles, which is still waiting. It goes to Severny. If we have a Northern Circle, TJB, we're looking at them to maybe get a top 3 and maybe even a chicken dinner.
D+, I want to see a good Erangel out of them because we know that they can definitely end up performing in Miramar. So let's see how they finish off the Erangels.
Well, there's only one Erangel left to go today, and we're about to drop in on it with our commentators of John and Blank once again.
From Novo over to North George, we are going straight across the middle. We've been treated to 3 different plane paths today, something we're not always given, but it's going to be starting off nice and fair. We had a military circle last time around. We've been over towards Everest in the fields to the southwest. We've been given quite a nice variation so far, so we'll see if that's going to continue to change it up here in match number 4.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, group stages, we had the same plane path, the same circle every time, and I kind of knew what was going on. And now we're over here, we're doing everything different. And that's okay, to be fair, because honestly, it's making PMGC so much more exciting, which is what we like to see here as we get our players into the map off the rip of things. 4th match of the day, this is our last Erangel of day 1. Then we'll be moving over towards the dusty maps of Miramar. But for now, we do need to conclude over on the grassy greens of Erangel.
Only 4 MV on the military base this time around, so not going to have too many noisy neighbors.
Sick of it.
For the time being. It's not out of the question that Na'Vi could grab some vehicles and rotate down there, but I'm not expecting it. I'm not going to be holding my breath for it. Circle yet to display. I'm just keeping an eye out for any adaptations, for any hot drops potentially at the start of the blank. Okay, we were talking so much about how varied and different all of the circles are going to be. Everything's changing game on game. We're going back to military.
Back to military we go. Back to basics, I guess, in the military base. But honestly, this is going to be unfortunate for a fair few squads.
Oh, wow.
I mean, for 4MV as well, they're like, okay, we'll take it. We'll take it for the 2nd time today. Everyone else was so sure it wasn't going over towards Sosnovka. They just headed down to a military base in the first place. So again, very, very nice stuff. Na'Vi, they'll be immediately making their way on through. I believe we have an interview coming up with Enigma Galaxy, and we'll be talking to some of their players very shortly.
We'll be hearing a little bit from them about their approach to today, about what they've been able to get done. Let's take a listen.
Hey everyone, I'm here joined with Pico from Enigma Galaxy, their amazing coach. Now Pico, tell me, how are you and the team feeling after the first 3 games? You got a chicken dinner and you guys are, I mean, the consistency's there. So how's the team feeling?
Hello, thank you. So basically, we knew that we could do really good in this tournament, so we just entered with like all the hype and everything. So first Sanhok we could have done better, but we just didn't. For the 2nd Erangel game, it was really good. For the military zone game, the last game, the 3rd Erangel game, we this is what we planned for, but it didn't work, so we will have to change it for later. Yeah.
Okay. So what are the things that you want to change? What are the things that you want to work on going into the last Erangel of the day?
Basically, as I told you, nothing really. We're not going to change too much. It's just about the military, since it didn't work. We'll try to change it to figure out like something better than this, and that's it pretty much. Just going to continue the same.
All right. Thank you very much, Pico, for joining us. Best of luck, man.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Back to the guys.
It's so sad.
An interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah. They got a plan for it. This is the current plan. It's not gone well, and they had to retreat quite quickly out of there. Still 1 player remaining. Na'Vi just got here a little bit sooner. For Enigma Galaxy, another player looking to eat dust here, but it is 4MV, in fact, getting the back line here of Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi forgot the original droppers over here on Sosnovka.
We were bored on the military base. You merely rotated here. It's 4MV. Lay claim to the mountaintop there. Apex. We'll get rezzed up here. Na'Vi, they're embroiled in this scrap with Enigma Galaxy. Falcons are crunching in behind this on the other side of the bridge blank. DRX are starting to think about doing the same. And this west side bridge going to get a whole lot messier, I'm sure, in the coming moments. I'm interested to see if Team Spirit go for their car boat, their boat car, their croat, or their bar. Not sure. See if they can successfully get it across this time.
I like the carbotation. That's kind of good. You know, it's got a lot of carbs to it. It keeps you running, gives you energy.
True. Slow release.
Wheels in the car, mainly. And a crossing over the
Carbohydrates famously giving people wheels.
Yeah, man. Sometimes.
Bowl of spaghetti and you're racing.
But yeah. Sometimes I feel really fast. After I've had spaghetti in about an hour to let it
I'll tell you what you're not as
digest.
fast as. The McLarens.
No.
No.
I'm pretty quick, though.
Yeah, you are pretty nippy.
Yeah. I reckon I could, like, stay with it for 60 meters.
Do you reckon? 60 meters? Yeah, yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I've done it once.
As long as you have a 60-meter head start.
No.
What?
I was actually on the tracks the other day with Mr. Piastri, testing it out.
Oh, yeah.
He was well surprised.
He was like, whoa, who's that?
That's crazy. You're
Who's
so
this
fast.
ginger northerner?
You're so fast,
streaking
bro.
past me?
But no, not as fast as me was Nick McGalaxy getting across this road, at least. They've backed off slightly and now made their way back into things. It hasn't gone as badly as I thought it would, though. They're down to 3 players, but have 2 eliminations on side. I actually thought this was a bit more of a disastrous approach from them. Obviously, 6 will be holding up Narvalo on the bridge. There is somewhat of a compression going on between a lot of these teams.
Narvalo has the face, will not be able to take the shots in time. Unfortunately, misses the peak, mistimes it. And the engagement goes the way of Na'Vi, so Nick McGalaxy, they are going to lose 1 more player. 2 Iliums found, though, and they have managed to get their forward duo across. In the meantime, Na'Vi hold the bridge, but losing Lemon, not ideal. 4MV still holding out from that side.
That looks like Voin Donkey went for a rotate in the glider.
Ah, they have lost a player, though.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. A backpack holding the bicycle. Big old backpack. As you can see, they got the American Tourister Rolio collection on side.
Ooh.
I don't think it can fit a bike in it, but in game it can.
That's true.
Which is kind of good.
There you go. Gotta love it.
I could maybe cram one in a real one if I tried
That's
hard
true.
enough.
If you could, like, blend it.
Yeah.
You could just, like, shred it.
Will it blend?
Yeah, exactly.
Bike edition.
Bike dust. Don't breathe this. Influence Rage on the northeast side right now, just moving south of Yasnaya. Little tumble, 2, 3 rolls in the car, but it's back on its tires nice and safely.
7.
They are moving on down towards the prison area right now. And again, gonna have to get across nice and fast. Guild going for the wide boat take, but they're moving in behind where Voin Donkey ID made landfall, which is going to make it a little bit treacherous, moving up past those cliffs on the south side of the military base. Incilio, they're holding with 1 player on the bridge on the girders. They will hold it hard as iron. And D plus Key are going to fall short.
It's typical play from Incilio, actually. I think we've seen this from them a fair few times. I think with how definite the circle was down towards Sosnovka, so many more teams were able to set up. It wasn't hard off towards that eastern side either, so both bridges are in play, which is going to alleviate some of that traffic jam situation that you'll get going on, but it did mean that Incilio could set up nice and early. They even have a player over towards Novoreb Noyes. This is a lot of plans in action right now for Incilio. Watching out over towards the dock side there. There will have to be a very quick regroup from Incilio to hold out Thunder Talks. They already have 2 players down towards the south side. I imagine with the time that's going to be afforded towards them, the rest of the team is going to have to take a bit more of an Iron Man swim down towards that south side to meet back up with Xing as well as AJ.
Calling an outblank, we're going north. Go on. Oh, okay, no, we're not going back to the mainland. We are going to be staying on the military island, but not fully committed. I mean, it is very, very likely to end up there. The center of the circle has to be on playable ground, which means that the south side is pretty much the only available options here. Nice little spray down as Na'Vi take to the iron as well. Falcons falling short of the crossing, but teams will start to fully commit now to getting down on that south side. However, the north edge of that Sosnovka Island, this is some interesting compounds that lie just a little bit back from the beach, some hilltops as well, interesting terrain, a lot of late game crashes you tend to see onto those compounds as well, so we'll have to wait for those to unfold, to unveil themselves for us. Team Spirit regroup up towards that north shore, towards the beach. It looks like they're trying to get value from getting sideswipe points on towards the bridge out to the east side. Or maybe they're trying to move in towards a beachside area further into the west.
For DRX as well as D+, they both played this position before very nicely over towards the beachhead. Redlick's getting a lot of value off this position right now, and teams keep giving it to him, apparently, which is very nice for him. But for Team Spirit, this has not gone well for them over in the group stages when they played this spot before, and it's because there was way too much fidgeting, let's put it that way, in terms of their rotations. They were all over the shop a lot of times, and I get they were trying to get locational information in terms of where people are rotating from on the map, but there is, like you say, plenty of very strong compounds in this area. I think for Team Spirit, just holding one of those positions is a good idea. It looks to me like they were able to bring at least one boat over, one car over in that boat earlier on in the game, which leaves them very mobile, but in a way, it almost hurts them in their previous matches, where they were just zipping all over the place, and then suddenly getting picked off by a player on the sidelines. So for Team Spirit, what I want to see here from them is a bit more caution, because this is an easily winnable game on that northern side after that early rotate.
Certainly could be high value for them. With Falcons going down to 2 early, they are a little bit isolated on that lighthouse position. You can see them just across the road from Alpha 7, still on that mainland. Unlikely that they get too much further, so podium up for grabs off of this game. They're already pushing ahead. Enigma Galaxy as well, losing 2. Is not going to be ideal for their point scoring abilities. They are on that military island already though, so maybe a little bit more hope for them than for Falcons. Next circle is going to be popping in about 20 seconds, so we'll see who is favored by it. Voindonki moved up that west side blank. We saw them lose a player, but they made landfall successfully. And Guild, who are rotating very late out on that south side, have managed to keep 4 alive, but they're all the way out on the southeast side as we see where the next circle is going to drag us.
Yeah, it's what I would call a panic rotate from Guild, which is where, honestly, they get down towards that south side, and I think at that point in time you try and play up towards the airstrip, but here they're just searching for barren land that they can try and get through, and I think for Guild, it's fair enough to try and go for this one, but now they've allowed teams to create almost a bubble around the circle that they'll have to break through later on. This is the circle that I was somewhat expecting coming into this game. I didn't think it would actually happen though. But for Team Spirit, now is the time to calm down a little bit. Move over towards those compounds, play the long game. It's not a case of trying to pick up a huge amount of points in terms of eliminations. Those chicken dinners will see you through. And these are one of the few positions on the map where it's much easier to pick up a chicken dinner from a strong position, because so many teams have awkward spots around the map. Vicious making their crossing on that north side. In comes Enigma Galaxy alongside with Na'Vi.
Cilio running down D+ Kia. Top going to descend for the Falcons, trying to wrap through Alpha 7. As they do manage to keep everyone alive for the time being. Top getting in position, but the long-range shots, the off angles for Alpha 7, keeping them safe for a little bit longer. Top is there. East is back on that high ground. With both sides, they'll try and make it work. D+ Kia, they have 2 players left. And they are seemingly going to be going down to 1 fairly soon. As Redlick has that off angle. 3 players alive. And Cilio on the east side continue to just perform on this day. 4 eliminations found. High value from that bridge camping position. They've managed to transition effectively, and they're sweeping through from the east now, Blank, and that is going to make them certainly pleased with their performance so far. Off of 3 matches, they were able to get 32 points, and that is where we want to see teams vying for the top spot over that 10-point average. Getting 4 on this game already is great news to try and keep that pace up. Voindonki looking to do that as well. Top there with a 1-for-1 trade over towards McGrellin. We're in stage 3, 45 seconds really to get this res going, so you can get that healing done. Carrillo does trade it off, but the flush goes through, and Alpha 7 lose 1.
Should be another good grenade over the top as well. Falcons are suffering somewhat. In comes East, another airburst on this one. Does get a tagger damage as well, so that gives him information, but it could have easily been a tagger damage on towards a knock player. He moves up, East has to back off again. S12K in the hands of Carrillo, who really did carry them through a lot of the group stage. And East is terrified to go up against him. Goes for the sprays, it's good shots, and East will finish it off.
East able to shut that one down, and Carrillo goes away for the game. 2 players now left for Alpha 7. They don't have to hold this bridge side anymore, but where do they go? Because Na'Vi's in the way of this rotation off of the bridge. They're going to have to fight towards the back here. Falcons will continue to drag them down. Next circle goes again towards that Team Spirit compound. It keeps the hill to the south of it as well in play. Teams will be vying for that, I'm sure, very, very shortly.
Pretty much now, it is a case of Team Spirit have been given a massive opportunity. If they go down in the next, let's say, 10 minutes, I think I'd be disappointed with that kind of game. I think this is easily a match where they can get top 5 in. Realistically, they should win it off the back of this one. They do need to deal with the Vicious on that north side. A top 5 wouldn't be unreasonable. Anything lower than that, I think a mistake has been made.
The mistakes that we've seen from Team Spirit before, I mean, they have sometimes come in the form of, well, I mean, this is a great pickup over towards Guild and towards Influence Range as well. Everything lining up for Team Spirit. But the sort of mistakes we've seen before is where they get a little bit overconfident with their peaks and their splits. Particularly, we criticized Nomi during the group stage and during the prior tournaments as well for maybe getting a little bit too overconfident, but it seems to have been repaired. A little bit more consistent onside. That's really where we saw their strength develop into their group stage. Hopefully, they're bringing that through to be able to convert off of a really strong game that they've just seen.
It's very hard to criticize Nomi. And I've done it in the past, and it was so hard to do. But the thing is with Nomi, he's a double-edged sword at the end of the day, right? He either slices through your opponents or comes swinging straight back at you. And either way, it's good or it's very bad. Or it's very good, okay?
It's very bad.
It's not good or very bad. It's very good or it's very bad.
There's no in-between.
There's no in-between, realistically. So it's hard to criticize Nomi because he has this weird playstyle where you're accepting that he's going to make some bad mistakes at times, but other times he will carry your team. Tong Jiabao, on the other hand, trying to rely on Flower in the back line.
Going well, though, the spray downs over towards RCB, but finally Loxy finds his feet, steps forwards, leans his shoulder down, and charges. TJB pushed back, and now just 676 on the off angle. There's no way you get this res. You can't stay in the blue for RCB. The only way they get these players back up is if they move them forwards. They get them through. Oh, the wedge on the vehicle. That is really rough. Silas is going to go down here. Sara very likely to fall as well.
No way!
Pick him up on the bonnet. All right,
No way!
to be rolled on forward. Sara can crawl down behind the vehicle. They're not into the zone just yet. They might be able to find the res here, but it's so on the line. It's down to the wire. Wild might be able to find it, but in the meantime, the rest of RCB has fallen. That is the flush on the off angle, and now it's just Wild left for RCB. It was getting a little bit crazy there, but finally, we find some sanity.
Okay, reasonable behavior. You know, like a rhino just sticks the player on the front horn there, and fair enough. Works out, gets him further into the zone. Unfortunately, there are off angles there taking shots at the same time. But for RCB, quick thinking in the moment after a wedged vehicle, which is something you never want to see in this type of moment. DRX, though, this is the team that I say usually performs quite well on this circle. But they're stuck down towards that south side for the time being. Currently up against Thunder Talks.
Try and move in on that south side. I mean, that hilltop to the south is fairly decent to play from on the south side. You've got a lot of oversight to the compound towards Team Spirit, but the circle just keeps pushing you away and away from it. So that hilltop, less valuable now, not really ideal to go and fight for it. So DRX going to readjust, reapproach. Wild does fall for RCB. The last player there falls down. And I'm looking at the map and I'm seeing Kitsune out in the water there. I'm not entirely sure what he's gone for, but it's going to work out for them. Regroup there, maybe on a hovercraft potentially, to be able to get through as quick as he did. Thundertalk going to try and send towards the roadside, but getting lit up by Apex. And the second as well, soon to follow. 4MV staying alive, 7 elims and 4 players. Let's see what they can do from the southwest side.
4MV. This is a good opportunity. Look, the fact of the matter is, 7 elims, they've not done too terribly in the last 3 matches. Up to 18 points. It's a good start for 4MV. And like I said, this is a team, although looking first place, looking more for redemption here at PMGC also. DRX moving around on that eastern side. Incilio, once again, into those final moments of the game with 5 eliminations early on. Great stuff.
Cilio down to 3 players, though. They're trying to push in on this eastern side. You can see Nomi, the outpost for Team Spirit, towards the ridge that sits out there. And it's really difficult to move in past where Incilio currently sit. With the positions on the south that haven't really been taken care of, they can't move freely, but they're going to go for this crash now. Incilio on the north side are making their move, and Team Spirit have put a lot more pressure onto this east side. Kitsune moving in to bolster that side of their hold. Matic going to be holding the west almost on his own, as Guild have managed to survive for quite a while after crashing into this position, but they have 3 players and likely going to have to leave soon. Influence Rage just across the road from it. DRX suffering the most for it, however, as Soez goes low, goes down. Guild may be able to pick up another point.
Horrendous spot to play from down on this south side. You're pushing through open ground down towards teams that are already set up inside buildings. For Guild, they will have to move further forward, but honestly, very well played to them to be able to get towards this position. I mean, they were looking for an open road in towards this circle, and they certainly found one. It did take a while to get here, though, and all in all, you can look at their current loot. It's not amazing, but it'll do the trick. Influence Rage, they'll be across the road towards that eastern side. Likely going to be the biggest roadblock for them going forward. We've got the purple massive over towards the western side. Huge from 4MV, completely obliterates Na'Vi.
Able to take down the remaining players of Na'Vi. Doc with a big nade over the top. It's been a while since we started to see that sort of pressure. And now 12 elims found for 4MV. From the southwest side, they will have to move past Team Spirit, try and take control of it. But for now, they are in charge of this game from the southwest side. The west edge contested by the Vicious, by Nick the Galaxy as well. And from the north side, closer to the coastline, that will be the major threat. Influence Rage, clear out Guild, and on the south side, they will have a little bit longer to play with. Incilio, however, still yet to make their move fully towards Team Spirit.
Is this the docketing once again? Happening before our eyes on an Erangel. This is the one time where if you're a 4MV fan, you're almost hoping for second place so they don't get too big for their boots here. That's all I'm saying. I think in 4MV, this is a good chance to get back into the groove of things. Again, redemption is what this team wants. Reputation. Trying to claw that back here for 4MV. Incilio over towards that eastern side. Now have to come face to face with Team Spirit inside their compound. Like you said earlier, Matic alone on an island off towards that western side.
Has the backstop of that ridge line to play with that is facing off against 4MV. But as soon as they signal go time, as soon as the Vicious are dealt with, this is such an opener potentially for 4MV. You've got Nick McGalaxy, their remaining players still stuck in this western side as well. Ralph and Redox going to make things a little bit stickier on the west. Incilio looking to try and slow down Influence Rage, and seemingly it's going to be fairly successful. But it's 4MV, the main benefactors here. There is a knock sent back their way, but will that be a flush? Will that be taken away? I'm not entirely sure. Doc on that forefront does have a teammate right next to him. Apex is already going for the res. An Influence Rage will not be able to make it into this circle if Lil Boy doesn't get his skates up.
14 eliminations so far here on Erangel. 4MV looking to start a fire inside this lobby towards Sosnovka. Started in military base, and they are certainly bringing the thunder over towards this north side.
With 14 other players still left in this lobby, there's potential to up this score fairly quickly, depending on how many they can pick up. But Incilio still looking to try and snaffle some of those away. They will pick up one towards Diminor on Incilio, onto the Vicious on the west side of this circle. You can see Matic off in the distance, up on the high ground, now has 4MV to deal with, almost solo. The rest of Team Spirit can't move in to help, but in comes the Vicious with that sideswipe angle, the Enigma Galaxy as well. They're fighting on two fronts. Apex has been knocked, Redox goes down then, and Ralph is low, taken away as well. That comes through from the nade from Reapers. 2 eliminations found, and 4MV up to 15 elims. Looking to try and get that res. You can see Matic is giving ground and allowing them to move up to this ridgeline. He doesn't really have too many options.
I mean, here in the UK, purple signifies royalty, and right now they're looking like the prince amongst the purple teams that sat all the way up towards that western side. You love to see it. 4MV taking this further and further. Team Spirit look to potentially shut this one down, but on the momentum they've got, they are blazing a trail forward inside this lobby.
It's not easy to bounce back.
But with Doc at the helm, 7 elims under his belt this match, they'll see if they can find it. Kitsune, nade over towards Westron. Team Spirit still holding 3 players in this compound. And they found the opening right over on the west side. That's 4MV, who now have that hillside under control. The rest of Team Spirit will have to try and move across to try and deal with it, but Incilio is a bigger threat right now because they have to move. They know this crash is coming. Team Spirit are going to use a lot of time and a lot of nades to deal with this scenario, and this might allow 4MV to just fully take control.
These are some seriously unfortunate nades. I mean, the sidesteps have been unreal coming through from Incilio. Doc sending one of those Doc nades over towards Matic as he crawls back towards his team. Redlick will get a little bit of damage done. There's a fantastic smoke laid down over towards him. And now Team Spirit's more concerned about getting their boy back up in action. Must be limited on nades as well. They want that anchor point to come through, but 4MV starts to creep, looking over the top. And it might just be the Vicious to potentially bail Team Spirit out of this horrendous location versus Incilio.
The only thing keeping Matic alive is the Vicious as well, but he is slowly bleeding out. You can see his health bar almost nothing, and I don't think Team Spirit get this one back under control. Incilio with a last-ditch wide sweep here in the McLaren, and David looks to try and shut that down, but is it going to be able to find the crash all the way on the wraparound? The backline certainly not so lucky as Apex crest the ridgeline over towards their high ground counterpoint on the east edge. They have the blue zone pushing. Fash has to step up. Redlick as well. Incilio not long for this one.
Doc is going insane inside this game. 8 eliminations. The nades have been flowing thick and fast. The Baron of the zone, the Apex Predator of the circle. And Doc, he needs no introductions.
Team Spirit on the rollout. 1 player dropped by the wayside. It's Kitsune and Effects to move into the rest of the match. Spray down over towards 3TN, and 3 teams remain. The Vicious on the off angle. 2 players there. Team Spirit as a duo as well, but it is 4 players for 4MV. Riding high. Over towards the high ground as well. Nades around the edge, and it is the first to fall. Effect is out.
Vicious with 2, but Kitsune right now looking like easy prey for 4MV. Kitsune looking to take his fate into his own hands. A Molotov drops to the ground, then he'll burn to a crisp. Kitsune is out. Now down to 2 players, the Vicious and 4MV. 21 eliminations, looking to break their previous record.
23 eliminations potentially on the cards here for 4MV as Doc sweeps out to the wide angle. 2 players stand in their way right now. A big nade could cause some upset, but I just don't think it's going to happen. The middle of the circle, sure, is over the way of the Vicious, I think. Or is it over towards the middle for Baron there? Because he might just have a little bit closer to it.
You got your glasses on, lad.
I do. I've had to readjust. We're back in. They're both purple on the map blank. It's confusing, but I'll tell you what I'm sure of. It's Doc moving forwards. He wants these last 2 players go. As the crossfire on the nades. This is dangerous. Okay. Uh-oh.
Classic Doc back in action.
Oh, no.
You hate to see it. The Vicious, though, currently on the outer edge at the moment. 4MV holding a lot of space. Doc gives his life for the rest of the team. A lovely shot from Baron. Now 1 more left remaining, and Reefus looks to finish it off, and it's 4MV with 23 eliminations and a chicken dinner on our last Erangel of the day.
From last chance to the top spot here with a massive chicken dinner. 4MV make themselves known.
It is redemption, it is the dockening, and 4MV is back.
What a way to close that down. They move through this lobby like a hot knife through butter. Can they keep this momentum going? Can they keep this high train rolling? That is the question now at the forefront of their minds and other fans of 4MV here in the arena. A massive game. Will it be enough to keep them in the running?
Up. I want to really build them up as a team, but I do kind of worry in the back of my head, thinking back to that league stage where they had a very similar game and they were able to pull off a ton of eliminations, but really not much developed off the back of that. But at least for them here in the grand finals, that is one way to show us they're deserving to be here. And Doc, with his 1,300 damage and 11 eliminations, really showing why we call him the MVP of CSA.
Yeah, as Blank said during that game, the dockening is happening in that game. It was absolute madness, but most specifically here, Seven.
We got to break down this whole match from them.
Like from the early game to the late stage, there was so many little minute details that made 4MV so impactful in this match. But if we go to the early stage in particular,
start it.
Doc in a position where every single one of his teammates off of that 2-1-1 split could see him. So even if he got a little bit over aggressive, he was going to have the backup of his teammate to keep him alive and allow to be the fragging machine Doc we know can be.
And not only that, even towards the later stages, he was there within his squad. He was making sure that his squad, in case something ended up happening, they were able to cover him. He wasn't overextending. But when he ended up overextending, that's when he ended up getting knocked. So you can still see the pattern is still there for that team, but the confidence, that's what I want to see, how this team is going to be playing for the rest of the day. And I know you've been asking about this question, Jason. Is this the only time that we're going to be seeing a performance like this out of 4MB? Because it has happened in the past, especially during league stages, and then it kind of died down for them. I hope, insane amount of damage, 1,298. But I hope for this team, I hope they don't get too cocky. I hope they don't get too much into their heads of saying, we're here to win it. Yeah, it's good to have that confidence, but not too much.
It's such a shame that they have a game like this, and we go back to the fact of like, yes, they did this in league stage though, and then they disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yep.
For them though, could this be the one time I doubt 4MV, I start to doubt them that they come back and they can take a PMGC trophy?
I am ready to be hurt again. But hopefully not. I mean, realistically here, looking at this game, how the finish went, and I want to know your opinion here, Seven.
Huh?
We saw Doc get a little bit overextended in his position, right? A little bit too close to the side of the Vicious. Looking at the angles his teammates had, I think they were like, we know what Doc is doing. We're going to secure that game by having off angles. We know he's going to get knocked.
We're going to play around that fact.
We're playing it safe around Doc. We know he's going to be a casualty eventually, and we're just going to make sure we secure that win, which really, with the angles of Reefer specifically, was the game-winning angle for making sure that 4MB get the win.
So I think based on that, right, it's safe to say that 4MB has been working on not just Doc, working on not being too over-aggressive, not overextended, but also his teammates realizing, kind of like, same like with Team Spirit. We heard Kitsune say, you know what, we know what Nomi's going to be doing. We know that he's going to be sending it. I feel like now with 4MB, they're finally starting to realize, okay, we cannot contain him. Let's just work around what he's going to be able to do.
That's just such a weird thing. Is like, okay, we can't control Doc, so we'll just try to play around the way he gets aggressive and make it work for us as a team.
If we can't beat him, join him. He's on your team. What do you mean by that? But no, it's time. Like,
it's two battles at once.
They're like, just send him out. Like, you clear that position, and we'll see you from 200 meters away.
To give him props, great performance. I'm hoping that's just not it that we're going to be seeing out of them. I kind of want to see some momentum out of this team going into Miramar for the next match. I at least want to see a top 5 situation with minimum 5 eliminations.
Just to go back also on the early game, we talked about the split, right, Seven?
Yep.
They had this amazing split. They had Apex on the northern side, actually as an anchor point in the circle, Baron and then Doc and Reefers as a 2-1 split on the high ground. They were sweeping so many teams early game. I think there was Alpha 7, a few more teams coming in as stragglers, as solos. They were just able to pick it up. And thanks to that setup of that split, easy transition onto then Apex, as I said, was the anchor point in the circle. So the whole setup for me was like absolutely clinical from start to finish.
That's even I gotta give some props here because they tend to be so unpredictable, but they actually took their time here. The Vicious, they were the last team to be able to kind of swim across. They didn't know if they were gonna be going towards the bridge. They didn't know what they were gonna be doing to make sure that when inside that military circle, they were able to time it just perfectly so nobody was going to be able to hunt them down while they were swimming across. They were able to secure at least the top 3.
Actually, to give respect to a team is Guild, they're definitely on that rotation, right? Wide rotation onto the southern side, enter the circle off the back of that. Unfortunately for them, as we saw, it just kept shifting back up north on the northern coast of some of the islands, so that was a bit unfortunate on that sense, but the rotation was definitely good. Man, Team Spirit had so many nades versus Incilio, and Incilio had no hovercrafts. Unfortunately, no hovercraft by Incilio means no wins.
But Team Spirit did.
They did have one. They didn't use it as much as you would expect, but they had a great position. The moment they clear actually in Incilio, they move away from the compound to have a little bit of a high ground spot to then clear teams onto the eastern side. That was a good play from Team Spirit to make sure they make space for themselves in that late game. Sure, they don't win off the back of that, but I think that was a really good approach to make sure they have control of that circle.
Well, I want to bring up one team because I know we're going to be going to back-to-back Miramars, and there's always one team we do discuss when it comes to those in particular. It's Alpha 7, and I want to talk about maybe the rotation here, going through the West Bridge. Now, we criticized their previous performance where they went into Nova. I think that was the first Erangel, and they didn't go towards the south side of Military. This time they go in towards, Falcon, who are waiting on the Western Bridge, and they lose the fight up against Falcons.
They did end up losing the fight. The thing is that for Alpha 7, they decided to just wait at the bridge. This team usually ends up making the right decision, especially in these situations. Not only were they rotating late, they decided to just hold that bridge for a little bit too long. They ended up working with the 2-2 split that Falcons took absolute advantage of. Yes, Alpha 7 was able to get one of the eliminations there from Falcons early on, but the last player from Falcons was able to just end up eliminating Carrillo, and then it just completely hindered their whole strategy of what they were going to be able to just fully rotate into the circle in Military. For this team, we need to see a little bit more decisiveness out of Alpha 7. They're taking a little bit too long, and I'm starting to get some flashbacks in regards to some of this teams, especially in regards to this team just not performing well. They need to just narrow down that decision making, and they need to stick to it.
First place for MV.
Not surprised.
Bruh.
Especially after that performance.
After that game, for sure. I mean, they gave themselves so many eliminations off the back of that. But as Jason said, right, are we going to see a follow-up of that? Because they already created a bit of a cushion for themselves too. So they're looking scary. But Alpha 7, being a bit spooked to 7 at the bottom of the first page.
Jason, with what you were saying, with what I've been saying too, this is why I was a little bit scared for this team. Yeah, you had 2 great performances in the first 2 matches. But since then, you've only been able to get just 1 point.
They're going to go into the salvaging the day mode here.
Oh.
Think about Team Liquid, right? Now take a look at the second half of our leaderboards as well. I mean, D+ have had a very tough time here so far in our first day, but also, you know, Thunder Talk, we haven't really talked too much about this team. Only sitting on 9 points right now, 0 placement points, really showing that they're struggling to get into these later positions, and maybe they're getting caught out in rotations.
I kind of want to compare them to Influence Rage in the sense they are attempting to go for third parties for these strong positions, but unfortunately these teams, they are ready to pivot the focus onto the third-party team if they have to, and that's unfortunately didn't work out for them when they were pushing over on Everest on our first Erangel. And unfortunately for here, they're trying to send into the southern side. There's so many teams. You have Guild, you have the side of Influence Rage, then Na'Vi. I feel like they need to be maybe a bit quicker to rotate and not just focus on third-partying that we know is very inconsistent, especially at this stage.
I feel like, okay, maybe not in their group, but when it came to like survival stage and last chance, third-partying was what it was all about, I feel like.
It was. In their group, it was all about third party. And it was great then, but we got a mix of so different many plays.
You got to readjust.
Team playing edge, team playing center, teams have been really efficient at third parties. If you're only third partying every single match to try and get position under control, as I just said, it's very inconsistent. I think faster rotates might give them access to those strong game-winning positions if they just rotate faster again.
Well, even if you're third party, how quickly are you going to be able to clear that third party? Because if not, some of the other teams are going to end up third partying you, which we see over and over again usually.
Well, you know what? I got to give a big shout out here, not only to 4MV and their phenomenal game, but to Kidia as well with their game and esports district, which isn't just focused on esports. Because you know what? We all love esports. We all love playing PUBG Mobile. We all love playing pretty much any game out there possible. You can check that out coming up next year as well. And it also supports all the communities on top of this and fans from all walks of life. So not just PUBG Mobile related, but we know what the best game out there is going to be. And on top of that, we do have our PMGC theme skins available live in the game right now. And if you use the code 2024 PMGC, you can get 50 UC off with 10 draws with the lucky spin. I know, Max, you already went for your draws. You got the background you wanted. I got to get my draws in and hopefully get the Midnight Raven skin, or as I like to call it, the Sandstorm skin.
Oh, man. I still want to draw some more because they have this really cool emote where you're lifting the PMGC trophy. I'm like,
that might be the only time you get to lift it.
Okay.
But we can see the mountain on the 7th potentially lift 7 up like he's a PMGC trophy.
I hope it happens. I want to be taller than Jason for the first time.
7 trophy for next year's PMGC?
It's like, please.
I don't know if we have enough boxes here for you to do that without the help of being lifted up.
I need a bigger box.
Here. But speaking of being lifted up here, 4MV, the spirits have to be at an all-time high. Maybe Enigma Galaxy could use a bit of that as well. Starting off the day strong, but it's been slowly dying out throughout the rest of the day so far.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow descent right now, but I think we're seeing other teams rise up to the occasion, especially after their game of 4MV, right, 7, they're kind of overshadowing other teams. But Enigma Galaxy, from what I was remembering in the past for the group stage, Miramar, definitely a decent map where they tend to perform pretty damn well. So if there's a team that can get chicken dinner there, Enigma Galaxy's definitely on my radar for that battleground.
Especially going into Miramar, I'm going to be looking at some of the teams that are on that second page of the leaderboard. 16 plates right now, D plus Kia. not having the day that they were expecting. Especially, I personally had this team not in my top 5, but at least within my top 7. For this team, they definitely got to go into damage control a little bit going into Miramar.
Yeah, and I think if we look back at their performance, there was a couple of players who really stood out. I mean, we initially talked about Osal, and then it was Nobu to come out, and then towards the very end, it was Chips that we were really talking about. Fabian, he's just always consistent, but it seems like no one's really able to get going on the roster so far.
We're just losing players very quickly. Like, a player's gone here, a player's gone there, and then you're dealing with the 16 best teams in the world, right? And you're going to be encountering them as a 2- or 3-man team, and they have 4 players up alive and a decent position. Do you send it late? Well, unfortunately, Dodoi, it's not going to quite work out for you.
Yeah. I mean, what you could get away with, you know, whether it comes to your region or maybe even in the early stages of the group stage for PMGC, you're not going to be able to get away with that anymore because the lobby it's the most difficult lobby of the year. It's probably the most difficult lobby of the entirety of PUBG Mobile Esports.
We were talking about in the group stage, right? South Korea was just so dominant in that stage, but we're just seeing echoes of that in the grand finals. I want to see that resurgence of South Korea, hopefully, in these 2 matches.
I mean, with some of the performances that we've been able to see, especially with what we just saw 4MB being able to put up, I'm looking at 8th place. Those teams are already 32 points away from first place. I know we're just talking in regards to first day. They need to start doing something, and they need to start doing something now, especially in the first Miramar.
Oh, no, you bring up a good point, right? It's no longer, oh, you need to be top 3 in your group to advance. It's no longer, you got to be top 16 or top 6. You have to be the one, and you have to start to flare up right now and warm up into this as we're heading into the warm battleground of Miramar. Once again with John Allen and Blink.
Shivers.
Shivers. It is time to head over to the desert for the first time here at the PMGC Grand Finals. Match 5 is upon us. From Torre Ahumada down towards Minas del Sur. We'll be going straight across the middle of the map this time around, splitting it right down in half.
Absolutely, heading from northeast down towards southwest to Minas del Sur prison. We will have our players dropping out of here. I am worried about 4MB.
Okay, me too.
We've seen this happen before. I've seen this exact situation happen before.
It's true.
20 eliminations into suddenly the worst performances of their life.
Yeah, it was the group stages that happened to them. In fact, it was back in Group Green. Their second match was a 22 elimination chicken dinner on Erangel, and from there on, they really didn't get too much done. They did manage to get another chicken dinner. They found a couple of podiums across it and did manage to get into the last chance stage because of their performance. But you're right, they disappeared for a few days before they were really ever seen again. Hopefully, they can keep this momentum underway. That's what we're looking for here from 4MB, and we hope that they're able to get it done. They are out fairly late on the plane path down towards Chumacera. Actually, Team Spirit are the ones to take the adjustment lane.
Yeah, Team Spirit's sending a little bit more central than usual. Chumacera not open for them. And I mean, to be honest with you, if you know 4MV's also wanting to drop down there, you also see that last game, you're like, probably a good idea for us to just not go down there. They're somewhat on fire. But yeah, this is the thing. For 4MV, I think that the goal is so close in sight for them right now over the next 2 days. You really do not want to mess things up going forward. But it's so crazy to me they're currently in first place and he technically did not qualify.
I know, right? This is a crazy comeback. I mean, it could be one of the biggest comebacks that we've seen in PMGC history. I think maybe it could rival the IHC comeback.
What was IHC comeback? I don't think it was. That was just like they just went hard last year.
That's fair enough. Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah. Mongolian teams typically do that.
They're just pretty great.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
But look at some of the teams here. Incilio currently on 43 points. I would say that's a very good point scoring for them. Considering 4MB just earned 33 points off one game. The average so far for Incilio been a strong 10 plus per game, right? This has been very, very good for Incilio. Team Spirit with 34, a slightly less high average. They're currently tied with Voin Donkey ID. But that last game, it was unfortunate. I think if those nades were a little bit more on target up towards Incilio, there's a chance that they might have had some precedence versus 4MB. But by the time it got to them trying to challenge, they were everywhere. They were everywhere at that point. But now looking over towards Miramar, we have D+ over towards Impala. This is the team I'd like to see do a lot better going in towards the end of the day here. And we know that D+ here is a strong team. They were just starting to find their feet again, and it feels like they've slipped.
It's really unfortunate to see, but then again, these are 16 of the best teams in the world, right? You step into a lobby like this, you're gonna have a test set before you. It is really rough stuff to see things changing around, but I think, as we've sort of talked about a lot, the most impressive results that we've seen from teams so far is Incilio and from Point Donkey ID. To be able to push in as fairly new blood to this level of gameplay, it's fantastic that they've been able to have the impact they've had, and they've already started off their day strong. Incilio over a 10-point average over the 4 matches they've played, right? There are 43 points right now. It's an incredible result, overshadowed by 4MV and their massive ascendancy in their last match, sure, but still, that is so impressive to be able to find that consistency. And for Point Donkey ID, with the rookies on the roster, they have had a massive impact, and they are certainly a part of the conversation and in the conversation for these top spots.
Yeah, it's something you just can't really look down on, which is Incilio's just consistency over these last 4 games. It's really good to see, and I think that, yeah, it is definitely overshadowed by what 4MV was able to do on that last game, but right now Incilio is definitely that squad that no one really saw coming. They came out from literally nowhere and have decimated some of the strongest competition in the world, quite literally here at the PMGC. So we're waiting to see some of those other teams step up. I mean, Falcons, Alpha 7, and RV, DRX even potentially, maybe even Tongji Bao. But I do think for Incilio, this is a massive surprise for a lot of people here.
Starting out on this tournament is just not something you expect, but that's what we love, these unexpected turns of events here at PMGC. When people find their inner strength and are able to bring it to bear. Falcons have been on a pretty quiet day after their early chicken dinner on Sanhok, earning only 2 points since then. It has not been a good result for them. For a team that people were looking at to be a top-placing squad, this is not the sort of momentum you want to be bringing in from day one. They are fairly central onto this game, though. They are doing okay, but it's still very early on the circle. We're still waiting for that stage 2 shift. On Miramar, it's always very dramatic, finding these stage 2 shifts. As the scrap for the high ground near truck stop goes between the Vicious, looking over towards Alpha 7. Alpha 7 have had 2 knocks sent their way, and there has been no answer so far. Over towards the Vicious on the far high ground. They are a little bit split as Revo gets flushed, so does Mafioso. So Alpha 7 playing as 2 now.
I think Alpha 7's had probably one of their worst starts to PMGC here. It's not going terribly for them, but usually by this point in time they would be flying up towards that top side alongside that top 3, usually. There's still a lot more time for Alpha 7 though, because I think with them and Team Spirit, classify both those teams as more of a slow burn, I'd say, more than anything, is that you can almost always count on those 2 teams being up towards at least in the top 5. So even if Alpha 7 doesn't show us their full prowess right now, it will eventually come through over the next 2 days. And if it doesn't, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But that is very uncharacteristic of them.
I'll try to live up to their name, but easier said than done. RCB not going to push too far in towards Team Spirit, although Team Spirit seems to want to take this one into control, moving close to RCB. Actually, no, they turn around. They were just going for the pickup there on the vehicle. Smoke from the bonnet billowing, but not quite able to get the conversion there for RCB. They're going to have to re-up on the vehicles, though, if they want to try and make this one work. However, they will stay alive, and that's more important.
Yes, at the end of the day. That's what you want. I mean, they started much more central this time around. I mean, they're used to starting in Chumacera, but they usually end up around here anyway. It's just a slightly different looting path for them, and it's not as bountiful as Chumacera is down towards that southwest. So they can play easily from this spot. I'm just wondering about utility resources they'll have on side. But overall, in terms of the circle itself, yeah, Team Spirit's in a decent spot, as are Thunder Talks and the Falcons on that northern edge.
Moving down to the southeast side of Picardo, trying to get into the ground, break it open a little bit. Next circle is going to be coming in just about a second now, Blank, and we'll see where we end up going. We're going back over to Picardo, so our west side shift here gives Falcons their position, gives Team Spirit a little bit better of a spot as well, so less necessity on those vehicles that they have lost one of, so maybe a bit of a boon for them. Over in Picardo, I'm not entirely sure that teams are going to want to commit to it, but it seems like TJB want to try and sweep it out.
Yeah, this is the first time Tongji Bao's actually been in the Stage 2 circle and fairly deep into it as well. A lot of times Tongji Bao has just gone for these wild rotates with little to no information and just bulldozing in, just knocking on the door and not really even knowing whose house they're at that point in time. And I think that's been okay for Tongji Bao throughout their group stage. However, here, now, in the PMGC Grand Finals, right, it's not going to work that way anymore. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. You need to know whose house you're at.
Well, yeah, it's always a good idea.
It might be 4 MVs after a 33-point game.
Yeah, that would be a pretty rough place to find yourself.
In which case you're getting decked on the porch.
Just not access denied, mate. You're not coming in. No, sir. Bounced right on the berth of getting on inside. But now moving into the south side, it is 4MV. Thunder Talk are moving up towards Team Spirit as well, who seemingly are going to allow them to do so. Not really much they could do about it on the split that Team Spirit are holding. Currently 2-2. This is the south point of Team Spirit's hold that is looking out over this approach to Thunder Talk, and they are playing as 4. They're playing up together and trying to make their way on in. There is this crater to the southeast, or well, to the south of the La Bendita hard crater. You've got that crater over towards Picardo that sits as like this massive dip that's right in the middle of this circle pretty much. It's a major factor. Team Spirit have a lot of control over it with the 2-2 split that they have, and at the moment Falcons are trying to get in, but seemingly they're having problems doing so.
Yeah, Falcons losing a player already. I mean, last eats down towards that south side. They're quite far away from him, so getting him back up again, a little bit more difficult. This is always an interesting part of the circle itself. I mean, like you say, Minister Norellas over towards that northeast edge cuts out a portion of a rotational value for you because you are losing a lot of information going to Minister Norellas and around La Bandita. You just cannot see over the top until you get over towards that western side anyway. You also don't really want to have to rotate through Los Leones at this point in time. So it's a difficult crossing into this circle in the first place if you're on the eastern edge. I think a lot of teams, that's why you have seen this massive wrap. But if you're Team Spirit, you're not too unhappy with this because you know that a lot of teams are going to be vacating that eastern side. Therefore, you're going to have a lot more presence over on that position of the map because you can see here on your screens, thank you very much, observers, there's a huge amount of teams all grouped up on the western edge of the map.
You've got Nigma Galaxy, you've got 4MV on that southwest side.
It's worked out, though.
It's seemingly worked out as the shift does go out that way. It's D plus Kia who are holding that roadblock, that strangle on the east side, forcing Void Donkey ID to move through the La Bendita crater, which actually, as it stands, isn't a terrible rotate to be going for at the moment, but will be difficult to get over the lip. Guild is in the way. Incilio on the south side, they are on the north edge of Los Leones, but they do not have a space in the circle right now. They'll have to try and figure out an approach, and with the remnants of Alpha 7 behind them, it's not going to be super easy.
Ooh, effect. Taking a knock there from Osal, but instantaneously there is backup coming through. Help the captain of the squad back up to his feet. Wait, effect. Kitsune is the captain. Ooh. I thought Kitsune had gone down, but no, it was effect on that high ground. So just the fragger. That's fine then. You don't need to pick him up. It doesn't matter.
He's up anyway. You might as well, you know. You're there. You've made the trip. Be a shame not to. D plus Kia starting to move in from that east side, relieving some pressure, but it's already been felt and exerted across the rest of it. Incilio trying to move in past DRX, but not really getting the opening they were looking for, with Westron going down. Potential to get a flush pretty quickly here for DRX. Yunbin wants to step up and go for it. You could see him itching to go for the peak on the ridgeline, but knows there's a backline to contend with. Redlick is there, ready to go for the spray downs. Has that P90 in the back as well.
Near the top. Getting Redlick back up again, over towards Westron, that is. Oh, that was one of the nastiest bounce on late. Almost flushes his own teammate there with that. I mean, Redlick with this ghillie suit, though, definitely a player you want to keep on side. Next circle coming in fairly shortly. That will be stage 4, so that's where things start to get a little bit more tricky. Playing out in the blue zone, less of an option going forward. That's the type of thing you can dip into, but not for too long. It starts to heat up a bit here in the game. Guild getting in on that northeast side. They've actually found their way into a lot of circles fairly well. It's a question of how many points they're getting off the back of it, how many eliminations, because a lot of the fights they take have sort of been losing.
Redlick up into the scrap, close range, a shotgun to deal with on the approach versus the P90 here. Nade potentially. Checking the reloads as the nade starts to cook. Launches it out on a slow cook there and actually gives him time to fade away. Redlick cannot go for the peak there. Not just yet, but finally steps up. That nade was cooked a lot longer. Perfectly playing the mind games around him. And with Incilio losing 2 now, they are somewhat losing momentum. Unfortunate. They've been the most consistent team so far today. And they will lose yet another step out. That is bold, but it's working. Look at that. Magnificent.
Yeah, with the help of Kaixei from DRX, but still quite a funny one there where we see QXZ basically faceplant into the wall to avoid the bullets from the shotgun coming through from Redlick. You could literally see the pellets around his head. A very unfortunate shot, and they're able to pick it up afterwards, which means Gillisu, as well as P90, going over to DRX. Very good boon there, and Incilio will be pretty upset about how that all went down.
This next circle, forcing this northeast issue. The Vicious trying to move past D plus Kier, who have gotten in the way, but Voindonkey ID are also ahead of this one. After moving through the Labandita crater, D plus Kier have been sucked into the vortex that they've created, and Guild are embroiled with it as well. The Vicious pushing in. Behind Guild now, looking to put the pressure on from the back lines. It's good for one. And they find the flush. They're looking for those nades to continue it coming on through. Nolbu, though, moving into position to go for a bold rollout on the vehicle. Just getting some scouting, turns back around. The rest of D plus Kier want to enable him to do that. Can they find what they're looking for? With the knock sent out across the way, this is looking good for D plus Kier, but Fabian goes down. A potential turnaround on the cards, but the Vicious, they are suffering heavily, and it's just David left. A spray down from the high ground, and D plus Kier handle it. One knock sent back over towards Fabian, and they'll have to move past Voindonkey ID. However, they found 3 points already.
It's an unfortunate conclusion to the Vicious' chapter there from D plus Kier. Themselves a good spot in the circle now, going up towards that western side. There's still Voindonkey ID in the way, like you say, and Falcons in front of that. But RCB, Loxy, from a long distance shot over on the central side of the map, just sat along that ridge side. They are able to find one of the players from Falcons. Again, it's a really awkward position to be in on this northeast side because a lot of fights have to conclude before any one of them can start to work the rest of the issue. I love that from Team Spirit, though. Nice sneaky maneuver, head over towards the single compound that sits on that low ground.
In the midst of it all, trying to weather the maelstrom. Falcons, they tried to make that rotate earlier. You saw that knock that came through. That did get picked up and rezzed, but since then they've now lost one player. Another's been knocked. That just got rezzed back up there. But still suffering, and Team Spirit have denied them access to it now. Creating a little island for themselves in the midst of it all. Voindonkey ID, they've been in this crater for a while, and now D plus Kier are looking to try and blast them out of it. Nolbu nade over, gets it open. A Potato's the second to fall, and that's going to bubble straight into the waiting arms of Razak. Now it's just Zeta left for Voindonkey ID. Not really too much to do about it, and a clinical approach there from D plus Kier.
So what I was talking about at the start of the game. It's a team that I really wanted to see do a lot better. And I mean, it usually does start from Nolbu starting to make some sketchy plays. And I like to see it, honestly. A lot of times, Nolbu does have to drag his team kicking and screaming towards a lot of these engagements. But once that does happen, Ulsal seems to wake up a little bit. And Fabian's off angles get just a little bit better as well, which is great to see. I mean, D plus Kier, strong South Korean squad. They were one of the first South Korean squads to really show the power of South Korea in the first place here in PUBG Mobile. So it would be a shame not to see them in the top 5 here in the grand finals. Nades across over towards Cheongjia Bao. That's Enigma Galaxy. Ralph finding one, and another goes down.
Ralph's off angle there for Enigma Galaxy, catching TJB completely off guard. He stayed out closer to the blue than the rest of them. And TJB lose half of their team. Now, Enigma Galaxy, though, have an approach to make. Do they choose to go towards RCB, or are they going to slam straight into 4MV? The team currently ahead of them on the southwest side. 4MV have been quiet so far this match. No elims, but they have a really strong compound on the southwest side, Blank. It's going to be so hard to move past it for teams like TJB, for Enigma Galaxy, for what's left of Alpha 7, and for DRX.
Yeah, for 4MV, it's a good spot. It's unfortunately somewhat open, but I don't really think that 4MV minds too much about that. They quite like the idea of open terrain, open shots over towards a lot of these teams on the south, and they'll be feeling good after the last game. Zara opened things up quite nicely over towards Na'Vi, though. And again, we were talking earlier that those teams on the north need some breathing room. And I would say that both Influence Rage Falcons would be quite happy if RCB could just sweep aside Na'Vi, allowing them to spread a little bit more room over towards that western side. But for Team Spirit, though, John, this is a great opportunity for them. Circle moving a little bit further over towards the east indicates they might have a bit more time in the sun here.
Alpha 7 going down, losing their last player. Enigma Galaxy removed the Thorn from their side, and their approach is made 2% easier towards 4MV because it is just such a tough run-up, but they're going to go for it. Mounting that offensive, Snowick's leading the charge a little bit closer now. They stop at the road, so they are regrouping here, just making that first maneuver nice and early. DRX actually have sent ahead of this rotate, Blank, which means that Enigma Galaxy are now fairly uncontested on this approach, but Redox is still wary of TJB to their north side. You could see that those angles could maybe be a little bit troublesome, but Redox has it on lock.
For Enigma Galaxy, life's hard right now. It's not easy to make their way through. Narvalo drives through a hail of bullets. They send his way, sparking off the side of the vehicle. Will survive for the time being. RCB now looking to push a little bit further over towards that western side, clear out some of these teams potentially. Enigma Galaxy, they get involved, but I think Tong Jiabao are likely the next victims on the list. DRX have already found a strong spot to play down towards the south side. Not likely to get cleaned up until later. Reefus, though, will find one over towards Enigma Galaxy, and they're still going strong here, finding one more after another. 2 elims found now for 4MV, and they were barely able to get close.
Narvalo managed to get ahead of it, but he's the last player now to stand for Enigma Galaxy, and RCB have him on lockdown. Should be fairly difficult to make it too much further. Sliver of HP, and that one snatched away fairly quickly. RCB able to pick up the point. Enigma Galaxy are out. So, a clear run towards the top for Team Spirit on this match, Blank. They need to try and put some points up here to get back in that contest, closer towards the 43-point mark that Incilio have, and even closer towards the 53 points now that 4MV have. And if 4MV can get over this next ridgeline, it's going to be a hell of a chase.
Yeah, honestly, I think 4MV could make their way down towards DRX. They know that rotational path came through. It's a question of what the wildcard team and TJB want to do next, though, because if TJB would like to battering ram their way down towards the south side, there's not much 4MV can do about it. They'll be distracted with it for a little while. I imagine they'll conclude that fight, but that might delay them too much. So it sort of does depend on how crazy the TJB want to get.
Beast looking to try and hold out for Falcons, but Top taken down low means his teammate's going to be denied.
He's just like, what just happened?
Like, what? Guys, come on. That was a nade. What you doing? D plus Kia, though, they've been sweeping pretty effectively. 7 elims so far, and now they're turning their attention to Influence Rage, and I'm pretty sure that they wish that didn't happen. What a spray down, what a roll around. Fabian does go down again, but he's got 3 elims, he's doing the work. East now the last to stand, but D plus Kia handling the fight on multiple fronts. Influence Rage fall, Fabian is flushed, Osal is knocked, and maybe Na'Vi is a little bit too much for them to bear, but 9 elims already blank for D plus Kia.
Yeah, gorgeous fight there for D+. I don't think you could have asked for much better there because both fights concluded so quickly that now you can deal with that western push really easily. For Na'Vi, in their head, it's like there's at least 3 teams over there. So if a fight's taking place, like we'll have the drop on them, we'll get third party. But in this case, it's a full 1v1. More damage coming through down towards that south side. It's the Thunder Talks. Tong Jiabao picks up 1 on the back line of Na'Vi. Surprisingly, Triple S doing a lot of damage. 2 players down. Now D+ might want to capitalize off the back of this. That is the case. It was either Tong Jiabao went down and harassed RCB, or they head up towards Na'Vi. But potentially it's both. It's actually just both.
Why not both? Nade over the top, coming on through. Oh, a big pickup, a double, and an immediate burst right over the top of the Mosel. Doesn't have time to get these players back up. The zone's pushing in. You can't res out here. 2 points immediately snapped back by Na'Vi. And they are able to clock on to D+'s gain. 6 looking to put the final nade over. Osal now running for the hills, trying to spray down Na'Vi, keep them back to the blue.
Na'Vi putting the pins in the board, sinking their battleships in the process. Very, very well done. Those nades were insanely placed. Apex with another down towards Thunderdogs. Not likely they were getting across that road in the first place. It's a very, very difficult position to play for Thunderdogs, and 4MV just have this angle. DRX did go down earlier. Another pick off there for 4MV, and it will be Thunderdogs now out. But it is looking like 4MV are on for another good game here, John.
They've got 5 elims, they've got some momentum, 2-2 split on the southwest side of the Ridgeland, but Team Spirit have Central. They're quiet, but they haven't been in any fights so far. I question how much ammo they're going to have in reserve, but we know that they can ration it. They know they're good in that sort of scenario. They got the maths to back it up.
They'll probably have quite a lot from that position, quite honestly, because the position they were in before, they had to expend a lot of ammo to maintain position. Here, they really haven't had to do any of that. They've been sat in a compound, they've not had to shoot anyone. Likely they're waiting for this circle to move off towards the eastern side, and it doesn't. It breaks even on the ridge side, which gives a little bit more time to 4MV and RCB. That is disastrous, though, for Team Spirit. They ideally needed that to head over towards the eastern side so they could take shots on these teams pushing off from that northern edge. Now it gives time for them to figure out their next plan, figure out what strategy they want to go with.
Team Spirit do have the ability to stay in the compound for a little bit longer because the fight on the high ground has to conclude. With Na'Vi going down, we now have 4 teams remaining, but RCB and 4MV are going to have to scrap this one out. 4MV regroup now, they're pushing in as 4. They're trying to move over to the high ground that RCB have been holding. They want to sweep this out. If they can get it cleanly, they have the high ground. They have that oversight on towards Team Spirit and can control their movements a little bit better. Loxy nade over the top, though, splits the difference as a split wide, left and right from 4MV, dodges the damage. Another one cooking, but Reefus and Doc have one as well. A nade over towards Loxy finds the mark. Doc now with a second. The shotgun from Reefus, though, barking loudly. And finds the bite down onto RCB. There's the flush and the step towards the backline. RCB cannot withstand.
That is incredible from Reefus. I mean, he's hitting some good shots that last game, but now he's out here to play. RCB about to be deletus in this process as they push further and further towards the north, giving RCB no chance to counter. But a great play from Team Spirit, rocking up behind them on that south side. This is a really, really good rotate. This is a great split out coming through from Team Spirit. They need RCB to live for a little while longer. They can start to take shots across.
It's Super Subsara to stay alive for a little bit for RCB further off in the distance on the north side, and Team Spirit will put the pressure on. Osal for D+ Kia, by the way, this entire time is surviving out in the open. Someone's going down, I think it's a top 3 for D+ Kia, but Team Spirit bombardment now from the backlines. They're chasing down 4MV on the tables and on the match. Reefus low, Doc blasted away as effect, and Nomi handle that flank. Kitsune and Matic make their approach. The spray down is good. Baron under pressure now with an nade cooking, needs to find the mark, but Team Spirit looking healthy. What can Baron do here? Kitsune up for the challenge. The rest of his team's there, 1 for 1 on the trade, and 4MV now have only Apex to rely on.
Apex bound the vehicle, has to make a mad dash up towards the blue. Damage comes through thick and fast, and Team Spirit gets the full squad wipe. 8 eliminations, not a bad result there for 4MV, but what a wonderful decision coming through from Team Spirit to make that wrap round down towards the south. Coming off the back of a game where things did not look bright for them, to make a courageous decision like that in this moment, at this kind of tournament, that is what makes this team so good.
What a special rotation there. I'm sure the desk is going to have plenty to break down around that one, but now it's just 2 solos out in the open. D+ Kia, right? With Osal, they got so many elims earlier on, they're now in a top 3. This is a brilliant comeback game for them. They can raise their morale, raise some momentum off of this. Sara keeping RCB in as well. Not in the next circle, unfortunately. Osal, I think, is a little bit closer, but Team Spirit should, by rights, have this on lock.
Second chicken dinner for the day would be fantastic. Honestly, for Team Spirit, I think they'd be really pleased with themselves off the back of that one, considering that, you know, last game there was a big opportunity for them to get another chicken dinner there. And this might have been the triple-triple. Osal looks for RCP. Sarah will take him down and immediately gets clapped back onto. But one elimination denied for Team Spirit. They're not incredibly pleased with that one. It's not a massive chicken dinner, but nonetheless, it's still 16 points, dude. That's fantastic.
Excellent result for Team Spirit. Same story for D+ Kia, getting a lot of points out of that one. I think that they might be the highest points earners on that match blank. RCB able to get in very late. 4MV going down in 4th place. Kind of felt a little bit less than we wanted from them, but still, we were worried about them coming into this game, and it was assuaged a little bit there. They were able to have an impact here. They were able to perform. It was a really strong rotate from Team Spirit that took them down, and I would not lay the blame at the feet of 4MV on that one. I would give the credit to Team Spirit. A fantastic chicken dinner with an excellent rotate to the west.
All right, well, Kitsune might be coming for that trophy this year, able to get themselves another win here on the board and potentially get themselves in a first-place position at the end of this match here. Max in 7 Worlds of Gaming here to break this one down. And honestly, there's a lot to talk about. I know Max and 7, you were very hyped to see that Team Spirit rotation into 4MV where they just weren't really spotted.
Perfect third party. Yep. Literally cannot say it any other way. That is the perfect third party you needed to see from Team Spirit. I think
Did they lose any players?
They didn't lose any player. They had 4 players alive until the very last moment. 7, I'm so happy you brought that up. But no, on a more serious note, RCB I think took a little bit too long to take care of the threat of 4MV. Yep. The fight happened so late. The only option for Team Spirit to leave them their eastern compound was the third party that fight. And it's not just a simple third party they did. They sent it wide south behind that ridge to keep themselves safe from a possible re-engage of 4MV and also of RCB. Again, perfect third party happening from them, and our boy,
no surprise.
Nomi, he's so good.
Actually, no surprise, Nomi was able to get their 3 eliminations, MVP for that match. But what I am surprised, even though I was hoping it would happen for this Miramar match, D+ Kia, I mean, I felt like they had to have a good performance here. They had to go into that damage control, and they were able to do it so well. Not only taking the fight with the Vicious, they were able to win that engagement, but on top of that, when we were watching the match, something that you pointed out to me, Max, is just how good they were able to just clear the north.
They cleared the north so well. Actually, I want to go a little bit early in the fight. They had 2 teams above them. I think it was Falcons and Influence Rage. They understood Influence Rage and Falcons can see us from that position. We're going to send them to Void, take the fight. It's a bit of a risk, sure, but if we win the fight, we're in a position where we're safe from those 2 teams on high ground. And then they start having a 3-way fight up north versus Na'Vi. And they're like, this is our one single opportunity to maybe sure not get the win, but we can get so many eliminations. And we saw this game, right, 7? Eliminations alone outshadowed all of their points combined of the last 4 matches.
And for D+, if you rewind it even more, right when they were done fighting the Vicious, they saw that Void Donkey was possibly thinking about third-partying them, going for a fight for them. They started shooting at Void Donkey, and they stopped any train of thought of maybe Void Donkey pushing them.
We can see here how many eliminations they got. Only 5 on the table, unfortunately for them. But again, not going to matter too much when you get the chicken dinner. And your boy Nomi taking 0 damage. That's not much damage.
He got 3 elims and took 0 damage. He's untouchable. What are these
What
stats?
a legend.
What an absolute legend here in PUBG Mobile Esports. Whoa.
He's not one to be underestimated, I'd say here. As we obviously take a look at not only them, but 4MV. Like, the fact is, we were wondering, 4MV, they were flash in the pan in league stage when they had a massive pop-off game. I'd say a pretty decent result here.
Yep. I mean, I was hoping for, I think I asked, what was it, a top 5, minimum 5 eliminations. They were able to give us a top 4, backed up with some eliminations too. But it comes down to the way that this team has been able to play. Earlier, we were wondering, okay, are they going to be able to follow up that amazing performance that we just saw in the last Erangel? With 1/3 almost done of this tournament, of this PMGC 2024, this team is looking like a champion caliber team for me. The adjustments that they've been able to do, from league stage, not only Doc not being too overtly aggressive, the team being able to dare to back him up, and them just deciding, you know what, we don't really have to take a fight. Let's wait until the later matches. What do you think?
I have to agree. I think that 4MV could win.
A CCT? You're calling him a CCT?
If they keep this kind
Wait,
of
Max,
yes, because
don't say it.
Okay. Well,
Avenger level threat team.
Avenger level threat team, though. We're still waiting a little bit, but realistically, when we look back at the league stage, right, they would get this big, like 20+ elimination bomb chicken dinner, which is fantastic. We didn't see a follow-up performance off the back of those wins, right? We're seeing it now.
Yes.
We're seeing those consistent points coming on board, which helps you elevate those chicken dinners even more theoretically, because you're not just having a big point gap created in one game, then falling back down. They're getting up, creating that gap, and they're staying up there. They're staying on top of the leaderboard, and especially, as you said, those splits, they're not losing Doc. They're just having so many good angles in the play, and especially, I have to say, the timing of their transition 7 was so good. They had, I think it was Baron as an anchor point in the circle.
A quick regroup.
Avoid the sudden fights, quick regroup, and have a game-winning positions under control so quickly. 4MV here, they learned their mistakes from their mistakes in league stage, and here they are, the best team they could possibly become in these grand finals.
I mean, you can see it there, 8 eliminations, 12 points total. With that said, RCB, a team that also needed some points here, starting with Miramar. They were able to put up 12 points.
Let's talk about them, because for them, you really have to wonder, how easy is it for you to team fight? Because of the lack of communication you can really pull off with your team. How do they work around Sara not being able to communicate with this team? And to be able to see them get late is obviously a really good sign, because they struggle to get placement points. Eliminations is something that you should be able to pull off even without the full communication. But to win team fights and not lose a player, I feel like that's where it gets very tough for a team like this right now.
It takes a lot of time, I would say, during fights to adapt your communication to someone that does not speak a language. Like, I think very naturally you're going to revert to your like normal language you speak. Like, I think here for most of the players it's Turkish, and so Sara might feel a bit left out, which is unfortunate, but it's just how this whole ordeal is going to work out for Sara joining the team so late for these grand finals.
I think it was definitely an expectation, and at what point do you, if you're Sara, do you start getting a little bit frustrated? And you don't want to get to that point. And now we're going to be looking at the overall. This is the thing with 4MV. This is why I'm mentioning that they could end up winning this tournament, this PMGC, because they're following it up. Currently 43 eliminations. On top of that, a chicken dinner. And look at the gap. Even Team Spirit with 2 wins. Look at the gap they currently have with Team Spirit.
Are we going to see 4MV have twice the amount of eliminations as the second top fragging team?
Yes.
After this game. It could literally happen that by the end of today, they have twice the amount of eliminations as the second top fragging team. That would be a wild statement to make after the league stage where we were doubting how they were performing.
Well, I mean, look back to last year. We had IHC win in a very uncharacteristic way, just pulling off a ton of eliminations. And now we're seeing 4MV after they finished, I believe it was 4th place last year, looking to redeem themselves before. And Seven, I see you're spotting something out you want to talk about here on the leaderboards.
It has to be D+ key. I mean, with that performance that we just saw here in this Miramar, they were able to jump up all the way from 16th all the way up to 11th place. Now, I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams. We were saying, okay, you know what, PL teams like TJB, TT, they need to start doing a little bit of damage control. They need to start getting those points right now. With the way that the tournament is currently set up, they cannot afford to. I don't want to talk about them.
No, we got to talk about it.
with the way that the tournament is currently set up, they cannot afford to just have a full bad match. And Alpha 7, what's going on? I know this man picked you, but I also picked you. But right now, they're just not being able to perform that well. They keep losing players early on.
And I'm not sorry.
I mean,
I'll pick them again.
Let's talk about it, though. If we're talking about Alpha 7, the maps they get the most points on are going to be Miramar. And we cannot afford to see them have bad matches on Miramar if they want to be able to take the trophy for themselves. And that would be, honestly, I think, a big knife through the heart for this team, considering they finally broke that curse of not being able to win any of these big global events, finally able to do so back at PMWC, and to get to the grand finals and potentially not be able to do so for them would be very tough. But you know what also maybe won't be tough is how many frags you can pick up with your Infinix GT20 Pro with its 120 FPS and its dual chipset for 144 Hz. You can pick one up and play like a...
Whoa.
Well, yeah. Okay, if you give it to him, he's going to take it. He's going to take it.
Is my wallpaper?
That's a cool one. Hey, it's Barney.
It's still Barney.
It's still Barney.
I wake up and I see Barney. I'm like, I'm having a good day already.
Well,
I love that they can't see Barney's face.
I think
probably for the better.
That picture to your mom, though, because she's a big fan of Barney.
She is a big fan. Too much, almost.
Hi, Max Mom.
Hello, Mom.
Is it like Max Man's Mom 30 as well?
No, actually. In fact, I'll have to get her to play and I'll name her like that in game. Yeah.
That'd be sick.
Okay. and then she's going to be better than us, and that's going to be very disappointing. Maybe she actually is interested in the Ice Matter Frontier event currently going on in the game right now. You can battle up against the Frostborn Dragon, which we tried to do yesterday, but we couldn't cross that bridge. We couldn't hit our shots. And by we, I mean you.
We were trying to make that... Okay, pro tip, get smokes when you want to cross that bridge because it is not easy. If teams are already there, you're going to have a really bad...
I mean, we were saying, though, this is probably, in our opinion, one of the best PvE events, fighting that dragon at the end that we've ever seen in PUBG Mobile. So if you haven't checked it out just yet, make sure you go check it out now because it is extremely fun. It's like a little bit of a raid boss fight, trying to dodge everything you possibly can.
I need to be carried. carry me, Max.
We got the mountain on the 7th for that.
We'll ask Nepturus, she'll carry you to the area. Not sure you'll survive, but you'll make it far enough, you know?
Did you hear that? I heard her say, hey! Well, you know what, Nepturus, that's what you get known for, like, leaving your teammates behind. But at least you don't get known for, you know, being on Miramar when we're playing Erangel.
At least it's not DK. At least she'll try to pick you up, you know?
Why are we just ripping in other talent right now?
We should be ripping into is that maybe a couple of these teams here that are maybe underperforming. We're looking at, you know, one of our teams to focus 4MV who's had a pretty damn good performance. I think the question for me is, like, how are these teams going to adapt going into day 2? Because we've already seen so many insane adaptions when it came to league stage that really, when you're done playing, your day's not done whatsoever.
I think there's 2 points in particular, Seven, that I want to see improved upon. Is one, third parties. I think some teams try and focus on third parties a bit too much and sometimes to a fault, and they get eliminated. I think Thunder Talk, I mentioned it earlier, is a bit of an issue, but especially one big improvement that most teams are going to go through is speed of rotations. The edge is being held down like a fort by so many teams, and late rotations have hindered a lot of top squads. I think Alpha 7, I have to bring up Alpha 7 here, a little bit still on the rotates, and the edge is always guarded by 1, 2, 3 teams.
You're being generous, too.
It's tough, yeah.
I feel like you're really being generous there in regards to Alpha 7 with the slow rotation, saying just a little bit. I feel like it is more than just a little bit. You're being too nice for this team. Decision making is just not there at the moment. We saw that happen whenever we saw them push into Novo in one of the Erangel matches with Incilio being there. Honestly, 10 out of 10 times you would expect the team, especially with that kind of circle, to be there. Alpha 7 just needs to narrow that down. The one question mark, especially for Alpha 7, that comes to mind is, how are the players going to be reacting to this? I know that they definitely come in with a lot of confidence on day 1, but if things don't go their way, sometimes they start getting into their head, and I'm hoping that doesn't end up happening, because, I mean, in the first 2 matches, they were able to put up good points.
Yeah, it was a really good step up from them, but unfortunately, this is, as we know, Seven, a very unforgiving lobby, right? Just a slight delay of sometimes even 10, 15 seconds is enough for you to not only not get access to a good position, but then get instantly swiped under the rug by a team that then took that position away from you. But it's still going to be a lot of time between today and tomorrow. We'll see what's going to be happening in that hotel room to hopefully get those players hyped back up for the second day of play.
I'm going to stay with Americas as well, and I'm going to go with Influence Rage. I feel like they're currently above Alpha 7, a team that we know that they can definitely get eliminations. We know that they can definitely perform well in Miramar as well. Right now, they're just not putting up those performances. And with the way that 4MB is currently performing, with the way that those top 3 matches are currently, top 3 teams are currently performing, they need to start reacting. If not, it's going to be a little bit too far, even though it's day 1.
They're starting to leave some teams in the dust here, and well, speaking of dust, we're going to be heading into our final Miramar of the day of day 1, which means we only have 2 days left to go. We're going to throw it back to our commentators here to kick it off with John, Allen, and Blake.
Absolutely. We've got one more game left today, and it is, of course, Miramar as ever. From the west side up towards Campo Militar, on the plane path, we are going to reach 1/3 of our matches found. At the end of this one, we'll see where the dust settles through it all, because 4MV right now do have quite a big lead. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, 4MV have a large lead, to say the least. And I think, again, we talked about this earlier today with the Falcons saying that that kind of buffer will be very important for them going into day 2 and day 3. But it is, unfortunately, 4MV to be taking that mantle over them. But they have played well to take that one home. And I mean, just looking at that last Miramar, we did have a case where, you know, as soon as 4MV got that massive game over in groups, the performance immediately went down. That's not the case here. I think that 4MV has had to learn a lot of hard lessons, and not a lot of teams get a last chance like this to play again in the grand finals. But they've taken it in their hands, and they are reaching for the sun here up towards first place.
This a little bit of a hot drop in El Pozzo. I think they could potentially still see separation here between Nigma Galaxy and I think it's Alpha 7 as well over on that northwest side. So either side of El Pozzo is occupied, but it's Incilio potentially with TJB who could have a bit of a scuffle. Down towards the south edge, yeah, it looks like Incilio have already taken a knock sent their way, and more potentially still to come. The off angle you can see from Long is going to be established fairly soon, and up into the fight. Flower with the micro Uzi, no healing to be seen, and caught on the cross. Incilio are losing players fast now, Blank.
Yeah, Incilio slowly falling off. I mean, they were on 43 points that last match. They got nothing off the back of it. They're looking to get some more points on this one, but it is a disastrous start for them. And I mean, to be fair, who else would it be other than Tong Jiabao, who are starting to have a bit of this, I don't want to call it a psychotic streak, but, you know, they're going pretty wild into these games.
Psychotic, a little bit of a flying party bus over the top there.
And it is going to be the backup, and to be fair, there's no flushes sent towards Incilio just yet. Redlick is in. He's got a little bit more firepower under his belt as well. No first aids, though. No meds to be sent on over towards 3TN. And a lot of low HP players for TJB. Going to mean that it's a little bit rough and tumble on the inside here. Fash can get raised. Potential to find the second as well.
Yes.
Definitely don't want to drop the ball on this fight.
No, you don't. That's right. You are correct. Grip the ball in 2 hands.
What was that? I've no idea. Well, either way, Incilio...
It's because I threw a hand warmer on the floor.
Yeah, as you did do that. It was excellent.
Apologies.
Everybody found it amusing. Redlick with the spray downs, keeping them safe. Westron is a little bit isolated here. Slowly going down, but the vehicle giving him cover from longs for the time being. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. Incilio really wanting to repair now and not having a lot of time to get that breakout. Onto the high ground, Triple S outside the windowsill will try and fancy feet hot step over. Needing to be worried, the pump action's there. Westron finally bled out on the off angle, so first blood goes to TJB. Can Incilio extract themselves from this scenario? They're keeping TJB here as well, it has to be said. And finally, that's what they're looking for, the opener with that micro Uzi. And into the ground floor they go. The pump action's there as well. 3TN looking to try and lock down the staircase, but it isn't going to stop them from getting on in. Longs with that high ground again, such an oppressive presence for TJB.
For TJB, they have played very oddly today, let's be honest. I mean, they've caused problems. You've done it as well now.
I've dropped a hand warmer too.
I think you need to put them away.
Yeah, we
both
need
need to put them away.
Yeah, let's put these hand warmers.
They're very good, though, to be fair. Okupa's done well.
Yeah. Keeping fingers warm. But here at the PMGC. Flower on the ground floor and Triple S making their way on in. It seems like they invested their meds over towards Triple S, getting back up as high as he can do with just the bandages. And leaving 676 as an off angle, trying to pop shots through windows if those present themselves. This fight is lasting a long time though, Blank, and in the meantime, everybody else on the map is getting looted. They're getting rotated, they're getting positions in this circle, and they're making it work. A nade in from Longs, and Incilio fall. Down they go, TJB. Get all 4 of them.
Really unfortunate for Incilio. I mean, what a great start to their day today, and it has just ended in tears, to be honest with you. I mean, for them to go 43 points, match 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then to get 0 over their last 2 Miramars. And honestly, Miramar is not a bad map for Incilio either, so it's very unfortunate that we see them here like this. In the meantime, our circle headed a little bit further over towards that eastern side, John. D+, once again, not too unhappy about how this all broke down, but Lamandita being central here does mean that a major feature towards that central area of the map is somewhat of an unfortunate area to pick up on.
I'm now interested in the pace that TJB can set in the rest of this game, Blank, in the rest of this match. They have to get on fairly fast. They have to get looted through Montenuevo. They do have that as a looting location, but Enigma Galaxy is slowly approaching from that north side, and if TJB can't get some speed into this circle, they're going to be behind the curve when it comes to getting into stage 2, stage 3. That could be pretty tricky to navigate. So we'll have to wait and see, keep on board with what they're able to accomplish. In the meantime, Alpha 7, El Pozzo was extracted from. Enigma Galaxy as well, not going to come into contact. They go opposite directions from this, and so now over towards water treatment around the north side of San Martin. Alpha 7 find their entry to stage 1 circle.
For Alpha 7 is definitely a big test for them, right? Currently in 14th place. I don't think anyone from the Alpha 7 team or Alpha 7 fans expected this on day 1. But as I said, that's okay. They're a slow burner of a team, though I will say on one of their best map here on Miramar, I do think there is time to salvage this. From a northwest position in water treatment, there is viable rotations for them down towards that southeast. So I think that this could be a good marker for them to get themselves back into the tournament. And again, a lot of teams do find a massive amount of success of getting the chicken dinner of the last game of the day because you get some fresh going into tomorrow. It resets a lot of those worries that you have from the rest of the day.
I mean, that is ideal, right? To be able to find that good meal, as the Falcons put it. Although, unfortunately, it looks like they ate a little bit too early. Indigestion for the rest of the day. Only 5 points in the last 4 matches that they played. The bulk of their points earned in the first. And they haven't really been seen since, which is unfortunate. They've had a few central positions as well in these games, Blank. So it's not like they haven't had the opportunity. It's just the execution that hasn't been on their side, unfortunately. Scrap on the western side of this central area. And it is 4MV to lose a player. We haven't seen that from them today, really. And unfortunately, it will be the case in this last match that we'll see from them. They'll lose one of their players early. Let's see if they can keep themselves together. They have already surpassed a 10-point average on the day, so their job, to an extent, is done for it. And everything from this point on is gravy, but you do not want to let standards slip.
Absolutely. I mean, for RCB, 25 points, it's okay, but it's not really where we'd see a 6th place team at. For Team Spirit, on the other hand, like you're saying, 10-point average looks good for them. 4MV, a bit more would be nice. It really would. Yeah, really, really would. Anything else you can bite off and chew, it's good for your point scoring. It's good for your next 2 days. A lot of the massive amount of stress comes in those last 2 matches on day 3. In the meantime, we do move up towards that northeast side. I think that if I was a player inside this lobby, I'd be quite happy the fact that we don't cut too much of that coastal edge in. That does make it a little bit awkward when you rotate through. You've got that long sloping ridge up towards that eastern side, which is always uncomfortable to play. So I think I'd be quite pleased to see this. It does create that small problem of having a lot of high grounds over on the north and south, but that'll likely work itself out going into the end game.
Towards this east side. Point Donkey moving in on the north edge of this, just moving down south from El Azhar. Looks like Guild and RCB have a bit more of a hot conflict going on. Is Guild able to line up for one? They are losing players as well. RCB having a tough time of getting this one done cleanly, unfortunately for them. On the northwest side of this circle, could have been a really big impact position, but losing a player, losing Sara, taking another knockout as well, and with Influence Rage trying to poke their noses in from the north edge, this is a dangerous situation. You can see the Falcons are looking to scout out towards it. Everybody wants a piece of this third party.
Shots around the side. Meantime, stood dead still on the inside edge, but a good shot there from Wild. Wait for the beat to come through, and now RCB should be able to get their players back up on their feet. Again, RCB would like a few more points on this one. Enigma Galaxy deep into the blue zone, but just will be emerging from it soon. Redux far behind, though, being hunted down by Longs from TJB, which is not a comfortable experience.
It's not somewhere you want to be. I mean, TJB have been pretty aggressive, I think it's safe to say, over the course of today. See if that is going to pay off for them. Right now on 11th place in the tables, they're climbing a little bit with the 4 elims they were able to find earlier on the match, on their hot drop, but I was saying I was going to keep track of their pace, and they are definitely behind in terms of getting into this next circle, of moving through this open terrain here. They are going to be late into this one, and potentially choosing to go in near Enigma Galaxy, near DRX, and near 4MV on that south side. See if they can find that opening. Na'Vi on the north, near the Vicious. Will be pushing in near Influence Rage as well. Lemon hops out. Spots Diminor, giving them the old circles, the donuts in the buggy there. But he does get backed off, a little bit too timid.
Circle up towards that northeast again. So we'll be pushing further road towards Truck Stop, and you got that position over towards that north side, a little bit of a valley coming through. I think Na'Vi does actually have a fairly decent position to play in terms of high ground oversight, looking down over towards a lot of our other teams. Team Spirit is unfortunately saddled in over towards a lot of that open ground down towards that south side. It's still fairly central, so very playable going forward. In the meantime, though, it is Enigma once again down. Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest, alongside with every other purple team, making it slightly awkward to see what's going on. But 4MV's in there, as are DRX.
Yeah, Yeah, 4MV a little bit further ahead. DRX are there. Unfortunately for us, the Vicious and Influence Rage are on the northwest side, so they are split up a little bit. See if they can find their approach. Enigma Galaxy opting to go for the roadside approach, a little bit close towards Team Spirit, not crashing all the way out east towards Impala, where DRX and 4MV currently reside. You can see we're just getting the flyover of them right now. D plus Kia across the way towards some high ground, more central on the circle. Is the Vicious up towards the north flank that I'm really paying attention to on their position? They have this compound under control. The question for me is always, can you control the ridge side to your north? And it looks like they're investing a little bit into that. Well, I say a little bit. They're moving 3 of their players up to keep control up towards the north side ridge on this compound. If they can stop players crossing the road up there, they are going to have such great oversight if the circle shifts down south over that fielded area to their south.
It's a tough push in, honestly. DRX find one over towards Void Donkey ID, but it's quickly set back. I actually don't think they found a single one there. I think it was Void Donkey ID assisting DRX over towards 4MV. It's fair play. So 4MV goes out early in first place. So they are not unreachable in terms of this final game. I mean, if Team Spirit get even a semi-decent match here, they could likely be finishing in first place, which for Team Spirit, dream come true, honestly. You know, they went from strength to strength this year, and we've seen that team struggle at a bunch of different hurdles through the years, trying to get themselves towards a position where they have the team that they like, they have a strong shot at the title, but coming through into the PMGC groups, getting a first place in that group was huge. I think a lot of people didn't expect that, considering that they had dropped the ball on a few tournaments before that as well. So for them, this is a big chance, and I think it's the strongest we'll see Team Spirit in a long, long time. There's a question of whether they can maintain it going into the next year, but right now I would say that this is their chance at the trophy.
On the south side, Enigma Galaxy trying to stop TJB's roll-up. Successful pick-off onto Longs, around flexing out onto the high ground ridgeline on the roadside approach that they've taken to the south edge of this circle. It does shift over to the northeast edge of it, and TJB trying to patch themselves up, but the nades just keep on rolling, flowing forwards, followed by players. Snowix up and into the fight. Flow has no chance. 676, Triple S trying to move around behind and maybe catch Enigma Galaxy a little bit too aggressive on it, but careening down into the valley is not the way to go. Triple S going to be lit up and torn apart, surely. But Redux has fallen, and actually they're trading off fairly well. Dipping back behind the rock, has a first day to play around, and Narvalo's now down as well. I might have spoken too soon.
I think you have. You're giving it large for Enigma Galaxy, but it's not the case as TJB comes back on through. 2 players left remaining, 676, as well as Triple S. 2 awesome names to say, to be quite honest with you. Very stylish.
Oh, yeah.
676 definitely struggling, though, going forward. Na'Vi taking a knock off in the distance. That's the Influence Rage, and very unresable, actually. He's right off in the distance, and I think at stage 4 now, yeah, I think they have to give him up. And for Na'Vi, who had great oversight on that northern side, that is such an unfortunate loss for them. That's great. I don't know how he lives that, but he does.
Standing tall here, Team Spirit, you can see them off in the distance. They've actually moved 2 players down south towards this. They are flexing, third-partying here. So a 2-2 split for Team Spirit. They know no one's going to be crashing their position now on the southwest side of the circle. So they're taking a risk, and it may just pay off in this scenario. With Triple S going down, it's just the 2 players from the Galaxy, the one out here as well. But 676 finds Ralph, does get traded off with the pump action from Snowix, but Team Spirit find the final shot from Nomi. This flex out works out. Both teams behind them taken out. They have a clear run now into the circle.
D+ is still scouting these concretes. There's a real good chance here for Team Spirit to just fly on in. With also going down off the distance as well, they might spot that vehicle heading over towards the eastern side. This is the opportunity for Team Spirit. The fact that no one's taken this compound on the south side is crazy to me. But for Team Spirit, it might not be the best compound in the world, but it is certainly a position to play. For the Falcons, though, picking up 2 eliminations over towards Influence Rage. Action still struggling at the outside in the blue. This is one of those moments where I think Team Spirit has been experimenting with this, has done quite well with it, but sometimes you just got to take a chance, boys.
Falcons losing one on the off angle. I don't think that's going to be resible for them. It's stage 4 and the zone is upon them already. That should get flushed away. Falcons regroup as 3 and action will go down. Influence Rage, though, eliminated in the meantime. On the north side, they haven't been able to push past Falcons and Na'Vi, despite extracting a little bit of value from it. Only the 1 point on the match. There will be Na'Vi moving in from the north alongside the Falcons to try and cross towards the Vicious. Now, this is that compound that I was talking about earlier. If they can keep that ridgeline to their north under control, they have still got an amazingly strong spot. I'm also looking at Voin Donkey ID out to the east side of this one to be able to hold down their compound and, again, provide themselves with that strength to launch into a strong game to close the day.
Yeah, it's massively dependent on where this circle goes next. I mean, it could head up towards that north side, in which case you're absolutely right. Both those positions are very good. And in a weird way, this circle is split down the middle vertically, where you do have the Vicious as well as the Voin Donkey on completely the opposite ends of things. With that circle, though, just further over towards Voin Donkey ID, and now Team Spirit, because they did take that chance earlier to head over to where currently D+ is playing, they're likely going to have a bit of a struggle of a game. There's still a chance for a crash, but that's what it will have to be.
Falcons have an opening with Thunder Talk taking a knock on the Xing. They could potentially try and roll this one down, but still, even sweeping through here, it's not great because you don't have the circle at the end of it. So putting pressure on, sure. Slowing down, excellent. But where do you go? Beyond that, not too many options. I'm also taking a look down towards Team Spirit because they're just about on their rollout now. With the fighting on the north side, the Vicious putting a lot of pressure up towards the north. There's a potential for Team Spirit to be able to sneak on through here. D+ Kier may be able to spot this one out with Fabian moving in on the south side, but it's actually the Vicious with their last player down on that south side of their compound hold to be able to slow down Team Spirit. However, the rest of them do make it across and into the compound.
Yeah, they're on the northern edge. I mean, they're not quite in yet. They're on the outside as D+ currently holding this, and they should now know what's going on. Very unlikely they'll be able to pick up Nomi. They're far too preoccupied right now with D+, who are starting to mount a hold, but they're ahead of them. So technically, things are going well. Chips could be that outside chance for them with that high ground. On our screens, though, it is Na'Vi going up against Alpha 7. This is a very important fight to be watching here.
Yeah, on the north side, Na'Vi trying to block them out. Alpha 7 have a linchpin as well down towards the south side with Mafioso, that Lone Ranger for them. So it is a 3v3 on the north edge with Alpha 7 and Na'Vi. Team Spirit lost another blank. They're down to 2 players alive, and they're looking to try and chase towards that 60-point margin. Stay alive for a little bit longer. They have got a position, so we'll see how much further they can go. Lemon regrouping with the rest of Na'Vi, but they haven't been able to find an opening towards Alpha 7. Both of them, however, get into this next stage circle.
Stage 6 probably going to be the one that causes the most problems for these teams. Ooh, this particular area, very an Alpha 7 area actually, over on this western side. I think I've seen at least 2 matches go to chicken dinners for Alpha 7 over on this forested area of the map, just because Revo was so good with the DBS, just in and out, ducking around, being able to find those shots through the trees. Real blast of the past of previous PMGCs, honestly. Na'Vi, though, doing a good job holding this high ground. Obviously, they lost a player earlier on, but that was much earlier. And still playing as 3 is not too bad. Again, super open around this spot. A lot of teams will be taking casualties left, right, and center.
Voin Donkey ID as well. We talked about their position a bit earlier. I'm looking for them to really start to leverage now. Over towards shots on the south side. I'm thinking maybe over towards DRX, although it's difficult to find the lineups. D+ Kia going to try and move through the ground, but the question is how much can they hold out this east edge? And I think Alpha 7 is their major threat right now. As an approach from that east side could be viable for Alpha 7 to try and go for. With this shift as well, I think it may be what we're going to see from the Brazilians.
Yeah, they're trying to remove Na'Vi, and then likely they'll attempt to play around that compound from Voin Donkey ID. The Vicious, though, tough plan for them getting out. Luckily, Team Spirit as well as Thunder Talks have been taking knocks, and the Vicious might just be able to, with a shovel, excavate themselves from this location. Good shot over towards Matic, will flush him out. I believe it's just 1 player left remaining now for Team Spirit in Kitsune. 3 eliminations on the game, though. It's not terrible. That sits themselves just 11 points behind 4MV at the end of the day.
depending on how many placements they can get as teams start to fall, this approach is going to be treacherous. 10 teams are remaining here, Blank, into stage 6. We're getting a little bit into the weeds on it, but 29 players, we're seeing dribs and drabs of players making it through. Na'Vi trying to sweep back over towards the Falcons, who have been fighting on for a long, long time now. Just Icy and top. The Vicious making their move now as well. The roll-up. There's a potential roll out for Kitsune, moving a little bit closer, trying to get into some ditches, some defilades to stay safe. RCB under pressure on the south side as D+ make their push from the south edge as well. Wild holding his nerve, but Loxy's down, and so he is just the one player.
A lot of teams at the moment struggling going forward. The Vicious thought that they got themselves out from that tough spot on that northwest side. It's not meant to be. Falcons once again close the door on them. I'll have to move through that one in the meantime. D+ down towards that southwest edge. They did a great job, honestly. Chips were doing so much scouting earlier on, which allowed them to make these kind of rotations.
Ooh. A nasty little trade there. The roll down, the Vicious going to go straight over the Falcons, and their approach to Na'Vi can now continue. They managed to find one. They tumble down the hillside. Weapons bristling from the windows, and it's going to spike down Na'Vi into the dust. Losing one on the roll-up. Brunozin may be able to get rezzed here, though. They've got some cover and a little bit of time to play with.
For the Vicious, that is a very resilient hold on the northwest, and they picked their time very well on that side of things. The fact they were able to make their way in that short moment of time where it was briefly open for that crash. Wonderful stuff. Great nade. Unfortunate finish there for Team Spirit. Will be going down in 8th place, but Na'Vi will pick themselves up 5 eliminations. It's been a very generous map, I would say, in terms of offering up points to practically everybody, but that's RCB out now too, which leaves us with a very quick from 10 teams, now just down to 6.
It's D+ Kia again to be able to get 7 elims so far. They're in with a solid spot on the southwest. This is potentially a back-to-back really strong resurgence from D+ Kia into Miramar. And I'm happy to see it. South Korea definitely on the up at the end of day 1 here. The question is, how much further can they go? DRX right across the ridgeline with just their outpost, Kaikse, on that south edge. We'll put them on notice if he wants to step up. Does have full information on D+ Kia. He's not going for the peaks right now because he knows he doesn't have the backup from the rest of the team. If he gets knocked, that's it. But Chips hits the deck and immediately can see Kaikse wants to step up. That may have been spotted. No, I don't think so, as DRX still yet to go for that full roll-up. However, the circle means that it's likely going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't send on to either D+ or Void Donkey, so this will force a fight between both of them in that endgame. I think both Void Donkey and D+, though, happy just to hold out their positions, whilst all the rest of the teams likely will be a scrap between the both of them, unless Alpha 7 has anything to say about it. Currently on your screens at the moment, Soez with the M249 doing a ton of damage through to them right now. Probably the least accuracy in the world, but it was effective.
Hey man, when you've got that many rounds in the magazine, you just need a few of them to connect, and that is how he's going to play it on the hold. It's effective here, and DRX with 3, fending off Alpha 7's roll-arounds. 2 of their players fall quickly. Carrillo turns away with the buggy. QXZ with the rotate out towards the tractor, gets caught. Carrillo is still fighting through. Hyunbin now, actually the last to stand. Kaitse got taken down on the off angle, and the spray downs underneath for Carrillo. He needs to stand up for Alpha 7.
How is he alive?
Again, no! The shutdown comes through, and it's DRX to weather the approach. Hyunbin on a sliver of HP.
That's basically Frankenstein, pieced together by sewing string. I can't believe he lived that one, honestly. He had the pump shotgun around the side as well, just peeking out. Good stuff. Hyunbin very well might just deny the point here. Void Donkey making a big push over towards the Vicious. All popping off, actually. Every single team is looking to stab over towards the Vicious. D+ going in, Chips remains on the outside, but this is a full assault coming through from Void Donkey ID.
Potato with the challenge, 1v1, wins it now. Attention turned towards D+ Kia. 4 versus 4, a little bit low on the HP bar, and the first knock goes the way of D+ Kia. They find the second as well. Now Razak on the high ground needs to get something done. Will find that opener, still dipping out into the blue, confirms the flush, but turned around on. Potato now on the off angle, tries to keep it together, but with 3 players to D+ Kia, the order is tall, but he might be able to stand up to the mark. Nolbu finds those flushes on the back line. And it is now 3 players bearing down upon Potato, looking for the res onto Vexy. A 2v3 is possible.
That's an unfortunate situation. Honestly, if Vexy was alive there, totally different fight. Because they have to come off the broadside on that hill. It's so unfortunate that Vexy goes down in that situation, because that pretty much would have just been a complete cleanup for Voindonkey. I have no doubt in my mind that Vexy would have hit those shots. And like you say, we're into a 2v3. Chips was basically nowhere to be seen as well, by the way. It would have been a 4v3 in that situation.
But they're back up into it now. Nades going either way. The reflex outs coming through from Voindonkey ID. 1 pick-off, and then they're into an even battle. That is how you need to play these 2v3s. To find those small little openings, those over-aggressions from D plus Kier. The middle of the circle, necessary to keep under control as well.
Nice shot from Nolbu. Vexy barely shows his head. He takes off tufts of hair in the process. Early haircut, apparently. Potato, though, getting scarily close. From 3 nades, it actually is somewhat worrisome for them. Vexy heads up first. We'll send a nade over the top. Good damage. Good damage indeed.
That looks like a good nade, but it's not going to be responded on towards the MG3 for Vexy. He's got to charge forwards. Osal's low, gets caught, clipped.
No.
And that is the opportunity they were looking for. Finding that opening knock, it's 2v3. There's damage already sent over towards Nolbu, and the nade looks to be on target. Confirming the flush doesn't quite connect with the nade, but the damage is done. The Molotov on the high ground, but there's that answer that they were looking for. Chips is storming forwards in the meantime. The MG3 out of action, and it is D plus Kia to be able to win out that final little scrap. An excellent result for them, coming off of a strong Miramar into a chicken dinner on the Miramar. This is how you end your day.
Potato's much more that support player at the end of the day. And I think you look at Vexy there, he's making all the plays, all the moves, and Potato's just trying to hold his back. And as soon as Vexy goes down, I think Potato fumbles a little bit, let's be honest. Again, we have to remember this is a rookie team. The fact that Voindonkey is this strong is unbelievable. But what a great game from them. Definitely gets them back into the groove of things. D+, chicken dinner. That's what we wanted to see.
Absolutely. They had a little bit of a short start towards the day at the moment. The first 4 matches not great, but they have really ramped up the pace, and we love to see it. It is just the sort of thing that we expect to see here at PMGC, and it is an excellent shutdown on the day.
Do I have the lucky charm? I'm talking about D+, and it's been a little bit of a letdown. I'm talking about how we saw them in the league stage. Osal originally be the player to step up. Then we saw Nobu, then we saw Chips, and finally able to round out the day here with the chicken dinner. 7, I'm not going to acknowledge you anymore. Max, just you and me here on the desk. D+, and a great resurgence here at the very end of the day.
Yeah, a sage called 7 Worlds Gaming said that D+ Kia on Miramar did well, but he's not here today.
No,
not here today. So D+, great position, realistically 7.
Yep.
They're split early game.
Oh my gosh.
2 players on the mountain top and 2 players in the compound. You get so much info and a great opportunity to take fights and shots from a distance. These stats, he's filling out the pentagram. Look at this.
This is what we've been talking about for this team. This is why we've been wondering, when are they going to be able to kind of snap out of the bad streak that they were able to have. I was hoping it would happen in Miramar. They were able to have 2 great performances here in Miramar. 1,000 damage, 5 eliminations.
Wait, 27% headshot too on 1,000 damage. That's a great headshot ratio, by the way. That is amazing stats coming out from Nobu. And we said it, every player on the team can do well. It just happens that Nobu was one of the players on top of the mountain able to get those shots in relatively early, but anyone could have done it. So it goes to show that team play of D+ Kia is great, and especially highlighted when we have those Miramar games.
It's always crazy to me too how some of these teams can definitely perform a lot better in certain maps. And I feel like one thing that D+ Kia was able to do here was their splits, Max, because we were talking about them. You were able to actually point them out to me. Their splits that they were able to do, I think at one point they had a 2-1-1 split.
Yes.
And then on top of that, towards the later of the match, towards the late stages, they had full control of the southwest circle. And on top of that, they saw saw the Vision starting to make a move towards the north, they fully crashed down on them.
And the reason they had so much control is purely off the back of that 2-1 split, right? The information they had, they saw where most of the teams were positioned, what compounds were taken, and because of that, they had information on Team Spirit, and also I think there was a team coming up onto the northwestern side, and they just kind of targeted down those teams. I think it was actually RCB. They target down those teams to make sure we have full control of the southern western edge, and then we start sweeping, we start getting near limbs, and because of those dips, especially in this kind of terrain, those dips to the west are so strong for them, and they just obliterate everyone that's in a 100-meter vicinity.
And for Void Donkey, I mean, this is a great bounce back for this team. We saw them start off the day really, really well, and then on top of that, they kind of fell off. You know, they started off the day, what was it? 5th place, 2nd place, 3rd place, and then they kind of fell off with 11th place, 13th place. Not what you wanted to see out of them, but for this one, they were able to kind of third-party fights between Alpha 7. On top of that, they were able to do the finishing, once again, top 2. That's what we wanted to see out of Void Donkey, for them to be able to have a chance, if they want to get a chance to fight for that championship on Sunday, start having those good performances again. We don't want to see those 11th place, 13th place not being able to back it up with any eliminations.
Speaking of fighting for the championship, one team that really struggled on Miramar, probably because there's no hovercrafts. It's going to be Encilio. 2 games, they go out first with 0 eliminations. And this team was 3rd place going into this match. I would imagine they've fallen down the leaderboards even more now. And I feel like if you're Encilio, I mean, obviously, I think they're one of the first teams to really heavily use the hovercraft. You can't depend on that to be the linchpin of how you win or do well in games here, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of a reoccurring factor from the league stage. We saw especially in Survival Last Chance, Erangel popping off, getting their best results on Erangel, and then Miramar just absolute silence. Very, very bad games a lot of the time. So Encilio, I would say their weakness for being a contender here for the trophy would be Miramar. If we don't see an improvement on this battleground for Encilio tomorrow, not even going to say like day 3, tomorrow, if we don't see a change up for them and an improvement on this map, I'm going to say trophy is out of the question. Erangel alone is, unless you get insane matches, it's just not going to be enough to go the entire way.
I feel like it's very unexpected for us to think that this team is going to be able to continue to put up those kind of performances in Erangel, and I feel like that's why we're saying, okay, they need to start putting up good performances here in Miramar as well. Not only just Miramar, I want to see them being able to perform really well in Sanhok.
That unit clutch. How the hell did he survive? That was like, what, 1 HP? Pushed by one of the best teams in the lobby, Alpha 7, and he stands his ground, gets to res on his team. Sure, they don't get the win, but that was an insane clutch.
To be fair,
again, that's his first year as a competitive player.
To be fair, Soez did pick up 2 knocks, like initially, to help open up the opportunity for them to win this one. But speaking of Alpha 7, man, I mean, if you're talking about like the 2-1-1 split out of D+, we did see Alpha 7 go for, I don't know what you call this, a 2-1-1 as well? Around the same time?
It's an edge 2-2 they had at some point. They get pushed up by Na'Vi. They're just hunted back into the eastern side of the circle.
So split.
The circle just keeps moving away from them, and unfortunately, in this kind of terrain, you have a few strong compounds, but when you're playing edge and one of your strong positions is out of circle, the strong compounds, the strong positions are already taken, you have to breach it, and it just happens here that DRX were able to win that fight versus Alpha 7.
And for Alpha 7, usually those plays would kind of end up working out, but right now, with I'm not sure what kind of momentum they're feeling, I'm not sure what kind of confidence these players have at the moment with how the day has gone by, but you can see just things aren't working out. I'm hoping that tomorrow, coming in, they're going to be able to just narrow everything down. Don't play so split, help each other out.
Yeah, looking at the rankings though for this game, 4MV 0 points, no, happens. They did have some good follow-up performances after they chickened in it earlier, right? But no, a little bit of a 0 point here. They had already a good little bit of gap created for themselves in first place, so this is fine. They're still going to be in the top 3 position, but you don't want too many of those goose eggs, otherwise that's really going to hurt you in the long run.
And for 4MV, tomorrow is going to come down. Now we're going to continue to see the performances that we saw out of them today in regards to what kind of strategies are they going to be working with. Are we going to be seeing Doc staying within his squad, or is he going to end up getting a little bit too aggressive now that he's going to be even more confident with where they're at in the overall ranking?
Ooh, a tie actually between Team Spirit and Void, despite Team Spirit having 2 chicken dinners. So again, highlighting that Void able to reach the late game quite consistently, doing pretty decent on the elimination front of things, but as of right now, the 43 limbs of 4MV though here, 7 is just a complete outlier. They're just eclipsing the lobby, it seems, in eliminations alone.
It does. I mean, for 43 eliminations, they were able to put up, what was it, 23 eliminations just in one match. I don't expect them to get another 20-plus elimination match here throughout this, but if it does happen, I wouldn't be mad with it.
I mean, take away those 23 eliminations, though, and they're sitting on 20, and it's really not much ahead of really too many teams out there, to be perfectly fair. So again, as we talk about those outlier matches for them, they need to develop a little bit more of consistency. And speaking of consistency, Alpha 7, unfortunately, 13th place. I know we keep hammering on them, but again, we're looking to see them to be the team to take the title. And even Falcons, I mean, they did have a victory on Sanhok to kick off the day.
That's true, but here you go. MVP for the day is going to be then a Doc. I think that after that 20+ elimination game 7, we expect
He ended up with, what was it?
be the case.
What, how many elims did he end up with on that one?
11?
11?
I think it was 11 that game.
11.
Madness.
But his average healing 87, so to me that says either they dominated or they died.
Do
really
or die.
early. Yeah. Not really able to get to his extended fights here. But, I mean, how many times have we seen Doc be the MVP? Whether it's CSA, whether it was league stage as well, like he always seems to be able to be up there for his team. And we are seeing, as you're mentioning, the adaptations in the team playing around him a little bit more, knowing he might split off, at least take some more off angles to help him out.
I think Doc is going to be MVP of the Grand Finals, to be honest. It's early, but I think there's a chance that's going to be the case.
You know this. I think he was the MVP for his group stage, even though they didn't qualify through group stage.
Yeah, he was, right? And I think that he could be that MVP alongside maybe Nomi. I think they're going to be good contenders here for the Grand Finals.
New record.
Limbs and Mongolia seem to go hand in hand here. Stalwart, previously are now known as Falcons, able to get the previous record at 18, being smashed by 4MV.
Yeah, it's not just like, oh, we broke the record by 1 elimination. It's like, no, we got 5 more eliminations than like the previous record of 18. That's madness. And it's from a Mongolian team too.
I need to go back and see how close Doc got to just breaking the record for just one player eliminating. How many eliminations one player can get in just one match?
He might
have to check
he might have broken it.
I think he might have broken it.
He had 11, and the previous record was 18 total for a team.
We have had pop-up performances. I see what you're cooking though.
Yeah, well, you know, if we're going to be talking about some of these teams here, though, I really want us to hit on some of the teams who underperformed over the course of today. I know we talked about Alpha 7, but is there any other teams out there you're kind of thinking of, they had a rough day and we expected more?
Falcons.
4 teams, yes, Falcons and Alpha 7, and I'm going to say the 2 PL teams. But yeah, Falcons, as of right now, I think the main issue for them is on Erangel and Cilio. That needs to be fixed. The whole situation of how they played the Nova area is really hindering their chances to be high on the rankings. So that's something that if they can fix tomorrow, they might have a better opportunity to get on the first page.
I agree with that one. Yep. Falcons, they need to figure out that Erangel.
Well, we're going to find out. Obviously, we still have 2 more days to play here to go at PMGC for the Grand Finals. In the meantime, though, I'm hearing we have some interviews down on the stage with Barney, with Sandstorm, with Kitsune, and with Dog. So let's head down to hear what they had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage where day 1 of the PMGC has concluded. And I've got a man, a myth, a legend standing right here to my left. I've got Kitsune here from Team Spirit. 2 chicken dinners today, absolutely phenomenal work. Now, you know, I think that it's only fair to say that your performance has been extremely strong throughout the entire day, but how do you guys feel that your performance was? We want to get an insight into your mind.
I think that we actually underperformed since we had really bad first and second game. And it's not our style to start the tournament with low points, you know. And it felt like we could have like 70, like 80 points day if we had like a little bit easier first and second one. But since we changed the spot on the Sanhok especially, we had to readapt a little bit. We had to figure out some new paths and probably have some homework to do today.
Based on your previous performances, the analysts have spoken a lot at the desk about once you guys get momentum, it's really difficult to shut you down. You are the team to watch. Do you feel like that's the same? Like, how do you perceive your own performances? Like you said, you want to work on some things for tomorrow, but do you at least feel like you've gone in the right direction? I mean, 2 chicken dinners, man. You can't knock that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, personally, I think that momentum is not that a big deal for us. Since we just have this mentality of each game is the last one. So we are not focusing on the previous one, we're just focusing on the game like it's the only one game today. And I think that's our main strength.
Well, I kind of want to talk a little bit about you, Kitsune. I know it might be difficult to do here on the main stage, but you're the IGL of the team. I want to understand how you approach the role. A lot of people watching at home and right here in London as well may not understand how people approach the role of an IGL. You used to share the role with Matic a while ago. Is that dynamic the same, or have you changed that? And like, how do you approach it?
I would say it's pretty much the same at this point. Basically, we have something like me and Matic are doing more like strategic stuff, tactics, strategics, and Nomi and Effect are focusing more on some personal gameplay, you know. So we trying to find them some space, trying to find them some options, and they make some plays. That's how it works. And me and Matic are more thinking about zones and So we basically try to split some decisions, you know, and I just have the last one. That's it.
I love that. You have the final say. Kitsune, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. Best of luck and congratulations on the 2 chicken dinners on day number 1.
Thank you.
What a great guy and what a great team. Team Spirit are going to have a phenomenal day. We can definitely see throughout this entire weekend, and it's only going to get spicier on Saturday and Sunday. But for now, we're going to go back to you guys.
I don't know where you think you're going, Barney, but we are coming back right here on the stage because I have an interview with the MVP of the day, the record breaker of the day, 23 eliminations, Doc. First of all, congratulations. You guys managed to set a new world record in most eliminations in a single game. But I want to ask you when it comes to how you guys were able to achieve that, because we've noticed that you guys have we've noticed that you guys have started playing a little bit more closely together rather than you kind of running off and trying to take down everyone on your own. So is that something that the team has heavily focused on coming into the tournament?
Өнөөдрийн тоглолтод та дэлхийн шинэ рекордыг үүссэн байна. Ганц удааны тоглолтод 23 elimination-ы оллоо. Тэгээ өнөөдөр та нарын тоглохын үжигэл тэр удааны тоглолтын дээр танай багаараа бүр дандаа хамтдаа байсан. Тэгээ энэ танд ямар нөлөө үзүүлсэн нь өнөөдрийн амжилттай? Танай итгэлийн нэмэгдүүлсэн үү?
Тэр нь одоо 23 киллтэй одоо жидэнтэд одоо бүх багууд маш чанга байгаа болохоор тэр амар амаргүй байсан. Гэхдээ одоо ингэж килли жидэнтснэрээ одоо өөртөө илүү ихтэй болохоос гадна манай багийн хувьд алдсан алдаа байгаа учраас тэрэн дээр илүү ажиллана.
Yeah, I think this is mainly because of we did a really good teamwork today, and I think we still have something to work on in the future.
I mean, teamwork has definitely shown throughout day 1. You guys are currently leading the top of the table, and there's a little bit of a distance between you in 2nd and 3rd place. But can you talk to me about what kind of issues you think you ran into in day 1? What kind of problems did you run into?
Нэгдүгээр өдөрт дуусангуудаа та бас нэгдүгээр орон дээр байна. Тэгэхээр өнөөдөр илүү бас аль талаар илүү ажилламаар юм бодож болов уу? Ажиллах талыг бодож болов уу? Аль талаар илүү ажилламаар байна?
Ер нь одоо манайх ер нь багаар ер нь өнөөдрийн өвч гэсэн ер нь хангалттай сайн байж ер нь чадаагүй. Гэхдээ одоо дахиад нөгөө өнөөдрийн алдсан алдаан дээр ээж тэр ер нь алдаагаа цаашаа ер нь засаад байна. Last chance руу орсноор бид ер нь одоо маш их зүйлийг сурч одоо тэгж ер нь гарч ирсэн алдаан дээр ер нь сайн ажиллана.
Well, I think today is also very challenging because we was the last one in the previous game, and we're really working hard on this one. And I think we need to work hard more for tomorrow. Yeah.
I mean, if they manage to do this in day 1 and they still think they have to work on even more going into day 2, I'm kind of scared of what 4MV are going to be able to do in day 2 of PMGC. But as you can see here, the crowds are loving it, and we are done for the day with this lovely team. And honestly, it's been a heck of a start for day 1 of PMGC Grand Finals. But let's head on over to the studio to see what they have to say about our interview with Doc.
Still have a lot of work to do here, not being complacent, not being content on the results so far, and I think that's, speaking of a championship caliber team right there, realizing, yeah, we might be first place now, but we might not be tomorrow, and all that matters is finishing out first place at the end of day 3 here. But also, really interesting to hear from Kitsune that they're still leading a really similar way that they did before with Matic, but it's more about enabling Nomi and Effect to pop off.
They're just playing like a different game. It's like you have Nomi and Effect, like, well, we're going to send them. Which team are we going to try and get them to eliminate? And it works out really well, apparently, so far. But like the fact that they steal these two teams, right, of 4MV and also Team Spirit, want to improve so much when teams at the bottom are struggling, like that's going to be even more scary heading into tomorrow's games.
Well, you at home might have thought we were done, but we're not quite there just yet, as we do also have a solo master tournament here happening between 16 players. We're first place at the end of tomorrow. We'll be taking home 5K. It's all about these 1v1s. Here you can see a list of our participants, and really interesting to see how this is going to work out here for quite a few teams. teams. And Korea and Flower, they did unfortunately have to forfeit their matches due to personal reasons, but that means the team or the players they were up against will be advancing forward and making some extra money for themselves.
Nice. Nice.
All right, hit me. You know what? While you're looking at the players here, hit me with who you think's going to win.
Doc.
You only have one nade, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to worry about, like, more than just one person, you know? It's just one angle that he's going to have to worry about.
You know what?
And he got MVP today.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to support the French. I'm going to go SnowX from Nigma Galaxy here. What about you? Who are you going for?
I'm really intrigued to see what Guild is going to be able to do. I think they might end up surprising us.
Yeah, surprised actually Wagner's going to be doing that. I thought we were going to have Aza or maybe Exo. That was the players I was going to be expecting from Guild to play. I mean, you have Top, you have Nomi that also had an incredible day today.
Bro, don't sleep on my boy Westron, man.
There's no rooftops you can play on though.
There's no rooftops. There's no hovercrafts, but it's just him 1v1 up against opponents. So we will take a look at the brackets here, as you can see. And I believe, what is this? We do have Top versus Wagner as initial match. We got Vexy against Snowix. Are any of these matches really stand out to you of like, ooh, also even Westron? Okay, so Westron got to skip to play against the winner of Nomi versus Wild.
I have one match that stands out a bit to me. Actually, is going to be Dimenor versus Nolboom. Like, we talk about D plus Kia, a lot of the players are standout players.
Match, yeah.
Dimenor was the standout player for me during the league stage of the Vicious. Like, he set up this team so many times for good moments. As an individual, though, in a 1v1, I wonder here, Seven, how he's going to function in this environment versus Nolboom.
I'm glad you bring that up because the team is usually very focused on what Bruno has to say. He is the main, the IGL for the team. He is the captain for that team as well. So with him having to make every decision, how would that play in regards to where he's going to position himself within Warehouse?
I mean, I wanted to get Monkey in on this tournament if you guys didn't see that earlier on, man. He was a one-man squad popping off like 33 eliminations in some of his games. But, I mean, that's a testament to like how good these players are. You guys might not realize they are insanely good that you could probably put like me and like 9 copies of me and we still wouldn't be able to pull off one elimination against any of these players.
No, we'll get one.
We'd be held back in our own base. Okay?
Why are you saying we? I said me and 9 copies of myself. What? You guys are not
you
copies
would get
of
one.
me. No,
I feel
I
like
wouldn't
you would get one.
Unless I nade myself.
It would be like a very lucky nade. You would just throw a nade up in the air and hope that the player just walks into it.
Just bounces 3 times against walls. Like, oh, that was unexpected.
Intentional.
We don't know how that happened.
Like,
or that, please.
On purpose, yeah, definitely.
Those nades should be celebrated.
Celebrated. Yeah, got to celebrate those.
So it looks like the first match we're going to have is Wagner up against Top here. And I'm curious if you guys, who you guys think is going to be able to win this match?
Top.
Come on.
Really? I mean,
I would have to say.
Well, the thing is, wait, it has to go with how they perform today as well, right? And what kind of mindset is Top right now to go into this 1v1s?
Bro, he's going to be having a kid soon. I think he's thinking about like
$5,000.
Some extra money for my kid, man.
The heritage of this solo tournament is going to go to them.
And with Top, with the way that he thinks as well, I think he's definitely going to be pushing to get this win. And you know what? Let's get started because we're also going to have Vexy and Snowix as well. We're going to be having it side by side. And as we say that, Top right away ends up getting the first elimination.
Boom, did it. He was looking at Monkeys like, I know what I'm going to do going into this. But no, we're going to have 2 matches then rolling at the same time between these two. So we're going to have solos of Top versus Wagner and also Vexy versus Snowix. And we do have to say the points, the rules, how do they work? First to 40 eliminations or the most eliminations secured by player at the 10-minute mark. And that's going to be the rules. And it's BO1. At this stage, it will be BO3 at the finals here, Seven. But right now, BO1, you have 1 shot. And if you fail, you're out.
Oh, and Top actually getting taken down right there by the player from Guild. One thing that we do need to end up mentioning is the strategy that these players are going to be doing, right? Are you going to be the one pushing, or are you going to be the one just holding an angle and using the TPP to your advantage? Because we saw what earlier on what Monkey was able to do, being patient, waiting for the right moment. And on top of that, if you do end up getting some damage on you, it does take a little bit of time for you to fully regenerate your health.
Yes, you got to definitely wait it out a little bit. But you talked about it. It's a very pivotal point here on Warehouse specifically, Seven, is that you have that third-person perspective behind these crates. That is going to be very important for you to gather that information and just maybe pre-fire, get some really good shots onto them, and that's going to be quite important. But so far, it is 1-to-1 and 1-to-1 on both 1v1 situations. Ooh. But no, here's going to be another elimination coming out, and it will be Wagner going down to Top for the 2nd time.
And on top of that, we're going to have Vexy there on the other side, trying to see if he can get some angles, and he is going to be able to get Snowix, as is now a 2. It's the exact same score here. Everybody's going to be playing it a little bit careful, and this is what you usually expect to see out of pro players. They do end up pushing right there, and none other than Wagner comes out on top of that one. Meanwhile, Vexy, seeing if he can get an angle on Snowix, and he was able to get some damage. I would be surprised if he doesn't end up fully pushing here.
Are we going to get 2 points around the board? It's going to be happening all right through the top window of the Warehouse, and he peeks around the corner, and it's going to be 3-to-1. The lead is now being created for Vexy versus Snowix. But the thing is, man, this high ground advantage they can get sometimes over those crates is so damn important. But here, Wagner's going to be pushing right into top, and top will be getting the advantage once more, and that's going to be a 3-2 advantage going over to the Falcons player.
A very even matchup, too, between top and Wagner so far. But I got to go back to now what Vexy and Snowix is going to be doing, because right now, Vexy's playing safe. He's deciding to back off. He made the right decision earlier when he got some damage on Snowix. He decided to go for the action. He ended up working out for him, and now he's making Snowix push the action toward him and see if he can actually end up getting an angle. Meanwhile, top is doing the action thing in the left side. He's waiting for the right time, but now he needs to be careful.
I mean, this is Vexy doing well with an M4. Imagine what he could do, Seven, if he had a Mini 14. Okay?
What he could do if he had a P90.
Imagine what he could do if he had a DBS. Okay, that's a bit too mean, going in a 1v1.
Wow, yeah, no, let's not.
Let's calm down a little bit. Let's take
From spawn to spawn, they're just going to end up shooting each other somehow. They'll find a way.
Here you go. Sense of the map control, though, for top. He's going to be trying to hold on down these entry points. And actually got himself a galore spray, able to go left and right, but unfortunately it is going to be close. Wagner just barely able to survive that encounter, and he will be able to close the gap by an extra point, 4-3 currently, and Wagner will be able to regen.
The thing right now is that Wagner, there you go. Now he's going to end up getting the full health. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't decide to back off even more. But because right now, top is just trying to use that high ground. Top is trying to use that cover to be able to find out where Wagner is going to be coming through. And trying to see if he can maybe cause some damage and push the action. Here you go. Wagner is going to be pushing the action as top is very low on HP. Can he clutch it up as top? There you go. Quick 180. Top goes down.
Yeah, really good try from top there, able to buy some extra time while he was reloading and trying to re-engage it. But unfortunately, the reload timer, if you get the right kind of assets on your M4, you're going to be able to reload so much faster. And you've got to be very, very quick to respond to that kind of reload animation. Wagner's going to be knocked down once again, 5-4, still very close. Compared to the other side, if you have a close match here of top versus Wagner, then you have Vexy versus Snowix. Vexy's having a field day over on this TDM map. And so far, he's going to be trying to get, again, some central control, which has been going great for him so far.
And right now, Vex is going to end up finding out where Snowix is at. Snowix decided to just pre-fire some shots there on Vexy, not being able to fully connect. Vexy is going to be able to turn around and just quickly eliminate him. And just like that, it is a 6-2 lead on the squad. Meanwhile, Wagner is pushing the action. Something that we're starting to notice here on the left side between Falcon and Wagner is that top is starting to play even more patient. He's starting to make sure he doesn't overextend out of his base, work on those angles while Wagner is just holding the middle ground.
Like, okay, Wagner, I see what you're cooking. I'll be a bit more respectful going into this game and just play around my terrain a little bit more. Though Vex is really abusing these little slopes behind the crates. He's really getting maximum information, trying to pre-fire as much as humanly possible in this TDM game. And I mean, that pre-fire alone has allowed him to get now a 5-point lead ahead of Snokes, which has been massive so far. And actually, Wagner created a lead for himself of 2 points versus top.
Quite an underdog story. We're saying how top might be able to take it easy here. It might not be as easy as we were expecting or as easy as Vexy is currently making it seem, as Wagner's now going to be trying to go for that jump shot again. He knows exactly where top is going to be. Top is currently going to be low on HP. Pushing the action here. He's going to be able to spot him. There you go. Wagner creating a 3-point lead.
Yeah, you knew that top was trying to just regen as much as possible, but Wagner did not want to give him that single opportunity to regen back to full HP, and he shut him down in a pretty efficient way. 8-5 currently in favor of Wagner, while we look over to Vexy and Snowix. 7-3, the lead continues to be in favor of Vexy. Vexy now has got the low ground. He jumps on down. He gets prone, but does not get the knockdown, and he will be eventually taken away by Snowix.
And right now, I'm really impressed with what Wagner is able to do. He's starting to figure out the angles that top is going for. He knows that top is not going to be pushing past a certain, past that middle ground area, and he's just going to keep on taking shots. Oh, not enough, as top is able to clutch that fight right there with just 1 HP health, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Just like Hyunbin earlier in that game. Miramar, just that damn close between those two players. And actually, man, the nerves of Wagner. You're going up against top, a clear favorite on the international stage with his Team Falcons for these PMGC Grand Finals. And, man, he is holding down the fort so well. Currently 6-9 in favor of Wagner. While Vexy's still trying to use that slope, man, every single time. And it's been, again, paying off heavily in this game.
And you can see top now starting to push the action a little bit more after he ended up getting some eliminations. He doesn't want to end up getting embarrassed here in this 1v1. He knows that he is the favorite one in this situation. And there you go, top being able to come out on top of that fight, making it closer with the 7-9 score. And we go to the other side, Vexy and Snowix. Vexy's going to get caught. Snowix trying to bring it back here as we have a score of 8-6 so far. I mean, very even out matches. I'm surprised at how close these players are keeping it.
I'm seeing top actually trying to bait out pre-fires, and actually when he tries to, when he sees the pre-fire coming out from Wagner, he goes around the other side, and then he just completely has Wagner caught off guard instantly. So that was a really good play from top. And Man, Top is starting to close that gap once again. It was like, what, 3 points behind? Now it's an 8 to 9 point game, and it's going to be even. It's going to be 9 to 9 very, very soon. But the timer here, 7, we have to keep it in mind. We are down to now just the last 3 minutes of this game. That's not a lot of time here for Snowix in particular to catch up to Vexy.
It's not. And meanwhile, Top, you were talking about it earlier too. Now he has been able to readjust, making it a 9-9 situation. He's going to end up backing off towards his area to make sure he fully reheals. Going to be able to spot there Wagner not being able to actually secure some of those shots. But right now, he's readjusting his strategy. Instead of staying all the way back, like what Vexy is currently doing on the right side of your screen, he's starting to push the action a little bit more. Meanwhile, Vexy is trying to see if he can create an even bigger lead on Snowix, and he's able to do that with a 4-point lead so far.
Yeah, Snowix is just hating the fact that that ridge control is in favor of Vexy. But the thing is, with now only, what is that? Now 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Snowix has to keep pushing, which means Vexy is constantly right 7 going to have that slope advantage, which means that Vexy might possibly even create a bigger lead off the back of this situation. So unfortunately, the early lead Vexy created for himself is pretty much going to result in him having an easy wrap-up for this game.
And we're having to chase right now with Top. He was able to spot Wagner earlier on. He's going to make the push. Wagner being able to adjust greatly there as he's going to end up winning that fight versus Top. And it's now come down to just 1 point. You're talking about the timer is now down to 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Wagner creating a 2-point lead over Top.
Oh, it's going to be down to the wire here. We could have a final last few seconds clutch of a few eliminations to try and turn the tides around. We saw it happen from Wagner earlier, and he might be able to now maintain this lead. But Top, the factor he's behind by 2 points with the amount of time left, right 7, he's going to go on the full-on offensive. He's going to send it forward over to the spawn of Wagner, but Wagner, he's just trying to play ring around the rosy, trying to buy time, but he cannot buy enough time, and will be picked up by Top eventually.
Wagner just trying to play a bit of a cat and mouse right here, and you currently have a 1-point lead. Do you end up wanting to push, or do you want to just kind of position yourself into a situation where you make Top push you? I feel like for Wagner, he's currently in a great place. Try to position yourself in a way that you make Top push like the way he is right now. He needs to watch out though, because Top is going to be right behind him. He needs to be able to readjust to this. Top finding all the angles, but it's Wagner being able to come out on top of that fight.
We have 1 minute, the final minute here of this 10-minute TDM game. He needs to send it. We need to see Top be even more aggressive if he wants to catch up. Though on the other side, a 3-point lead has been yet again created by Vexy, and he's just holding the slope, and it's so hard for Snowix to even catch up in the first place. Vexy is playing the time game, and is currently working heavily in his favor.
And just like that, Wagner creates a 3-point lead over Top with just 30 seconds left. It's going to be really hard. You can see Wagner there shooting the ground. Meanwhile, Vexy, it's going to be just too much for Snowix.
I'm telling you, man, the other players, they better be looking at this right now, because Vexy, if he's given that slope, he is going to have an absolute field day over on Warehouse. Now we're going to be in the last 20 seconds, now 15 seconds even of this game, but 10 to 14, 12 to 9, I think we already have our winners here, 7 for our first 2 TDM matches.
I believe we do, and I gotta give some congratulations there to Wagner. We weren't expecting them. Jason asked us who's gonna be win this match. We said Top there easily, and that's not the case, as he ends up finishing there with the pan to the face. There you go, Wagner. Celebrate. That is your time to celebrate, because you just beat Top.
The underdog player beats Top, and Vexy, not with the Mini 14, with the M4, able to just completely destroy the competition.
Look at Vexy, he's just chilling. He's like, that was easy, boys.
But that slope, I think other players are going to look at it like, that is the strat we're going to adapt and use in our own TDM games.
And you can see, right, once they end up creating that big lead on the opponent, they decide to back off, stay within their base, and just make them push the action. I felt like that was the smart play. That was something that we saw earlier in the day as well.
Yeah, when you have the point advantage and you're starting to reach that 3-minute, 2-minute, 1-minute mark, you know you currently are in full control of that game. All you have to do is hold a really good defensive position, which is what we saw Vexy do. Let them push you, and you're just going to get an even bigger lead, because guess what? You have the advantage in those one-on-one scenarios.
How did you enjoy that, Jason? You asked us if we thought Top was going to win. We say yes.
We were wrong.
Wagner surprised us.
Well, if you remember, MaxPen picked Top, and he picked Snowix.
Well,
I did
like
pick Alpha 7 today, and we saw what happened with Alpha 7.
I always have a curse in TDM, though.
He follows you.
Well, you know what? Don't worry.
Now
Don't worry, because we still have, what is it, 6 more matches to go.
Yep.
They'll be, again, played side by side, so it's going to be 3 more matches after this, and you'll get to continue to show us how well you predict, Max. Can we bring up Turi here? I think she had better predictions.
Yeah, come on.
I believe in your picks. Just not with
I think you're the... not in any world I live in. No, my predictions are unfortunately absolutely horrible, but we'll see. But though the next player that's going to be playing, me.
Against?
Interesting. Against a Wild.
Oh.
What's your prediction for that?
No, me. Wait, we can't pick the same person. You gotta pick somebody different.
I'm gonna say Wild then.
Okay.
Because I want Nomi to win.
See, again, so, Max, that's not how your curse works. You can't use it to your advantage. So that means we're going to see Nomi most likely lose this one because you're technically predicting him. Well, what's the other match we do have?
Westron Flower, I'm going to go and say...
No, Flower.
No, Flower's not playing.
I was going to try and play a joke with my curse. Okay, you didn't let me... Didn't give me time to do it. It was too late. It's ruined now.
No.
After that,
no.
Zing and Doc.
If you go 0-0 or 0 for whatever today, your predictions for these 1v1s, will you shave your eyebrows at some point?
No.
Yes.
I thought I'd get a free hand warmer though.
Well, did he just say yes?
Oh, it's really warm.
Max, did you just say yes?
I heard yes.
No.
I heard yes.
I said no.
I heard a weird.
That was
yes.
photoshopped.
That wasn't
was your AI voice?
AI, it was AI. But no, but who are you looking at for the second one of Zing and Doc here? 7. Aids are not a part of the equation.
To be fair, Max, I don't think that one plays out at the same time.
Oh, we're just having Nomi and
keep
Wild?
them in pairs.
Oh.
So it's probably just going to be Nomi and Wild is my guess, unless they are preparing the next match as well. But we'll obviously get to see them here on camera soon.
We shall see.
Okay, so we'll get to see Little Boy.
We'll see Little Boy against Syx from DRX.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting match. Who do you pick?
That one I actually don't know.
I think that's one of the hardest ones to predict.
That might...
You're not going forward with the Brazilian player, or are you?
I'll let you pick first.
Oh, come on. Okay. You know, I'll go Little Boy.
Dang it.
Sounds like a rapper.
I was hoping you would. I think he might be actually a rapper whenever he's not playing PUBG Mobile.
I don't know.
Is that technically the truest, greatest collaboration we could have? Max Ben beatboxing for a rap laid down by Little Boy.
Ooh.
Hey,
that would actually be
2025 theme song.
Ignite.
I'm going to ignite with my beatbox right now.
Well, let's see. What was the last match we have? Oh, no. Carrillo, he ended up forfeiting, unfortunately. So that means Puncher's going to be going on ahead. Zing versus Doc. I'm going Zing.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to go Doc because why not? Who you go for?
Why are you going for Zing? I'm intrigued by this pick, actually.
Because it's 1v1s. I think it's kind of hard to predict necessarily who's going to win these.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Obviously it is. I feel like with Doc not really having to worry about like what I was saying earlier with his teammates and all that stuff, and he just being able to fully showcase his skills, I feel like this would be perfect for him. This type of tournament would be perfect for him.
I mean, fragging potential alone, right? This guy is just up there. He could be the MVP of the entire tournament for sure. And then later on, we'll have Demonor versus Nolbu. I think that's going to be, for me, the most interesting match out of these ones. I think that Demonor definitely has a really good opportunity to do well in this game. But then Nolbu, as we know, all the players of like the South Korean team can just completely pop off 7. So it's hard to predict. All of these matches, really, I mean, we saw from the first 2 matches alone, are tough to predict.
We actually do have Shing versus Doc, so we'll end up seeing which one is going to end up winning this fight. Shing is going to be pushing the action. He's going to be getting some shots there on Doc. Doc having to back up a little bit, play a little bit more careful. Meanwhile, Shing forcing that reload, seeing if Doc is going to end up pushing it, but now Doc is going to be full health. There you go, a little bit of bounce back. Shing making the push, and so far, Jason was right as Shing strikes first. Doc not being able to secure the first elimination.
When is Jason not right? No, that's a true question there, but there you go. Wow,
real analyst here.
Oh, he's still here.
He's still here. I thought he just disappears when we go into the game.
Huh.
Hello.
Good to know you're still here.
Yeah, 1-to-1, 1-to-1. We had a little bit of a repeat of what happened previously, but Wild, he's using that slope. The Vexy loved it to bits.
I feel like they're going to end up continue to use that as Nomi. Going down there to Wild. Wild is going to end up pushing the action here. It's actually really intriguing to me to see like which teams and which players end up pushing the action once they do end up eliminating them. Because once you respawn, you do have a bit of a buffer where the enemy is not going to be able to eliminate you. So do you want to fully commit to the enemy's base, or do you just want to like back off? You definitely, from my perspective, you don't want to fully commit.
It's or you hold one of the 2 crates on the northern or on the western or eastern side on the middle of the map, or you hold on to the middle of the map, which is what we see Nomi doing currently. Once he gets that elimination, he stays in the middle of the map, right through the window. Really good parkour coming out from Nomi, but unfortunately it did not quite work out as intended and does give a 3-to-1 lead over to Wild in his 1v1.
And if we go to the other side right now, Doc being down by just 1 point, trying to push the action here to Shing. Is he going to be able to connect as Wild?
Oh, Doc.
Wild and Nomi already going to start fighting. There you go, Doc being able to secure that tie so far. 3-3 in. Wild going down. Nomi
It really is. But we're going to start seeing players get very desperate, 7, when we reach the 3-4 minute mark. That's when you're like, oh, if I'm behind by 3, 4, 5 points, I need to start being a lot more aggressive in my pushes, which gives technically the advantage to the other side, because playing defensive when you don't have to move and you're getting pushed is a way bigger advantage to when you're the assaulter, when you're the one actually engaging that fight versus your opponent. Good angle away from Wild, but unfortunately the spray does not quite hit. And that's an extra elimination going the way of Nomi.
Nomi being able to strike first there with that angle that he was able to create. Now Shane trying to find the action here, trying to see if he can secure Doc with another elimination. Currently has a 5-3 lead. Doc trying to dance around. He's going to end up getting knocked first. Can he? Oh my goodness. Shing is actually performing really well with the 3-point lead so far.
And his movement is... Oh, I can't even...
Oh, don't look at Jason. Jason's just smiling right now. Grinning ear to ear saying, I remember the guy that I picked, but you know what? Doc might make a bounce back. He might.
No grenades.
Or not.
But maybe. He could do it. I mean... Doc is now being on the offensive. Oh, you got a lot of damage. Don't let him res up. You need to go for the full-on commit.
Nice.
He jumps on over to the crate and gets the elimination. 6-5. That lead is now diminishing. Kill after kill. Every single time here is going to be a great opportunity, and able to make it 6-6 very soon.
And just like that, Wild trying to bring back the score on the left side as well, making it a 5-4. He's going to be able to push up. Is it going to be none other than Nomi being able to strike first? He comes down. I feel like it definitely comes down to who ends up getting the damage first, as Doc is now going to have to back up. You have Shane pushing up on you, and Shane's going to be able to get that elimination. And meanwhile, if we go to the other side, Nomi's just running around without even holding up a gun. Yet he's able to clutch that up, take out the weapon, and win that engagement versus Wild.
Yeah, he's like, I'm low, I'm going to go back to my base. And oh, actually, this is a really good angle to get third-person information from. Peeks it, gets a little bit of damage down, making that transition a little bit easier as he goes down. Back from the crates, gets back on top of the crates to get back down from the crates to get going up and down all over the place, topsy-turvy.
Now they
the information over to Wild. But really just trying to make sure they didn't fight too early so he could fully regen to full HP to then re-engage versus Wild. But Wild is making full use of that crate here with third person. And that high ground advantage we saw it with Vexy is very important on Warehouse.
And for Nomi, honestly, a great bounce back so far now, creating a 2-point lead over Wild. Meanwhile, I see, this is the thing, though, that sometimes you get a little bit scared. You don't know which one you want to push first. You don't want to be the first player that ends up getting some damage because it's just going to be such a huge advantage to the other player. And meanwhile, you have Sheen now creating a 3-point lead over Doc and trying to make it 4, but Doc bouncing back, making it just a 2-point lead.
I love the play we've seen from Zing a few times here around the crates is he sees himself getting pushed by Doc and actually jumps, gets a little bit of a hip-fire spray, gets a little bit, maybe 1-2 bullets do connect, and then it's going to be when they fully start the spray, he should technically have the advantage, but Doc is very punishing, especially I saw him hit a few headshots earlier. He is very threatening, so that even if he's low HP, he can win the trade because his accuracy is crazy good hit set.
It is, and now you're going to have another fight there between Nomi being able to find that angle, and now Nomi starting to create a bit of a gap there. You're talking about times. Guess what? We have gone past the halfway mark. We've gone past that 5-minute mark, and for some of these teams, for some of these players that have quite a healthy lead, especially I'm kind of looking at Nomi. Nomi's not backing down. Nomi's continuing to push the action here against Wild.
Yeah, you really understand what Kitsune was talking about earlier, right? It's just, I just send Effect on Nomi wherever the fight is needed, and he just plays. And so far, he has been clearing. He's been sent on to Wild, and Wild is not enjoying the encounter. It's fair to say versus him. Here you go, though. Doc able to slowly regen up, just buy some time, don't peek. There you go, the regen's kicked in, and he takes a lot of damage. The regen has been cancelled on Doc. He's down to just a 3rd HP. He's going to get assaulted. He gets so many bullets to connect on jumping over that crate. But Zing, though, he's a little bit fearful. He's not sure how to commit to this fight versus Doc, and now Doc, he's fully regened, he's ready to go for the push, and he gets the high ground control.
And you talk about a player that's fearful, you talk about a player that might not be fearful. He's going to be pushing the action regardless. Doc there, getting a little bit too confident, right? And that's going to be the big question mark for me in regards to coming to this 1v1 tournament. How is Doc going to be able to adjust in regards to that confidence? Right now, you are at a 2-point disadvantage. You do have Shing being able to be the lead. Make it 3 as Shing's going to be able to jump up and get the edge there on him. And meanwhile, Nomi and Wild just keep it in 9-6 as well.
Yeah, it is still a very close game in the last minute or two. That lead could be completely swapped around between the two players in their respective TDMs. So this is going to be a very, very stressful finish for these players. Nomi going to get picked up by Wild. Once again, good shot coming on through. But yeah, he's actually trying to camp the enemy base here. Wild is actually right next to Nomi where he was able to respawn, but he did not use that invincibility period you mentioned earlier, Seven. So here, he is going to be able to take damage from those shots.
And Wild just going to be dancing back and forth, seeing if he can find an angle there on Nomi. And Nomi, once again, I mean, we saw this earlier in the matches from day one of PMGC. Nobody's touching him. Nobody's currently doing any damage on him. Meanwhile, Shane, 4-point lead. You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. If you're Shane, you're currently playing perfect. You're controlling the center. You're forcing Doc to push the action, and it's currently working wonders. And now he's pushing the action, and he's going to be able to secure that elimination right there on Doc.
Holy, man. He's like, I don't care if I'm in the lead. I'm going to send it, and I'm going to chase you down if I just get a slither of HP done onto your health bar. He's just going to do damage and just send it over. Really, really good stuff coming out from Zing. He's going to get back-to-back. Yes, he does. Zing just keeps on surviving the encounter versus Doc, and currently with a 6-point lead with 2 minutes 25 seconds on the board. I think Zing might just be the winner of his match versus Doc, though on the other side, Nomi versus Wild, I would say has yet to be fully decided.
I hate to say it, Max. I hate to say it, but I think Jason might have been right in regards to Shane being able to edge out this fight between himself and Doc with now a 7-point lead. You know what? I'm going to start to focus a little bit more here on Nomi and Wild because that is a lot closer. If Nomi can secure this elimination, he's going to be able to play it a lot safer. As now 2 minutes left. Who's going to be able to get this one? It's Nomi securing that fight 4-point lead. And if you go to the other side, Shing is not even backing up. Shing is just holding Doc in his own spawn.
Wait, I forgot. Did I pick Wild on Doc? I think I did pick Wild on Doc.
You did.
You picked Doc.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
And Wild. And I made sure I didn't pick anybody to just show a point that it is you, Kurt.
Trying to prove a point
0 for 4
right now. Oh my god, I'm horrible at this.
What'd you say?
0 for 4 on his predictions.
Yes. I bought eyebrows. I don't know where
for this one, for the day 0.
Only 1 minute 25 seconds left on the board for these two teams, though. Like again,
I feel like they're right when it's already
it's
safe.
done.
It's
Like,
safe to say Shing is going to be the one moving on.
Wild, he's going to be pushing all over the. I mean, he gets one. Able to close the gap a little bit down to 4 eliminations, which he can easily get in the remaining 1 minute and 10 seconds. But he cannot give a single elimination over to Nomi, otherwise it's game over. Nomi does go down again, back-to-back elimination for Wild. Maybe the comeback is happening in the last 2 minutes of this game.
It's going to be hard, though, with just 1 minute left there. Nomi, knowing that he currently has the advantage, starting to back off a little bit more. Wild is going to be pushing the action. He knows that he needs this eliminations. He's going to be trying to find a way that he can get into this spawn. Meanwhile, Nomi just going back and forth, dancing some salsa here, as Nomi's just going to be able to get that elimination. And with that one right there, I feel like it's safe to say that it's going to be none other than Nomi and Shing moving to the next round.
You can even see Nomi in his home base. He was just trying to buy as much time as possible, just moving around left and right, dodging those bullets to make sure he also buys time and maybe also gets the elimination. We got an 11-point difference between Zing and Doc. Zing is just flexing on Doc at this point. He's like, I'm good, but not just good. I'm like way better in TDM, and he's just flexing on him. That is an insane lead to have at this point.
I wonder how Doc is going to feel after this.
I mean, he's going to say, look at the leaderboards.
You do not want to look at the leaderboards right now.
What do you mean? Like, 4MV's first place.
I'm talking about the 1v1 leaderboards.
No, I'm not talking about that 1v1. I'm not talking about that.
What about PMGC, huh?
It's currently first place ends up getting $5,000. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but there you go. Team Spirit, Nomi is going to be able to get himself his win in his respective TDM versus Wild. And on the other side, we are going to be seeing that win go in the way of Zing versus Doc. So GG well play on that one currently. So some really cool matches, I got to say, some cool mechanical use of the map in particular and the respawn mechanic, and it's got a lot more depth than I especially expected.
And it's definitely good to see like some of these players, you know what, just deciding to back off a little bit more whenever they do have a lead, or just pushing the action. I was really surprised that Shing, even with that big healthy lead, they were like, you know what, I'm currently feeling confident. I'm currently feeling like this is going to be an easy matchup.
Yeah.
Boy.
I'm going to push it for the
boy.
Can we get John back here to give us the mathematical probability that you'd be 0 for 4 in your predictions so far? I think it's like 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5.
Like really low.
It's pretty low. But you do have the opportunity to go 0 for 6, Max.
Do I have to make my predictions now?
You have, was it Demeanor up against Nolbu?
Ooh.
6A up against Little Boy.
I said Little Boy.
Yeah, you already said Little Boy.
And I'm going to go Demeanor. Again, Demeanor, I think for his team has been a standout player during the league stage. I'm going to go with him, but Demeanor, if you're watching, I am sorry.
I mean, your predictions have been pretty spot on. I mean, Alpha 7, they're pretty low on the leaderboard. 0 for 4 here. Those eyebrows are getting thinner and thinner.
It's spot on if you're actually hoping for them not to go.
I didn't tell you. I was actually trying to predict the player who was going to lose their match. That's why. That's why.
Oh, he's
4 for 4.
Sick. I believe in you.
I wish we kept track of this actually, of like because Seven kind of like copped out some of his predictions, because we could have actually had a little bit of a bet, right? If Max loses, he shaves his eyebrows. If Seven loses, he no longer gets to use a box.
You got some people in the stadium like,
no, if I don't use a box, wait.
About?
This is the actual height difference. Ready? This is with me on a box. Oh, boy!
It just goes down like that. It's a straight line.
My parents blessed me with good looks, but not height.
Sorry.
Okay.
You're one to talk, Max.
Okay. I like your mustache, Jason.
Yeah, mustache Jason. I'm working on it. We'll see how it's going to work out. Not to mention, we still have 2 of the solos to come. And of course, tomorrow we'll be having the rest of our match, if I'm not mistaken, followed up by a best of 3 to finish things off to see who takes home the best in solos. Not to mention the $5,000 on top of that.
Nobu's smiling. He's like, Max didn't pick me. Let's go.
Actually, I changed my prediction. Smile. No, it's gone instantly.
Meanwhile, you go to the meter. He's just shaking his head. He's like, Max, why? ¿Por qué?
Why am I even playing this? I don't know. My fate has been sealed at the start of this game.
It's not even why. It's just in Spanish. ¿Por
little
qué,
boy.
Max? ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
You know, let us know in chat as well who you guys think is going to be taking these. I mean, you can't predict much worse than Max.
Just don't pick what I'm picking, and you're good.
Look at the meter. It's like, oh, man.
The funny thing is, Max, is that you already get so many hate messages from fans of like, don't predict my team, when they have a whole other region to come at you with Brazil without the 7.
Oh my God.
He's just trying to get all the regions to not like him.
Okay, well,
Your Instagram's
if we have a
popping
PMGC
off.
in Brazil, I'm like, oh, should I go there? I'm like, I don't know.
Might as well stay home.
I was sick.
Personal reasons.
Well, we're about to head into our final 2 matches here. And Max, I mean, technically, Seven, you haven't predicted who's going to win. You're just, I guess, getting defaulted to who he doesn't pick.
Wait, who did you pick?
I picked
Demeanor
and Lil Boy.
Okay, I'll pick opposite. I'll pick Nobu.
Cop out.
So Max 0 for 6 and 7 6 for 6.
Oh my word. I hope not. But okay, here we go. Demonor versus Nobu, and then 6J versus a Lil Boy in their respective. Oh no.
And then on top of that, you have Demeanor just not being able to get the first elimination. Nobu pushing the action here, though, as Demeanor is going to be trying to get some angles, and then you go to the other side, and Little Boy just trying to back off. Oh, it's not looking good, Max.
It ain't looking too great.
It's okay, it's okay. It just started. It just started.
Oh. Well, Little Boy got his first elimination, so it is working on that front.
Right. Little Boy pushing the action. Max, how do you say this name? I just want to make sure I'm saying it right.
6J, I say.
Say it again?
6J.
6J. Okay. All right. I'll try. I'll definitely give it a try. As Demeanor. I mean, Demeanor currently down 3 points. It's not looking good, and he's going to be pushing the action. And now, there you go. A bit of a bounce back, being able to secure at least 1 point. You go to the other side. Little Boy. Little Boy currently. Hey, Little Boy's currently on the lead.
He is.
You might be cooking, Max.
I might be cooking. If you let me cook long enough.
At some point.
10,000 incorrect predictions, I might get 1 correct.
You're bound to get 1 right at some point. Demeanor now having to back off. The health is going to be low. The action from Nobu. There you go. I didn't even know that. I was surprised, actually, by that jump up. I know that you can get up there and get the helmet that's on top of that.
He was not punished for it? No. That was pretty crazy.
I think it had to do with Demeanor just having so much low HP that he just didn't want to try to make the net, try to make a push right there.
To send it, and even if he took damage, he didn't have enough time to then convert his spray into an elimination. So that definitely worked out in sense for Nolbu. And 5-1, man. Nolbu is just creating a massive lead. 5-2 currently, so Demonor still has some fighting in him. I mean, we're just in the first, what now, 2 minutes of this game. I've been running down. A few eliminations have been taken left and right between these teams. It is close though between 6J and Lil Boy.
And you can see a bit of a strategy change there from Noble. Noble realizing that he does have the advantage here. He's going to decide to back off even more, making Demeanor just push the action. Currently, they're matching in regards to HP. I think they might wait a little bit longer to just fully regenerate. And then if you go to the other side, Little Boy trying to continue on with the push here, trying to get even a bigger gap as he is going to be able to secure that elimination there on CX.
Yeah, Little Boy just peeking from the right door, the left door, trying to make it a little bit hard to go for that pre-fire, and it's been working out great so far for him. But that lead, again, is only a 2 elimination lead. We saw how quickly that lead can disappear in the matter of a few seconds. You've got to be very, very careful of that approach. So over to the left side, Noble still creating himself a lead. 3 at this point as Demonor has control of that high ground position. He's getting pushed up, taking so much damage actually from Noble. Goes for the jump shot, and Noble's going to be punished for his push, and that's going to make the lead now a 2-point lead.
Not slowing down there, Noble too. I thought he was going to maybe play a little bit slower. I thought that was the play that he was going to be going for earlier. And Demeanor making a bit of a comeback here. Great angle, fine, as he's going to end up getting it 5-6 so far this score. Pre-firing, expecting him to be in a certain way, and I think Demeanor's starting to catch on how Noble's playing.
I actually think, Seven, that you have the situation where if you do damage to your opponent before they regen, it actually puts you in a little bit of an unfavorable position because you feel confident to push it, but you don't have terrain advantage, right? And technically, because of that, you might be given an elimination that you could have gotten for free. Actually, you're going to be giving it away to your opponent. So, sure, you might get damage, you want to go to the push, but you've got to be careful to understand you are not controlling that piece of terrain when you send it over to your opponent.
Little boy ends up going down there. That score is going to be 3-6. Meanwhile, Noble trying to find even more eliminations here on Demeanor. Demeanor, who's going to end up clutching this up, going for the drop shot there, and it ends up working out for Noble, and now he currently barely has any HP. It's time to back off. He doesn't even want to back off. He wants to stay there. He wants to continue with the action.
Did I hear a bell? I don't think I did. I'm going to keep fighting until the end.
But that's the thing right there. I'm surprised he didn't back off because he was just so low on HP. It's pretty much a free elimination to your opponent. Yes, I know you do have a healthy lead, but it can just close up so fast. And we are currently at the 5-minute mark, 5 minutes and 50-second marks. Noble going to be pushing the action, not being able to connect any of the shots there with Demeanor, making the jump, seeing if he can possibly end up finding one angle as we saw Top trying to go for earlier. Noble, both of them running out of ammo, and he switches. Noble punched him and gets that elimination.
Right in the bloody face. Jeez. The amount of disrespect out of that one. Beautiful. I mean, yeah, it worked out for Noble. Love that. 4-point elimination. There you go. He's going to get Bill for vengeance for that piece. Demonor was able to get himself that elimination. 7-10 on the other side. A big lead is being created. 7 elimination advantage in favor of Lil Boy versus 6J. I think we'll get to the point now. A 5-minute mark, 7. A lot of the time we've seen so far in these TDMs is when players start to get a bit more desperate and start to push a lot more, which means that we see a lot more mistakes start to happen at that moment.
A Little Boy not slowing down. I mean, we were talking earlier about how if you're able to get a big gap, we saw Shane being able to mix it up, and he continues on. Now he's starting to punch the air, feeling even more confident. Gonna end up backing off so he can fully regenerate that health, which is ultimately what you want to end up doing. Reset in regards to your armor as well. You can see them there jump up. Make sure that he's able to reset that as well. And if we go to the other side, Noble still, he's not letting Demeanor breathe at all. He's making sure that Demeanor doesn't even end up crossing the halfway mark, the halfway point of this map.
Yeah, actually that tier 3 helmet and vest is very important for 1v1 setting. Like, it can allow you to take an extra bullet or two, and on that spray, that is actually a lot of damage you can just negate thanks to that tier 3 armor and helmet. So definitely try and pick it up if you can, but make sure you don't get punished because, again, you have to leap over that crate to get it. It is a little bit dangerous. They're hit 13-4 for Lil Boy. He is just completely obliterating his opponent here. 6J is just having a really bad time.
4 minutes left, and Demeanor, one thing that has been working out for him and that Nobu now is trying to mimic as well is just that pre-fire. That pre-fire that Demeanor is able to do whenever he's able to end up knocking out Nobu. He's able to find the right angles. He's currently going to be a bit low there on HP. You can see them just trying to pre-fire where they think he's going to end up being. Nobu, now even though he doesn't know that he was there, you can just almost predict. He's like, okay, you're going to end up rotating that way. Let me just pre-fire and see if I can get some angles, get some shots on you. And Nobu ends up coming out on top of that fight right there. 14-10, other side, 14-4. I think with currently 3 minutes and 36 seconds left, Little Boy might have just secured that win.
It's unfortunate. Demonor had such a good trade-off at the start, but he just was running out of bullet in his magazine, and he just had to run away, and unfortunately got punished by his opponent there very, very quickly. Here they go. Noble on top of the crate there, able to try and buy time. He's very low. He's going to have enough time to go for the regen, though. I'm not too sure. Demonor does not want to give him that space, and he does take him down in the process. That's going to be Demonor getting his 11th elimination this game. Only a 3-point difference, though, with 3 minutes on the board. Very easily, Demonor can catch up to Noble and maybe even overtake his current standing.
Definitely can, but he needs to be careful because now you're starting to see it. Nobu's starting to slow down his gameplay. He's waiting for Demeanor to end up pushing the action. Nobu's going to end up finding Demeanor first, going to be end up securing some of the damage. And Nobu smells blood in the water. He's going to be pushing the action, and there you go. Demeanor ends up going down. That 3-point is now 4 points. And if we go to the other side, Little Boy trying to make it even more. He said, you know what, let's showcase some skills here. See, I said, slow down. I don't want to get embarrassed. Chill, my boy.
I might just get one prediction, though, today. I will not be... I mean, it's not great, but I'll take it.
Yeah, Little Boy.
It's not 0% ratio.
At least one Brazilian team didn't let you down.
I mean, you should be the one saying that.
No.
Now
I gave up as soon as I saw you pick them.
We're going to be at the 2-minute and 15-second mark right now. And we're going to be 16 to 15 and 12 to 16, which means that currently 6J, little boy, for me, that's GG.
Yep.
That's done unless we see an insane comeback and
Even
really little boy doing big mistakes.
Yeah, even if he tried, I think with the respawn time on top of that, yeah, you would have to started that climb up.
We'd have to start throwing.
And not get eliminated at the 5-minute mark, especially with the gap. So we're just going to end up focusing here on Nobu. And Nobu now with 6 limbs. Hold on. What minute? 40 seconds? Not yet. There's a chance, okay?
How long will it take for us to know if it's done?
Let's just say if
5 now.
If John was here, he would end up doing some insane math, and he'll be like, okay, you could probably average about 1 elimination per 10 seconds. But he's not here, and Demeanor, he's trying to get that angle. Nobu, just too much.
I think that now with 1-minute and 20 seconds on the board, I think we are pretty much done for both of these games, actually. Like, impossible to come back here for 6J. Little Boy's going to be getting himself that win, and Nullboy is just going to be trying to get a little bit more of a flex, maybe try and build a 10-point lead for himself, trying to make a statement that he's going to be looking good going into the semi-finals here of the Solo Master Tournament. But already, I'm telling you, going into the semi-finals and the finals, that slope is going to be the true MVP of these matches of solos. If you can get to that position and you're getting pushed by your opponent, it is going to be absolutely OP.
And for tomorrow, I'm excited to see what Flower and Puncher are going to be able to do, right? We didn't really get a chance to see them perform here. We'll end up seeing, actually not Flower, we'll end up seeing what Westron is going to be able to do tomorrow because they didn't really get a chance to perform here.
They're looking at this like, well,
they're like,
it'll be easy.
Okay, nice strategies.
We'll just steal those strats. Try and get the tier 3 helmet and vest and just hold on to those slopes behind the crates as much as possible. We're going to be in the final stretch of this first day of the Solo Master Tournament. Going to be down to the last 25 seconds. Just trying to get a few extra eliminations for the stats, because why the hell not 7 as you're about to wrap up the first day?
And honestly, quite some surprises there. I expect some players to be able to come out on top, with Doc. You know what? I'm not disappointed, though. I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen tomorrow with the Solo Masters Tournament. The 1v1s, first time we are doing this, and so far, honestly, I enjoy the action. I enjoy how some of these players were able to readjust throughout the match. If they were having the lead, some of them were actually continue to push the action, so would end up backing off. Some worked, some doesn't work.
Yep.
Nobu ends up winning.
Yep, Nobu, and also on the other side, Little Boy able to get himself their position secured here into the semi-finals of the Solo Master Tournament. GG, well play. And with the players that we currently have, I gotta say, the semi-finals, it's hard to predict who's gonna go, especially if I'm the one predicting.
You got one right.
I got one. I'll take it. It's a win.
You're better off just flipping a coin, Max, to be perfectly honest with what we've seen here. But obviously, still a lot of action to come up tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. We have the semifinals plus the finals, which will be a best of 3 to see who takes home the $5,000. And of course, the crown, the title of being the best solo master player, which would not be me. No. Who would actually win between you two, you think?
Or 7.
What weapon?
M4, like same.
You might actually win.
If I was IGLing, maybe, like on around the map and stuff, but like in a 1v1, no.
IGLing?
No, like,
IGLing yourself?
Like if it was if we were comparing IGLing skills, I think I would win, but like one-on-one.
What if we're comparing driving skills?
1v1, he wins. IGL, I win.
Nobody wins.
Driving skills, you win.
Me?
Yes.
Well, you know what? I can take that. I'll take a victory, a dub when I can get it any day of the week. You guys at home who are watching, make sure you're also checking out PMGC 2024 over on TikTok. You got the TikTok admin here doing dances. I saw one being recorded with Sar. I don't know if it's been released just yet. I wish I could dance as well as they do, but honestly, I'm too clumsy.
Max wants to dance.
I'd be down. They come to me, I'll do it.
Well, you'd beatbox and dance at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Which you could potentially do while we're taking on the Frostborn Dragon in the Icemire Frontier, which is currently out now within PUBG Mobile. If you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. Honestly, from our opinions, one of the best PvE modes that you're going to see when you get to that dragon at the end.
Not one of the best. The single best mode, in my opinion, we've ever had in PUBG Mobile.
I believe we might end up having a show match, too, at some point this weekend, so stay tuned for that.
Who's going to get the dragon, though?
Oh.
No, me.
Ooh, okay, here you go.
So here's our matchups going to be kicking off tomorrow. We got Wagner up against Vexy, we got Nomi up against Westron, we got Zing up against Nobu, and Little Boy up against Puncher. So we're going to get to see Puncher and Westron for the first time tomorrow.
The match I'm really looking for is going to be Shing versus Nobu.
Oh, really?
Yep. Which one's yours?
It's going to be, for me, it's going to be Wagner versus Vexy. I think that Wagner had a completely different type of match between himself and Top, and I think the match of Vexy and Snokes was all about that slope position.
Yep.
I wonder if Wagner's going to be looking back on this game like, oh wait, Vexy's playing completely differently from what I had against Top. how am I going to approach this? Am I going to play passive, try and play the slope, or am I going to readjust a different strat around Vexy? Because Vexy, that slope, if you're the one pushing, 80% of the time, I think you're going to be unsuccessful on that push.
And then for Little Boy, I mean, with how you were able to just dominate that last match, you're going to be going up against Puncher. You don't really get a chance to see how he's going to end up playing it. It's going to be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I want to see Westron win because I want to see his patented emote that he's crowned back in CSA. Yeah, we're not on camera. You can't do that just yet. Maybe when we see them get a win, we can see that as well. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be exciting, obviously, over tomorrow. And if you were to give me a prediction of who's going to win the whole shebang now, considering I think the
whole thing.
The whole thing.
Shing.
I think who you predicted lost already, Max.
Yes.
Knowing you.
I'll go Vexy. I think the strat is actually quite deep.
Poor Vexy, going to be losing up against Wagner tomorrow in the first match.
I'm sorry.
I'm actually going to go with Shing. I was really surprised with the way he was able to play, especially once he created that big lead. He decided to just continue to push the action.
He was flexible.
Not let it down. He was flexible.
Yeah. All right, now you can show the Westron emote. Well, no, I didn't like yours.
I even did it with my leg. I don't know. I did the whole thing. I was like, what am I doing?
TikTok app,
lights turn off. Undertaker's behind us. Tombstone.
Or Kane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as well, I mean, for John and Blink, it's been a fantastic first day of play. We got to see 4MV sit at the top of the table for now. However, we still have 2 more days of action coming your way, so make sure you guys tune in tomorrow at the exact same time to see how day 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals will kick off. And we'll see you then.
Oh.
Welcome, your PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finalists.
I'll be the next when we go. I'm a champion.
Georgia Pole down to Sosnovka military base. It's match 2.
Bending the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, more fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure yeah, pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure fire. Ripping the drill, bringing the heat in. You know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire.
And get a chicken dinner.
That's a really good game from D-Spirit. And more so...
We're gonna come bring that fire. Higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno. What? Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah? Waves up, lift that higher. Yeah? Out of control, inferno. Wild, pure fire. Pure fire. More fire. Elimination. Pure fire. More fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild.
Pleased with that one. It's not a massive chicken dinner, but nonetheless, it's still 60.
Pure fire. Yeah, pure fire. I've been getting real lit with the way we rap. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite. Pure fire, ripping the drip, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field. Yeah, we're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock, selling our beats and we're selling the lot. men in the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure.
Step into the ring.